here. We have my daughter in school. Today.
Good evening. Just want to call the meeting to order for the Oxnard City Council for Tuesday, November 18th, 2025. Madam Clerk, may we have the roll call and posting of the agenda, please?
Councilwoman Perez,
Here.
Councilwoman Rodriguez,
Present.
Councilmember Starr,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Here.
Mayor MacArthur,
Here.
The agenda for this meeting was posted in the kiosk at City Hall, the Oxnard Public Library, the city administrative offices, and on the city's website on Thursday, November 6th, and the amended agenda on Wednesday, November 12th. Thank you.
Thank you. Prior to closed session, we will take public comments on the closed session agenda. Can the city attorney please provide a statement prior to closed session?
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council will recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Subdivision D1, to confer with its attorneys. The matters being discussed are: 1, litigation that is unspecified because identification would jeopardize the city's ability to conclude existing settlement negotiations to its advantage, and 2, Daniel Lamas Sandoval versus City of Oxnard et al.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any speakers or comments on
And
this item?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any public speakers in person or virtually for closed session. Thank you.
Thank you. The City Council will recess to a closed session, and at 5 p.m. we will begin with an appointment item followed by the regular council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back. We just emerged from closed session. I'm going to ask Mr. Stephen Fisher to make any announcements, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Council emerged from closed session, and there are no actions to report out of closed session.
Thank you, sir. We'll move to the next item on the agenda. This is an appointment item. D1 from the Public Works Department. The subject entails Public Works Department Workshop. Day 2, Capital Improvement Program, otherwise known as CIP, Operations and Maintenance. We approximate about 60 minutes for this presentation. The recommendations that the City Council receive and file an update report from the Public Works Director, City Engineer, and Assistant Public Works Directors concerning information related to the capital improvement projects, operations, maintenance. In the Public Works Department as it relates to quality of life, infrastructure, and natural resources. And our Public Works Director, Mr. Michael Wolf, is here to provide that presentation. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council members. Michael Wolf, Director of Public Works. I will go over just some of the highlights of the presentation as Diego brings it up. This is our second and final presentation for Public Works, so we will finish it up tonight. And this will be for the items that are not enterprise funds. So the first night we talked first time we talked about the enterprise fund project, enterprise fund divisions, and tonight we'll be talking about the ones that aren't. And so those ones are funded through different revenue sources, and I just wanted to highlight the ones that typically are revenue sources for us: grants or special assessments, bonds, gas tax, and then the one that everybody thinks about, which is the general fund or Measure O. But we in Public Works actually utilize a lot of the other ones as well. The first division that we have here is the Parks Division, and briefly with the Parks Division, you think of that as the trees, so the forest, the urban forest, the landscaping, and of course the parks maintenance. Those are the three big things that the Parks Division does. And the one thing I wanted to highlight on this slide is, and the council has seen this before, it's been part of several budget presentations, is the impacts of Measure E. And so on the slide, you can see very clearly before Measure E, fiscal year 2020/2021, you can see the investment that was going into the Parks Division in terms of an annual operating budget. After Measure E, you can see a major difference. And those averages on those fiscal years are averages, and some of those are based on the cost of those contracts. So the last fiscal year, which is fiscal year 25-26 on that bar chart, you can see it's a little bit lower than the previous fiscal years because their actual contract costs went down a little bit. And then when you actually dive into the details of those contracts and the contract services and the work that the Parks Division does, you can see them at a little more granular level here. And things all the way down to gopher control or irrigation repairs, things that were being done on not a routine basis before Measure E are being done on a very routine basis post Measure E. And this is a division that also manages the Graffiti Action Program, or GAP. And you can see some of the statistics up there. You know, it's unfortunate that we have to do this every day, or actually 6 days a week, not Sundays. It's unfortunate that we have to do this, but I think we do a very good job of doing this. And the quicker that we can take care of the graffiti, the better. And so we do really utilize the 311 system to take in reports, but we also have a proactive approach. So anytime our team goes out there and sees graffiti, they're not just addressing the ones that come through the reports. I want to just highlight something on this slide here, because I think it's important. And some of you may have been part of the council a couple years back when our prior parks manager gave the presentation. And it's about how much time we spend addressing vandalism and things like that. And if you listen to my presentation, my Measure M video, I said something about that picture on the bottom right. So that is a restroom in one of our parks. And that restroom was cleaned at night and closed immediately after being cleaned. And then opened it the next morning, and within a couple hours, that's what it looked like. And so these are the things that unfortunately we have to address. You know, we love maintaining our parks. We love repairs and irrigations and mowing and tree trimming. Those are the things that we are really good at. But these are the things, unfortunately, we spend a lot of our time on. And in that presentation that our previous parks manager gave, it was almost, I think it was in 48%. I think maybe Steve can probably, 48%. Yeah, Steve's nodding yes. I think 48% of our time was spent dealing with these kinds of things. And so that's just something that we have to deal with. Trying to find ways, you know, the Exelou is one of the restrooms, the new restrooms that we're trying to address with these kinds of things. So we're finding ways to address it, but we still have to deal with these things.
Yes.
Yep. Oh,
Just a question. With respect to the bottom photograph, from the looks of it, even from here, that's human waste against the wall. That becomes a hazardous waste issue. That's not simply something that we send a custodian to clean it up. Can you explain what's more involved and how the costs ratchet up on that kind of stuff?
correct. So if either our team or the contract custodian identifies it as something that they're not either trained to handle or need a special contract to handle, then we will call out that special contract. We do have either contract services that will handle a biohazard, and then that just is not only a time, right? So we have to wait for that time, reaction time, calling them up, having them come out, but it's an additional cost for them to handle that biohazard and then the disposal thereof. So it's additional cost.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wolf.
Thank you. Absolutely, go ahead.
Director Wolf, I appreciate you showing these visuals and presenting it to the public, because I think even as those of us as active council members who are out there taking 311 requests, uploading them, and then seeing a pretty fast response rate in terms of cleanup from our environmental resources staff, I think it's just, it begs the call to action to, you know, have community ownership and to take care of, you know, the community at hand. I know one of the biggest things that comes up in my district is the opportunity to open up more restrooms, particularly opening up, expanding the time frame for Johnson Creek Park. But I, yeah, again, wanted to just kind of highlight this because I think that it's important for the public to be aware of the responsiveness that the city has to go out and clean up, but also community ownership as well, and making sure that we keep our neighborhoods, we take care of our neighborhoods in the way in which we ask the city as well.
Yeah, there's a fine line there, right? So we would love to keep all of our park restrooms open as much as possible. Obviously, that they're there for that purpose, to serve the park users. But when we have issues like this, when we can't have a staff member there 24/7, 365, we just can't, right? We're not staffed that way. And so we have to find ways for us to address that. So sometimes when we program, when another department programs the park for sports activities, then we will work with that sports activity league for them to open and shut the restroom, you know, in that instance. So that's the example that you were talking about as well. Okay, some other challenges that we have, and I think
Director Wolf?
Yes, sir.
Are we ever able to prosecute these perpetrators? I mean, this is just heinous activity by
So
people.
when we do have property damage, I know we our parks crew and Brandon is over here, and you could probably just nod his head yes. We do put police reports together when it's property damage. So we do routine police reports when it's property damage. So however the police can take that activity after that, we just rely on them to do those.
Have we thought about maybe cameras, not inside the bathroom, of course, but outside at least?
So cameras are a touchy subject because they could be gone the next day. And so again, it's not always the fail-safe. It's not always the golden solution, because they cut the wire, they'll take the camera. It actually becomes a piece of the police report as well.
Yeah.
Oh, let's just go back one. So something that we have been addressing the last several years, and Steve and Brandon's team is doing a really good job at this, is the urban forest and addressing the tree trimming cycle. And that's something that has been deferred for many, many years before Measure E, and now we're able to get on a regular deferred trimming cycle, and I think that's been noticeable throughout the city. But also just understanding that trees have a life cycle. Trees don't live forever, and so we do have to address those. We do have to sometimes remove trees, and then we also have to deal with potentially trees that were planted maybe in the wrong spot, wrong tree, wrong location. And so we have things like you see in the upper right, where potentially that may not have been the best tree for that very narrow parkway, and it's having issues with, it had issues with root growth, and it wasn't able to give a stable base, and you can see the result of that. So we do have a newer report. It's a couple years old. We call it the DUDAC report. It's a contractor that did a report for us. So picking the right tree for the right spot is something that we're working on as well. The highlight here is just the priorities the community needs going forward. We do strongly recommend continuing to look at the maintenance of the parkways and the medians, and continuing to fund those to ensure that we have great gateways to the city, clean and well-maintained parkways and trees. The other thing, and you heard this last time I gave this presentation for day one, you'll hear it every time I switch the page to another division, deferred maintenance. That should be one of our highlights going forward, is really addressing our deferred maintenance. So I wanted to point that out. The next division is the special districts division, and the highlight here is that we do have several special districts throughout the city, and they have been doing a few things, one of which, the most recent thing that the council has seen, is the policy, the new LMD policy, and that has given us, the staff, some guidance that we have not had written and approved guidance before, so that's very helpful for us, and we very much appreciate that. They have been doing a lot of capital projects lately, and so they have either some that are actively in planning or some that have been completed or in design. And they face some of the very same issues that our Parks Division does, and that is vandalism, graffiti, and illegal dumping. So same kind of issues, different funding source, same kind of issues.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Parlow.
And just, Mr. Wolf, I believe West Village had a brand-new playground. Somebody poured an accelerant on the grounds and set the thing on fire. Do we know if anybody was ever charged for that?
No.
Thank you.
When was that? Was that just recently? Did that just happen? Very recently? Okay.
About a year and a half ago, give or take, 2
Because
years ago.
we had just put in a new tot, was that,
about 2 years
obviously
ago,
that
yeah.
wasn't affected, okay.
What I do want to point out again, some of the community needs going forward and priorities, deferred maintenance. We also want to, and if you walked in the front door this morning, or this afternoon, sorry, you saw some of the water efficient landscaping work that was being done here. That's another focus that we're doing, not only in our parks, but in our special districts, trying to make sure that we look at water efficient landscaping. For those of you who may not know, there's a directive on certain types of turf that you can and can't water from the state. The governor has a directive, and so we're trying to address some of those as well. The next division is our street maintenance division, and the takeaway here is the amount of activities that this division does. They not only maintain the pavement from a pavement management standpoint or a pothole repair standpoint, but alleys, sidewalks, curb gutter, center line striping, street signs, and all the pavement markings. So this is a division that is very, very busy and gets a lot of 311 requests, and is out there basically taking care of anything that you could think of with inside the right-of-way that is not traffic signals. They also, this is some good statistics here about how much they do with respect to asphalt and maintenance. Pothole repair, you can see that whether it's in the street or in the alley, and then also sidewalk repairs and curb and gutter repairs. One of the things that we have been addressing a little bit the last couple of years in a different fashion is the alleys. And you can see one of the ways that this team is addressing it with sort of a thin maintenance overlay to try to, as a stopgap between what it is now to when it's going to have its capital project later. So that's one of the things that we're doing differently the last couple of years. Broken record, deferred maintenance is one of the challenges that we have, and vandalism and property damage. So same as all of our other divisions. The other thing that's interesting here is that the asset management, that's one of the things that this division is working on, is getting all the assets put into a electronic format, like where are all of our stop signs, where are all of our no parking signs. That's something that you would think that we would already have, but we don't, and so that's something that we're working on. And I've talked about this before, our enterprise asset management system, which would be our work order system that's going to be coming online next year. This will be very helpful in that fashion. Again, priorities going forward and future community needs, we would recommend continuing that repairing of alleys as one of the priorities. Okay, switching over to, I think, one of the ones that everybody likes to look at is the capital projects. It's actually, you can see the results because construction is very easy to see. We have been focusing the last year or so on playground replacements, so we put a slide in of all the most recent playground replacements throughout the city. And then we have a couple of very large park projects, our campus park activation project and our Durley Park project. Both of those we anticipate bidding either at the end of this year or early next year. Both of those are funded through grant opportunities, so that's a good news. And then this is also the division that does track and identify our pavement condition index, or PCI, which we had lots of discussion about this, so I won't go into detail about that. If you have questions, let me know. This current fiscal year, for fiscal year 25-26, the city council has authorized close to $24 million in paving, which is good. Now, the one thing I mentioned in my video is that that's a lot of money, but just to maintain our current PCI, we need about $20 million. So that's a lot, but just to maintain our PCI is about $20 million. So that's not going to push the needle that far up. That's actually basically getting us to maintain our PCI.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Wolf, and maybe you're going to mention it in a little bit here. Two-pronged question. One is, if it's approximately $20 million for us to maintain the PCI, do we have any kind of cost estimate on if we wanted to go up by like 2 points in the PCI in the next 4 years or so, like what that would cost per year? And you don't have to give me a hard number, but there are likely formulas to figure that out, correct?
There are. In fact, we get an annual report that does a couple scenarios. I think, Morgan, we do a 10-year scenario. I think, yeah. So we have a report that does a couple scenarios that we can ask them to look at. Okay, if we wanted to have a PCI of 75 in 10 years, what does that dollar amount look like? So we can set those scenarios up. It's ran through a software system, and so it takes in consideration all of our current pavement condition indexes, all of our inventory of street segments, and then it will run through the calculations for that.
Okay. And my second question is, alleys count towards the PCI as well, correct?
Correct.
Great. Thank you.
And good segue to the alleys, which is our next one. This is something that we are, is new for this current fiscal year. And we thank council for funding this to the tune of $2 million for fiscal year 25-26. We're calling it our Advanced Alley Maintenance Program. And the idea here is that we have a lot of alleys that need a lot of work. And the way the city has been approaching that in the past before I got here was concrete alleys, which is great. But concrete alleys are expensive, and it takes a long time to get through that list of alleys. And so what we're doing here is finding the set of alleys that are not going to be high on that list for concrete replacement, going to be later in the list. So we're going to bring them up to this project so that they get a temporary asphalt repair, so they're not sitting there as long waiting for that concrete repair. So this is a way for that sort of a stopgap approach to try to get some longevity out of their current asphalt as a maintenance project. So we're excited about this project. We anticipate bidding it out early next year. And I want to say we should have that finished within the calendar year next year. Here's some of our major pavement projects. Most of you have seen these or drive these roads every day. So Wyoming Road, Gonzales, Oxnard Boulevard. And then we listed out all of our most recently completed streets and alley projects. And that example of photos on the right there is a before and after of an alley, asphalt alley to a concrete alley. And the takeaway from this slide, other than the capital projects on the left, is that we actually have a website that if you want to go look at, I know you love it, you want to go look at a lot of our projects, you can look at majority of our projects. It'll give you some information about the funding source, the status of the project, who the project manager is. You can email the project manager. So it's a really good website, and that's on the screen there. So oxnard.gov/projects. Now, we just don't do paving. We do a lot of other things. And so there's a laundry list of other things that we are working on right now, whether it's fire stations or city hall improvements, storm drain work, lighting work, those kinds of things. So we have a lot of other projects that are either in the study phase, the design phase. The next slide shows all the construction, active construction projects, and then the completed projects the last several years.
Mr. Wolf, can we back up one slide, please? I have a question about something at the bottom right-hand corner. It says, construction on hold due to bond litigation. Can you give us some information of where that is, who's involved, the parties, or possibly city attorney's office can?
So what we have done here, so you're talking about this note down here, Councilmember Perillo?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a couple of projects that in previous capital CIP budgets were identified to be funded with bond money. And then there was a litigation or a lawsuit against the city for those, for bonding. And so the construction of those projects, so it's fire station numbers 2 and 3 and fire stations number 4, those are currently from a construction standpoint on hold pending the outcome of that bond litigation. We are moving forward on the design of those projects using development impact fees, but just wanted to make a note that those are on hold from a construction standpoint from a bond litigation. Maybe the city attorney's office can talk about the status of that litigation.
Yeah. Can the city attorney please give us a status?
Yeah,
of the parties
not
on
going to
it?
go into detail on the cases, but essentially there was litigation that put the issuance of bonds on hold that the council had already taken action to issue those bonds. And it's more of a finance question at this point because the interest rate realities have changed and the issuance of bonds at higher interest rates is something that would need to be brought back to the council to determine if this is a direction that the council wants to go in at this point.
My understanding, one of the parties of the litigation is a council member?
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilwoman, go ahead.
My question is, Director Wolf, if you can just share which areas will be impacted by that in the South Oxnard area?
You're testing me on where the fire stations are. Is that your question?
Just
So-
share to the public which specific pieces from the South Oxnard end will be impacted.
So one of the fire stations, I can't remember if it's 2 or 3, is in South Oxnard. Is it 2?
Yeah, both of them.
2 and 3. I know Fire Station 4 is up closer to the golf course. I think Fire Station 3 is
Bartolo North neighborhood.
it? Okay,
On
yeah.
Hill
So
Street.
both of those are, depending on where you draw your line for South Oxnard, both of them are South Oxnard, yeah. Talked about bond litigation. Again, my broken record, deferred maintenance is some of the challenges that we have. The one interesting thing here is that the two things on the right, grant requirements and permitting and timelines. We love getting grant money. We really love it. There's a lot of hurdles and requirements for that, and it puts a lot of onus on us to make sure we do those things right. So it becomes a challenge sometimes to make sure we get all those projects and all those hurdles done. And sometimes getting a little bit of dollars that have a lot of requirements sometimes is a little difficult for us. So we try to make sure that we go after funding that is sort of the best bang for your buck, if you will. The permitting and timeline, we deal with a lot of permitting agencies, and I'll give you an example of the seawalls. We had to deal with 4, at least 4, I think: Coastal Commission, Army Corps of Engineers, Regional Water Quality Control Board, and there's somebody else out there, I forget. So we have to deal with a lot of permitting agencies, and it just takes a lot of time to go through that permitting process. And so those are the things that we have to deal with oftentimes, where we're done with the design work and we're just waiting on permits.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Parlow.
On that slide, it says limited qualified applicants. Are we talking about people bidding for the job or the amount of staff that we have to assist in those jobs?
It's a great question. So this slide and this comment was intended for the applicants for our vacant positions. So a lot of the positions that are in Morgan's division require a certain level of either education or licensing, like a licensed engineer like Morgan and myself. You have to meet certain requirements in order to have that position. And so we don't see a lot of applicants that meet those requirements. So that was the intent of this. But also, to your point, we sometimes don't find a lot of well-qualified, not well-qualified, we don't find a lot of contractors who bid our projects, whether that's from a construction standpoint or from a design standpoint. And so we're trying to find ways to attract more interest in our construction contracts and our design contracts.
And with respect to the staff, we have vacancies that we're looking to fill, correct?
Correct.
Can you list a couple of them so that somebody listening may?
Sure. We have our city traffic engineer, that position that hasn't been filled in a couple of years. We have our assistant city engineer, our senior civil engineer, two of our senior civil engineering positions. So all of those require a civil engineering license or a traffic engineering license, and that's this comment here about limited qualified applicants, because it requires you to have a professional engineering license for those kinds of things.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Parlow.
Okay, and then for the community needs and future priorities for capital projects, there are a lot of existing council-approved priorities that are related to capital projects. That's the paving cycle, the seawalls, the alleys, and the renovation of 4th Street between downtown and the train station. We recommend continuing those. And you can see on the right, we also recommend prioritizing deferred maintenance, increasing our PCI, which is our pavement condition index, and then executing our capital projects, and then moving forward with the other priorities, which is the aquatic center and the senior center. Switching over to the other division that's underneath Morgan, our city engineer, is the traffic engineering division, and we separate this out from our other engineering because it's specific for traffic. So not only just traffic signals, which I think most of the folks interact with, right? A lot of you drove today, interacted with the traffic signals. Some of you may have yelled at our traffic signals today. We also, that group also does traffic control plan review, so anytime somebody is working in the right of way and wants to put traffic control plans, that team reviews it. They also are do traffic related reviews for design projects. And then traffic calming programs, and I think the one that everybody's familiar with is the speed hump program. That's a program that is run through this department. Some statistics of what they do, so evaluations of applicants and for the speed hump program, you can see we get quite a lot of applicants for that. They also do a lot of the development advisory committee meetings. And then some of you were on the council when we brought the local roadway safety plan and the sustainable transportation plan to the council. So those are two of the plans that this group has put together. They sit on our website. They allow us to look at strategies going forward for certain improvements to different areas, whether they're corridors or intersections, things like that. Speaking of corridors and corridor timing, here's some of the milestones and accomplishments that the team has done. Signal timing for corridors, some traffic signal maintenance and 311 responses. And then Safe Routes to School. This is the division that has been implementing not only the program side of the Safe Routes to School, but the construction side of the Safe Routes to School. Done in 2 phases. Close to over 50 schools, and you can see down on the bottom left that 5 of those schools actually had construction projects in addition to having the program component of this. We have a very large.
Yep.
Yep.
We have Councilmember Perillo.
On that particular, going back to the one with the slide, when there's any projects and we're involved with the school, are they sharing any of the costs? Are the schools, districts sharing any of those costs?
So this specific project was funded through a grant or like local money like DIF. So this specific project was not funded through the school.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf.
We do have, if you don't know about it, you should probably go out there. We have a very large project at Rice and Fifth. So that's our grade separation project. And then here's a laundry list of some of the other additional capital projects that this team is working on, whether it's bike lanes, pedestrian improvements, traffic signal improvements, again, whether they're in the preliminary design phase, the construction phase, or completed phase. Same challenges as the other divisions, mostly. And then going forward, we do recommend prioritizing deferred maintenance. The other key one there, and I know we had this conversation when the CIP came last time, was the streetlight repair project. I know we had that conversation, so we do recommend prioritizing streetlight repair replacement program. Also, as mentioned, we have the local roadway safety plan, so projects that are in there, traffic calming projects, ped and bike safety projects. Those are the things that we'll be looking at and recommending going forward for the council. And then our last one is our internal service fund, which is our facilities and fleet. So those basically serve our internal divisions and departments in the city. And you can see some of the very similar milestones. They have a lot of service requests. They do a lot of graffiti abatement. They also do capital projects as well. And then on the fleet side, they do the maintenance of the preventative maintenance on the owned vehicles. They also help manage the leased vehicles. And we are addressing the state mandated electric vehicle mandate, zero emission vehicle, sorry, not electric, zero emission vehicle mandate. Some of you have seen this before. We also spent a lot of time on vandalism. So this is unfortunately some of the photos from the parking structure across the way. Some of the same challenges and roadblocks, so deferred maintenance, quite a bit of work for a very small crew. We have aging facilities. A lot of our buildings are very old, and so requires a lot of maintenance and update. And same with our fleet. A lot of our fleet is over 10 years old or over 100,000 miles, so replacing that is key. And you can see some of the recommendations for community needs going forward. some very similar ones. The key one there, or one of the key ones there, is the bottom right, that unfunded mandate to go after zero-emission vehicles and the chargers and things that go with that.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Wolf. To that point, I believe in the Public Works Committee, we had asked if we had already procured some electric vehicles in our fleet, and I believe we have, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and I think this is a great opportunity to share with the members of the council and the public who are listening that if they see a public works truck that's an electric truck, or other city staff in fully electrified vehicles, that's not a luxury item that we've sprung for to have the newest and greatest for our staff, but rather a mandate by the state of California, which we have set a plan in place on how we're going to comply with that mandate, correct?
Correct. A certain percentage of our fleet has to be zero-emission vehicles to meet the state mandate.
Okay, thank you.
And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you. So, not today, but at some point, I would really like to see kind of like a more robust presentation on the enterprise asset management implementation, kind of what the costs are and the benefits. I'm a real big believer in technology and software in general, and if this is something that's going to help us make us more efficient and reduce costs, that's always a good thing.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Director Wolf, for your presentation. It's very comprehensive. Any comments or questions from council? Go ahead.
I had a technical question in general, because sometimes people who know I'm on city council now say, hey, we need a speed bump on this street. Hey, what is the process, or just a general overview? Because that stood out to me when I saw that several of the speed bump, projects are moving forward, but I know that there's a whole process that we need to evaluate really, where we prioritize adding additional speed bumps. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Sure. So we do, about a couple of years ago, staff brought forward to the council at the time a speed up program, because the city didn't actually have an official approved speed up program. And so if you actually just Google City of Oxnard speed hump program, you'll land on our webpage. And on the webpage, it has an overview of the process. It's an application process to start with. So the first thing you do is just apply. There are some minimum criteria. So some basic stuff, it has to meet certain length and width requirements. It can't be certain types of streets, like it can't be the arterial streets. We don't put speed humps on arterial streets or collector streets, because that's where the majority of the traffic goes. That's where the emergency vehicles go. So I think residential streets is really kind of the criteria there. And then once the application is submitted and it goes through that first sort of checklist or kind of, checklist, and then we'll collect data. The data will be collected, and the data is collected from a speed standpoint, speed and volume. And if it meets the criteria listed in the program that was reviewed by the city council, then we would then ask that the residents of that community confirm that everybody on the street wants, not everybody, a certain percentage of that street wants to have the speed humps installed. And then every fiscal year, there's money set aside in each one of the districts to install speed humps. And so as long as there's money in the district in that fiscal year and the speed hump application goes through the entire process, then the speed humps will get installed.
Okay, thank you. So that process, do you have an idea of how long it would take? Months, a year?
It's taking months. So I think from start to finish, the data gathering is probably a 6-month process. From application to finishing of application of evaluation is 6 months. Now, when the speed humps get installed, we try to group them together because it's easier from a workforce standpoint. So it may take a couple more months for the actual speed humps to get installed.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the feedback.
Now, I will also say that not a lot of the segments meet the criteria. So I think I've shown on there's like close to 90 applicants, and maybe 15 of them actually meet the criteria. So there's a small percentage that meet.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? I'll just close with Director Wolf. I really appreciate the slide on Measure E. I was a proponent for Measure E, and I'm just thrilled to see it working for our community. And we see that with the beautification projects that we're doing for our city, and I think the city, all of us deserve this, so thank you for pointing that out. Appreciate it. We will now take any public comments on this presentation. Speakers have 3 minutes to speak. Anyone wishing to speak on this appointment item, please come forward and fill out a speaker card, or if you're joining us virtually, please press *9 or raise your hand. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers on this appointment item?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any public speakers in person or virtually for this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Given there are no speakers, this is only a receive and file, so no action is required by council. I don't want to start anybody, but I'm going to hit the gavel now to call the meeting to order, okay? All right. Good evening, everyone. Just want to call the meeting to order for the Oxnard Council and Oxnard Housing Authority for Tuesday, November 18th, 2025. Madam Clerk, may we have the roll call and posting of the agenda, please?
Commissioner Andrade? Councilwoman Commissioner Basua?
Here.
Councilmember Commissioner Perallo?
Here.
Councilwoman Commissioner Perez?
Here.
Councilwoman Commissioner Rodriguez?
Present.
Councilman Commissioner Starr?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Vice Chair Teran?
Here.
Mayor Chair MacArthur?
Here.
The agenda for this meeting was posted in the kiosks at City Hall, the Oxnard Public Library, the city administrative offices, and on the city's website on Thursday, November 6th, and the amended agenda on Wednesday, November 12th. And then I also have an announcement to read. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54952.3, each member of the Housing Board of Commissioners present will receive $50 for convening this meeting, with the exception of Commissioner Starr, who has declined to receive compensation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll next move to do the Pledge of Allegiance. And for this, I'll turn it over to Councilwoman Rodriguez, please.
Yes, I would like to invite our guest, who I see walking up, to come and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. We have a young man from Hueneme High School, and he was recommended by his principal, Ms. Brenda Bravo. So without further ado, I will give it up to our guest to do our flag salute.
His name is Lester John Capayuna.
Yes.
Thank you, Lester.
Thank you. Everyone, please stand up. If you have any hats, please remove it and place your right hand above your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, for which I stand, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Lester. We got you. Yeah, go ahead.
So I know it could be nerve-wracking, but we thank you for being here today. And we would like to give you the floor to share a little bit about your experience being a young person here living in Oxnard. And I know we talked a little bit about your journey in education. So if you'd like to share your future aspirations, goals, and who you are. So tell us why Ms. Bravo recommended you to join us today.
Got it. Thank you very much, Ms. Rodriguez. If I may I use my phone to show? So I'd like to first start of all, good evening, Mayor Lewis, Council, and everyone here who's joining us. Thank you for the honor for letting me stand here and share a little bit about myself. It really means a lot to me to be here and standing with you all. So my name is Lester John P. Capuyon. I'm 18 years old and currently a senior in Hueneme High School. I want to take a moment to talk about where I came from, because it's a big part who I am now today. Before I ever set foot here in Oxnard, I spent my first 10 years of my life living in the Philippines. Moving here, honestly, was one of the hardest things that I've ever done, due to the fact that I come to a new place, and even more crazy is I came from a country, my home country, to a new country that I don't know where to go, or nor no one. But as time passed, things changed. I've learned, I've grown, and I learned to push myself. And the community around me grew much more welcoming, much more known, and much more loved by me. They helped me shape into who I am now as a person standing here today. Now I'm proud to say that I'm a varsity player at Voice Wainimi, where they help me grow and understand and push my limits at the very best. And now I'm also currently training to be a CNA near at one of our long care terms cares area here in Glenwood. These opportunities, I'm grateful for opportunities that the city made possible through the help of my teachers, of my principal, my family, and of course, the people here in our community. Before I close, I want to give a heartfelt thank you to Ms. Bravo for believing me and guiding me and also nominating me to be here. And of course, a huge thank you for my family for supporting me for every step in the way that I've taken now. I wouldn't be here without them. And once again, thank you, Mayor Lewis and the council and everyone here tonight for this recognition, for allowing me to share my story. It is truly an honor to be here. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your story with us. It takes a lot of courage, and one of the reasons we do this is just to highlight to our community the talent that we have. And it's just inspiring. So thank you so much for being here, being a part of our community, and for having future plans to stay here locally. And it's our job to make policy, to be able to ensure that young people like yourself have a great future ahead of you in here as a member of our city. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Mayor, are his family here to?
Yep, I think we're going to call them up
think,
next, yeah.
Mom and dads are the ones that get us where we are, and they deserve a round of applause, in my opinion.
Absolutely, yeah. Lester, if you want to come up, Lester, with your family up here, and we'll take some photographs. And I've got a really nice certificate for you, commending you for your dedication, perseverance.
You must be very proud.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Oh. Yeah, I will speak to you. We just moved here. Nice to meet you, Mayor. We're going to
Yeah, that's
Like the Jetsons. Little boy is so, makes me so proud. That's all we want as parents, right? Yeah. You stand right.
You get in the middle.
You have your phone? I'm going to take the phone too.
What's the certificate?
I'll give it to her and she'll take it. Here, Martha. You want to take it with her as well? This is Lester's. This is a certificate for you.
We're very proud.
I'm so proud of you. Yeah. You want us to open it again? This is yours.
Mr. Andrade, picture.
Oh, yeah, you do. Oh, you do. Nice.
So future nurse, CNA, right?
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming out here. So please thank you. That's awesome. What a young man. Thank you. That's awesome. Thank you. And I asked him the same questions.
I know.
That's it.
That's it.
The proclamation got pushed out.
Oh, okay, that's.
So Mayor MacArthur, if I could just say just a few words. I just wanted to thank Lester John and his family for joining us today, and Ms. Bravo from Wainimi High School for recommending him for his outstanding involvement, and future nurse, right? So he's currently doing a CNA internship, and even him coming here, I think he's taking some time off from that so he could be here and lead us on the Pledge of Allegiance. So thank you so much, and to the family, they must be very proud for him coming from the Philippines at the age of 10 to accomplishing so much, and just the dedication does not go unnoticed. So thank you so much for all your work.
And I personally thanked Lester, your mom and dad, and your sister for being a member of our community. Thank you for being here. We'll move to the next item on the agenda. This is for, actually, let me just clarify. We had a ceremonial item, but the proclamation that initially was listed on our agenda is continued to December 2nd, correct?
Yes, Mayor and council members, they have requested that it be continued to December 2nd.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
So we will now move to the next item on the agenda. This is for public comments for items not on the agenda and for non-action items. Anyone wishing to speak on items not on the agenda and for non-action items can come forward and fill out a speaker card, or if you are joining us virtually, please press *9 to raise your hand.
Mayor, just for clarification again, so non-action items includes item H and item I. So if anybody wants to speak on item H or item I, now is the time to put in a request to speak, whether it's raising your hand or putting in a speaker card.
Thank you for that, Mr. Fisher, for clarifying what non-action items entails, and then for pointing out those two items they can speak on now. We'll start with the first speaker. This is Jessica Castillo. And Jessica, you'll be followed by Lieutenant David Aviles. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Good evening. Hello, my name is Jessica, and I have been a member of this community for, again, 52 years. Last meeting, a few council members, one being my representee, insinuated as a legal observer on 1029 was the same as a demonstrator. That couldn't be farther from the truth. I was strictly there as an LO for the National Lawyers League that was founded in 1937. I was fortunate to be trained by wonderful attorneys with a wealth of knowledge. My role that day was to document whether law enforcement, ICE, violated the public's civil rights. Again, I would like to point out an agent purposely walked towards me and sprayed me in the face with no warning. I was not a threat to him or anyone else. It was also mentioned that I was looking for trouble, basically, since I was carrying a first aid bag with decontamination wipes. If you watch the news, social media, you will see many innocent people being repeatedly sprayed, hit by batons, rubber bullets, being used against demonstrators, press, LOs, and clergy. It would be stupid for me not to be prepared as someone who has asthma and COPD. Also, my kit allowed me to help others once my duty as LO was done. I was approached by people in need of aid that were suffering from being thrown to the ground, pepper sprayed, and tear gassed. If you ask any healthcare worker, fire, EMS, or even someone that's taken a first aid class, they would have done the same. This is what we do. We help people. This is why I became a respiratory therapist. And I make no apologies for being prepared and jumping into action as others were too frightened to act. Last Monday, I attended the mayor's roundtable, and some members asked me how I was, and I want to thank them for caring and how I was doing. I now realize it's up to the community to save ourselves. For example, 805 and DocuFund has distributed more than $500,000 to families urgently needing funds after a family member has been kidnapped. In the future, I believe it will be up to us, the community, to come together to help those in danger. I also ask on M1 to be renegotiated without extension on the plant, and I support Cause's view on that. And on M2, please vote yes to help the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Lieutenant Aviles? Yeah. And then Lieutenant, you'll be followed by Robert Young.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor Luis, City Council members of Oxnard, and community members of Oxnard. My name is Lieutenant David Aviles, and my wife, Lieutenant Monique Aviles, and I are the Salvation Army Corps officers of Oxnard, Port Hueneme. I just want to thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of the Salvation Army today. So as we enter the holiday season, you may notice the familiar sight of our red kettles outside, ringing outside the local stores here in the Oxnard area. This tradition is much more than a symbol of Christmas. It's a lifeline for families that we serve here in Oxnard. The Salvation Army has been serving this community of Oxnard since 1899. And for over a century, we've stood alongside this community of Oxnard in times of need. Every dollar that's placed in those red kettles stays here locally in the city of Oxnard, serving and helping the people in need. The funds collected don't go to a national pool. They remain in the community to provide practical assistance like groceries for families, warm clothing for children, utility assistance, emergency shelter, case management, and toys for kids. Through efforts like this, last year alone, we assisted over 10,000 people, providing food, diapers, housing support, utility assistance, and guidance through case management. And it doesn't stop at Christmas programs like Angel Tree Toy Distribution, bringing joy to children. The Red Kettle campaign of the Salvation Army has a rich history. It began in 1891 in San Francisco when a Salvation Army officer placed a pot at the docks to collect funds to feed hungry sailors. And that simple idea grew into a national tradition, and today it represents hope and compassion during the holidays. So this year we invite you to join us in making a difference here in this community, whether that is by donating or volunteering to ring a bell or simply spreading the word. Your support ensures that families here that we serve in Oxnard experience the joy and the dignity that they deserve in this holiday season. I also have a flyer available that includes our website where you can sign up to volunteer as a bell ringer through the register to ring, and a QR code to our virtual kettle, making it easier to give online and to share with others. I want to thank you for your time, and thank you for helping us bring hope to the city of Oxnard. Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant, to you and Monique. Thank you. Robert Young. And Mr. Young, you'll be followed by Joseph. I think it's you, Joseph.
Good evening, members. And thank you for your time. My name is Robert Young, and my issue is a minor, small, and personal item involving the Oxnard Public Library. I'm a regular patron there and recently borrowed several items, including an audiobook, such as the one that I'm holding here, my personal copy. After listening to the stories, I put it aside, finding that the narratives didn't follow an order. Later, I returned it along with several other items. The library clerk there caught my attention, stating that there was a missing CD. I was surprised and embarrassed, and so returning home, I immediately started searching, hour after hour. I literally turned my entire house upside down. No CD. I returned to the library and spoke to the same clerk, explaining that I could not find it and offered to pay for a replacement. He said that things happen.
Recording in progress.
And even sometimes clerks don't check to collate the books upon return. He said to check again. I checked everywhere, including the library items that I had recently returned. I recalled that something about the story narrative just didn't jibe, so I ordered a copy through eBay, and listening to the missing CD, I realized I'd never heard it. And it filled in the gap of the narrative that I missed or noticed. I returned to the library and spoke with the librarian, explaining the situation. I was told that I would need to pay for the loss and a service fee. I was told then that I could also speak with the head librarian. She assisted me graciously, and upon my requesting to replace the missing CD with my copy, she asked me to return later. Over the weekend, I thought it over, and I wasn't happy. That was not I believe, excuse me, I believe there was a real possibility that there was a missing CD from the beginning. But that was not a consideration from the librarian. She agreed to take my copy to replace the missing CD, which I did. I left the library after asking to have my account closed. It is not a matter of the cost to replace the CD, which I believe the librarian thought was a generous gesture. It is the matter of not taking my word that there was something wrong from the beginning and for which I was now expected to account for. There was also no acknowledgement of my time and effort to correct the problem. This was, unfortunately...
Unfortunately, Mr. Young,
that's fine.
You're out of, but we welcome if you want to submit your statement in writing, we take a look at it.
Okay, good enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your time. Thank you for your comments. Joseph?
Hi, my name is Joseph Dubzinski Jr. I'm a resident of Camarillo, and I spend my mornings outside of 321 Cortez Circle tracking ice activity going in and out. In the past 6 weeks, we'll say, there have been 2 incidents in Oxnard that have had a lot of attention. One is when Leo Martinez was rammed by an ICE agent who lied about what he was doing and why he was doing it. And in addition to that, after they pulled him over, we had 12 Oxnard police officers there with 5 ICE agents to try and detain 1 man. Additionally, OPD put out a statement taking federal government's word as truth, and it turned out to be a bunch of lies, something that all of us who have been working with ICE understand deep in our heart because we've seen it over and over again. The second incident was in A Street, where 16 plus vehicles, 40 plus agents, and a Bearcat came to secure a warrant, to serve a warrant for 2 people. OPD declined to protect public safety during that time, which left us to be pepper sprayed, batoned, and tear gassed on one end. And I have to say, if bringing first aid is to something like this is expecting a fight, then I don't know what 60 people there or 40 agents were doing there with all of the weaponry they had. Some conclusions can be drawn from this based on actions alone, and actions always speak louder than words. One is that OPD will always come out to protect ICE from the public, but they'll never come out to protect the public from ICE. The second is that there's a sad trend of placing officer safety over public safety, whether that's federal officers or federal officers. And finally, it should never be the case that I can do more with the phone outside of 321 Cortez Circle than all of OPD has done to protect the immigrant community from ICE. So what do we want? Well, one is we want a proportionate response when the feds and ICE come back into town again that's focused on public safety over officer safety. Second, we want a demilitarization of the OPD, especially because it's hard to say it's disproportionate for a Bearcat to roll into the community when OPD has a Bearcat of their own, plus drones, plus heavy artillery if needed. Third, we want an investment in groups who are doing the work that OPD either can't or won't when it comes to ICE in the community. And especially in defending the immigrant community from ICE. And fourth, we want an investigation into the limits of federal jurisdiction and what qualified or, quote, total immunity means, because we deserve to know what can and can't be done in clear communication so that we can know if we can depend on OPD, if we can depend on the city council, or if, once again, only the people can save the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. Thank you. Mr. Pastor Greg Runyon? And then Pastor, after you is Melissa Munoz. Thank you.
Sorry, I have to get my glasses. I'm coming up today to announce for a friend of mine who goes to our church. His name is Paul Murillo. He runs a group called Day by Day. And I wanted to invite some of you, and I neglected to do it the way I probably should have. So I'm going to invite you now. It is Saturday at 12 o'clock at 5243 Squires Drive. They are doing a turkey giveaway. It is in your district, Debbie, so I wanted to invite you and all of you, council and mayor, to stop by. I hope the weather's good. Last year, they gave away 175 complete Thanksgiving meals with turkey, stuffing, corn, all that good stuff. This year, they're hoping to do 300. And there's going to be some inflatables and things like that. So if any of you council members want to go jump around, you can do the inflatables, even though they're for kids. But it's supposed to be a time of healing and a time of Thanksgiving. And this, listen, you listen to what's going on in the city, and we forget that human beings kind of have the same needs, right? You want to be housed, you want to be fed, you want to be these things. But Thanksgiving is a time to try to look at, can we be better, but also to be thankful for what you have. And for a lot of us, we're looking at things based on how we look or how we identify or how we think or who we serve, what faith are we. But I want to say this, and I'm going to say it nicely, but I mean it impactfully. I had to have 5 blood transfusions. I nearly died a few years ago. They didn't ask me, did I want white blood or black blood or Hispanic blood? They said, what's your blood type? Man, I wish we'd remember that. That we're all in this together. So if you can, on Thanksgiving, come out. It's a wonderful thing. I forgot to tell you, Paul's a quadriplegic. He's on a ventilator. He chose to turn a really traumatic thing into something positive. His life didn't start great. He made a lot of bad choices. But like some of us, he decided to make better choices. So if you can come out, 5432 Squires, it's by the Boys and Girls Club. If you want any more information, my phone number is 805-844-7299. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. We'll go to Melissa Munoz. And Melissa, you'll be followed by Casey Rodriguez.
Good evening, Oxnard City Council. My name is Melissa Munoz. I am a student at Oxnard College and a fellow with local nonprofit Climate First Replacing Oil and Gas. I'm here with CFROG and fellow community members to share updates or an update and invite you to take part in a new community air monitoring effort launching right here in Oxnard and in West Ventura. Since 2019, CFROG has been leading My People, My Air, or Mi Gente, Mi Aire, a community-driven air monitoring initiative that works to expand local air data coverage throughout West Ventura and Oxnard. The goal is simple: gather reliable neighborhood-specific air quality information so we can better understand what's happening in our environment and use that data to guide decisions that protect our health. We've received funding from the California Air Resources Board to continue strengthening this work and closing long-standing air quality data gaps in our area. A major part of this next phase is forming a Community Advisory Committee, or a CAC group, here in Oxnard. This committee will shape the project's direction and ensure it reflects genuine community priorities. We are currently seeking West Ventura and Oxnard residents who wish to share their voices and experiences. CAC members will help guide the project in several meaningful ways, including participating in a community meeting every other month, learning about air quality and pollution from partners such as Ventura County Air Pollution Control District, CSU Channel Islands, and CARB, also helping decide where 2 air monitors should be placed in the neighborhood, and collaborating on outreach materials and community engagement efforts. Your lived experiences are essential to this work. No one understands this community better than the people who call it home. If you or someone you know would like to join the CAC, please visit CFROG's website at cfrog.org to complete the interest form, or you can also contact Brooke Balthaser at brooke@cfrog.org with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Casey?
Haku, hello. My public comment tonight is to highlight all quickly coming Trans Night of Remembrance events, especially to give support to all of my Oxnard loved ones who consider or are trans. During Native American Heritage Month, I would like to remind all that this sacred unceded Chumash land remembers Chumash people are the original people of this land and have been in this area scientifically proven for over 19,000 years. This sacred land also remembers the original way of life, original truths, such as Chumash people have not just always welcomed, honored, and included those in the LGBTQ plus community, but we always acknowledge them as sacred. I say this in order to let it be very clear to all who are partaking in Trans Night of Remembrance events that I send my love to all of you. Being involved in these events in the past, I know it's a high emotional night, but being together with good community people will help. May we never forget those who have passed on due to ugliness for others, hatred. We must remember that we are all connected, like this pastor said recently. Nobody's going to ask you what ethnicity your blood is, just your type. And to all of the trans loved ones, please always remember you are welcome here, no matter what a contemporary mindset might say. On unceded Chumash land, you will always find a safe home. With respect and gratitude to my ancestors, rest assured, in me you will always have a beacon of hope. I will protect you. My heart aims to be a beacon of this, and I promise to do all I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Casey. We'll go to Doug P. Mr. Portello.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, staff, and the public. What I want to talk to you all about tonight is at the last council meeting, the mayor gave a presentation on his trip to Japan. And during that presentation, he said a couple things that stuck with me. And one of them is, I guess you went around and went to some cities and got a tour of some Japanese communities, and that there were no trash cans. And that the reason that there were no trash cans was that the people themselves clean up, and that the cities were particularly clean. And so that was gratifying to hear that. And then the other thing that stuck with me is you said, we don't have that here. So that kind of struck me because, you know, I think we do, maybe not to the level that they have in Japan or with their culture there, that, you know, keeping their city clean, there's a lot of civic pride, and it's part of their culture. Children learn that at a very early age there. As a matter of fact, children in Japan, through the 3rd grade, they actually don't take a test. They learn how to be good citizens. They learn how to be polite, they learn how to behave themselves and, you know, have good conduct. And then they're prepared to learn. So I think we do have a lot of volunteerism here in Oxnard. I had actually met with you, Mr. Mayor, over 3 months ago to promote the idea of having a web page that would promote volunteer opportunities. And nothing came of that. You said you're going to have Martha take a look at it, and I followed up several times and got no return communications on it. So I guess it just didn't rate very high on the priority list. But I think volunteerism gives us a lot. You know, we had the gentleman here before giving volunteer opportunities. We have a lot of volunteerism that maybe isn't as publicly known. Now, a lot of people know about me because I post on social media, and I'm out there on the streets, you know, doing the landscaping and doing that type of thing that's very visible. But I think it's very important for us to put higher on the priority volunteerism and promoting that, particularly from our leadership team. I spoke with a member of the leadership team recently, and that person gave me a very honest answer, but in my view, a somewhat cynical answer that, you know, people just aren't that interested. Well, that may be true, and that's sad. That saddens me, because I know in my neighborhood, I've spent 5.5 years restoring the public space landscaping, and I know it went from Sleepy Hollow to actually something that we're quite proud of now. And what makes me particularly proud is when I'm out there and I meet people, there's people walking their dogs, having their kids ride the bike, and I talk to them. And I say, "Oh, are you here from Cabrillo?" And they say, "No, I don't live here. I live in the neighborhood next door over here at Fremont or Fremont South," or, one lady was over the other side of the airport. But, they come now there because it's so nice. And I think we can promote volunteerism more.
Thank you, Mr. Portello. We'll go to a virtual speaker ending 6744.
Virtual speaker ending in 6744, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
Hi, my name is Keith Flanagan. I'm one of the board members for the Orchard Lane Condo Association. We're on Vineyard Avenue between Heather and out to the fire station, almost to Oxnard Boulevard. You should have gotten a PowerPoint presentation with a whole bunch of pictures. The reason that I'm attended the meeting tonight, representing the board, is we've had a lot of accidents, and when I say accidents, I don't mean like little fender benders. I mean like rollover accidents where cars are, upside down on their sides, hitting trees, doing a lot of property damage to our property and to other properties, hitting light poles. And this is basically a once a month occurrence. You can hear the crash. We'll run out there and see what's going on. And this has been going on for, a year and a half. The oldest one that I put in there was September of last year, I believe. But again, this is a common occurrence that happens all the time here. And I'd also like to point out that this is a residential area here. It's medium residential. I understand that Vineyard Avenue is a major street. But when you get across Oxnard Boulevard, the speed limit is lower. That's a commercial area. So what I'm asking for, and what my board is asking for, and I'm sure that the apartments that are across the street would love to see, because a lot of people park their cars along Vineyard there, is at Edelweiss and Vineyard, look into doing a traffic study there. And we would love to see a light there instead of the left-hand turn lanes. We would love to see a crosswalk there, or maybe a couple of crosswalks, because we have a lot of people that there's not enough parking in the apartments on the other side of Vineyard, and they park their cars over here in our neighborhood on the street, and they're always running across there. So anyway, I just wanted to point that out. And like I said, there's 14 pages of pictures that I sent you guys with the PowerPoint. I appreciate your time, and anything that you can do to help us, we would appreciate.
Thank you. We appreciate the PowerPoint. We have it here. Thank you.
Thanks for your time and effort.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, does that conclude the speaker list?
Mayor and council members, yes, that concludes our speakers on items not on the agenda, in person and virtually. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to the next item on the agenda. This is item H. This is the report of the city manager. Mr. Nguyen?
Mr. Mayor, this is not one of those occasional Tuesdays where I have anything. So right back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is item I. This is the report from city council members. We will start with Councilwoman Michaela.
Thank you, Mayor. I first wanted to thank the speaker who came, the representative from Seafrog, who shared the opportunity that's happening throughout the city, but more specifically looking at air quality monitoring in South Oxnard. As we know, one of the air monitoring installations is currently at Haycox Elementary. I think there's been a lot of conversation on where environmental hazards are coming from, the type of toxins that are in the air. So definitely want to encourage the community who is in that area that is impacted to participate and provide your input on where those monitor installations should go, any insight, key data that could help inform really what the cross sections of pollutants that happen. As we know, South Oxnard has numerous entities that operate on the south end, so it'll give better clarity on where those hazards are coming from and how to best address. I did want to also share that one of the items that we'll be speaking on tonight, I have had the opportunity, which I'll share more about when the item comes, to have 2 meetings with CAUSE, one in October and one this month regarding that agenda item, as well as the California Energy Commission last night. So looking forward to sharing more about that and hoping that as a part of that conversation that the city manager can provide a brief summary of what some of the findings were from that conversation and what to anticipate going forward. In terms of some of the work that's happening in South Oxnard and specifically District 6, tonight we have a neighborhood council meeting with Redwood Neighborhood Council that is happening tonight at 6 p.m. Unfortunately, due to the rain last week, Southwinds was supposed to have a South Oxnard Connect pop-up to really solicit input and feedback about that project, as well as a cleanup. So more to come on when those dates will be rescheduled. I know for this Thursday, November 20th, there's going to be a virtual meeting for the South Oxnard Connect project, really giving feedback and giving an overview of what that project will entail and some of the neighborhoods where this project is expected to be seen. More information, if you're interested in getting in contact to get those logistics, you can email South Oxnard Connect at oxnard.org. Tomorrow, the local coastal program will be having a meeting at 6 to 7 p.m. in the Oxnard Main Library, Room A. And this is really an opportunity for community to get an update, to share input on the initial assessment of coastal vulnerabilities and potential adaptation plans. This Sunday, there's going to be a turkey distribution at Southwinds Park. Volunteers will be anticipating to arrive about 8 a.m. And this event is being held by the Port of Hueneme in Lakesh and the Southwinds Neighborhood Council. So really wanted to take the time to thank them for all of their work and making sure that as we navigate the holidays, that there are not community members that don't get to benefit from having food accessibility in their community. I also wanted to thank IBEW, specifically business manager Evan, who has outreach to their membership to also increase volunteers for that day. And they'll also be making some donations at that turkey distribution. The last thing I wanted to share out is that the mayor and I had the opportunity, I typically convene all of our neighborhood council chairs in District 6 on a quarterly basis, and we recently had our meetup about a week or so ago where the mayor also had the opportunity to join me to really understand what are the needs of South Oxnard, what are the short and long-term visions. Oftentimes we hear that South Oxnard doesn't have financial or economic commitments, and it looks different. The neighborhoods look different than different parts of the city. And so really, I think having eyes on the ground for many of our neighborhood council chairs to give us that feedback on what they foresee are issues in their neighborhoods and bringing that back to council has been one of the biggest priorities, being that it'll be a year in the first term of this city council seat, and looking forward to continuing to meet with community through community events and knowing that many of the decisions that are often made are centered based off of the voices and concerns that not only do we see, but also many of the recommendations that those chairs see firsthand. But that is my report, Mayor, and I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilmember Perlow?
Thank you. I'd like to thank the speakers that spoke tonight. I'd like to wish everyone coming up a happy Thanksgiving. I appreciate some of the comments that were made specifically about Pastor Greg, specifically about the blood, sharing the blood. And it's a tremendous comment because it's 100% right. But something else for all of you to realize, there's one individual that had transfusion, but he needs a lot of people to donate. This time of year, there's always a shortage. If you're healthy, they're interested in taking your blood. You don't get paid for it, but you do a good deed. It leaves you feeling good, and as Pastor Runyon mentioned, you have no idea who it's going to help. Might help somebody you like, might help somebody you don't like, but it's going to change a life, and I guarantee it'll change yours. With respect to that, the Oxnard Dunes Neighborhood Council is having a meeting on the 20th, the issue about the south end of Oxnard not having a lot of entities and not really knowing about the pollution. You have a supervisor that represents that part of Oxnard, and they're connected with the Air Pollution Control District. You should be able to get an answer. That's my comments, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple quick updates. I had the privilege to attend the Del Sol High School Dia de los Muertos event on November the 7th, and I appreciate the invite to go, and I ran into the mayor and Councilwoman Rodriguez there as well, and a lot of members of the community there, as well as students and their families, and it was a very well done event, a lot of fun and a lot of energy happening, and I appreciate the administrators and the students and the staff who put that together and for inviting me. And just a quick announcement for folks, it was just sent as an email earlier this afternoon, but you may have seen it online as well. The current construction at 5th Street and Rice Avenue, there's a notice for overnight work and extended work that's going to be happening in the month of December, all the way through till February the 13th. So I'll direct folks to the city's website as well as the social media to get the details on that. But essentially, you can look at daytime work from December 1st through December 12th, with one night of work anticipated during that time period. And there is details again on a map with closure. And then from early January through February 13th, there will be overnight work, 7 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Excuse me, daytime work, 7 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. And then nighttime work, December 15th through December 31st, 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. nightly. And so you can find all the information there, but it's 5th Street at Rice where the flyover is occurring. And my last item, I appreciate Casey Rodriguez bringing this up as well. The November 20th is going to be the Transgender Day of Remembrance, and this has been observed annually since its inception on November 20th, 1999, to memorialize those who've been murdered as a result of transphobia. And there's a lot that's happening in our nation and there's a lot of the current political climate, I'll say that nicely, is targeting members of our community. Many of them are directly affected, and many of the people in this room tonight here to speak on that on agenda items later this evening. At the same time, I want to remind folks that also being targeted are women and people of color, indigenous people, and people from our LGBTQ plus community and Two-Spirit, and including transgender rights. And I just want to uplift that and remind folks that there are targeted efforts on people who are our neighbors, our coworkers, our friends, and our family members. And we must call that out and support them in any way that we can, no matter what that looks like for each individual. So those are my comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilwoman Bissua?
Thank you, Mayor. I was not here during our last council meeting on November 3rd, so I just want to give a quick update. I did attend the South Oxnard block party. I just want to make sure that I give kudos to Recreation. They sure know how to throw a party. We had a lot of kids that day. Also, I was invited by a rec commissioner to come out and visit Colonia Gym during its open gym. And I just want to say that I was amazed that we are utilizing that gym to its fullest. it was packed. So I was really happy to see that. And I also attended the Veterans Day celebration. And last but not least, I want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. We have a lot to be grateful for. And I hope everybody has a place. And just like last year, if anybody needs a meal or no place to go, I volunteers my mom's house. So just let me know. Yeah, absolutely. You are all welcome to come and join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilmember?
So on November 6th, I attended the Association of Water Agencies monthly meeting. I go to all those meetings and try to keep up on what's happening on the waterfront. November 11th, I attended the Veterans Day Memorial in downtown. Several of my colleagues on the council who were also there, they didn't mention it during their reports, but they were there, and I thought it was very important that we show up. It's how do I put this? I am just so grateful for our veterans. I mean, I recognize the sacrifice that you make. I recognize that we have the freedom we have today because of veterans willing to step up and defend us all. So that is something I'm very grateful for. On November 13th, I attended the Ventura Council of Governments meeting. My colleague Bert Perella was also there. I noted that there was a representative from Southern California Edison. His name was Ian Anderson, I believe. He was describing the Public Safety Power Shutoff Program. There's basically a lot of money that Southern California Edison is spending to harden the grid in these high-risk fire areas, high fire risk areas. Unfortunately, even though very little of Oxnard is directly impacted by the risk of fire, it appears that all ratepayers are going to bear this burden of increased rates in order to pay for this infrastructure. It's going to run about $180 per family per year, so it's significant money. Also at that meeting, Michelle Guzman, who's the legislative analyst for the County of Ventura, discussed some recent changes in state law. And I definitely want staff to be aware of this one. The one that kind of struck me the most was Assembly Bill 339. And this law requires that we give unions no less than 45 days written notice before issuing a request for a proposal, request for quote, or renewing or extending an existing contract to perform services that are within the scope of the work of the job classifications that are represented by a collective bargaining organization. So it really stands to slow down our procurement process quite a bit, and I'm hoping that staff is considering how that's going to impact them. On November 13th, later that day, I attended the Rose Park Neighborhood Council meeting. Want to discuss a couple constituent issues. We had a little bit of a misstep with a constituent who made a 311 app request to address some items, including a sofa that was dumped on private property over on Melito Street. So he reached out to me and he let me know that the city's response was a little less than stellar, but I must say that after I reached out to Director Wolf, I'm pleased to report that the issue was resolved. So we have a good management response and we have a happy customer. So that's what we should all be striving to do. I was also with Daniel Alvarez, who's the new neighborhood council chair for La Colonia. And in response to a resident's complaint, we toured a privately owned vacant lot on Camino del Sol between North Anita and North Bonita Streets. It has a torn down fence. The lot's being used as a dumping ground for all sorts of trash, and even someone threw away a toilet there. I did have Mr. Alvarez submit a ticket on the 311 app, and I'm informed that code compliance is in contact with the owners and have given them until December 1 to clean up the mess and replace the fence. As you can tell, I'm a big fan of the 311 app, and I definitely encourage others to make use of it. Lastly, I would like to give special recognition to a member of our community. She's a very smart woman with a bachelor's degree in computer science and a master's in business administration, but then she decided to chart a new path. After scoring well on the LSAT exam, she got a scholarship to Pepperdine's Law School, and competing against students 30 years her junior, she finished a 3-year program in only 2 years, and she's one of only 5 people in her class to accomplish this. She recently received news that she passed the bar exam on her first try, a test where typically half of those attempting fail. So I just want to say congratulations to my awesome wife, Alicia. You're amazing. You did great work. I know that was hard. You deserve this, and I saw the sacrifice you made over these last couple of years, so congratulations to you. I'm very proud to be your husband. And that's all I have today.
Councilwoman?
Yes. I had the opportunity to talk, to have a meet and greet with different students from VCOE, like last week, actually. Time flies. So we had students from Wainimi, Oxnard CI, Rancho Campana, and so much more. So it was great to see how they can become civically engaged and get connected. So I think that day they did a tour from, I don't know, LA, Thousand Oaks area. They went to the county of Ventura, and they ended up here in Oxnard City Hall. So it was really neat to see those efforts from VCOE trying to get students get civically engaged. I also joined the California Arts Commission Council on a walking tour of downtown Oxnard to see if we get a designation to become an official arts state recognized cultural district here for the city of Oxnard. And I really don't want to jinx us, but I was really impressed by a lot of the work here locally from different local organizations, including a newly launched artist hub that I want to point out, Chapter 30. It's on the corner, of Meta and 5th Street. The local artists just coming together, creating new things. So I'm really, really proud of the efforts that are happening here locally, not just like Heritage Square and Pepito Pao. And, we had a lot of, the Mystery Shop and other groups where we're just bragging about the great artistic contributions that they have. So thanks to Doya, the OPAC nonprofit, and the other groups that made that possible. So more power to them. I also attended the Veterans Day celebration at Plaza Park on November 11th, and it was a great event, well organized, and I was very impressed by everybody coming together in community, especially the Channel Island High School band, who on their day off are getting up early and sharing their talents with us. The Tuesday before Thanksgiving at Casa Lopez, I've been working with Inlaquech as a volunteer for the last 15 years, so I'm just extending the invitation for folks who want to come. We do have a warm meal for homeless folks, transient people, or anybody in need. So the doors are typically open. And I would say we probably serve about 200 meals, if not more. So that's a collaboration between Inlaquech, the Port of Wainimi, and other community stakeholders. So folks are welcome. Like I said, this is my 15th year volunteering that Tuesday before. I also would like to request that we have an update on the CAG. We have citizens committees, especially on the Homeless Commission. I had one of my commission members ask me to reappoint them because that meeting has been canceled repeatedly. So at least for the last year that I've been in office, I have not seen them meet. So if something is not working, I'd love to recruit other folks, at least to get updates on our efforts. The city of Oxnard is doing a lot of efforts in terms of shining light on how we support folks who need additional support, right? So if they're transient or without shelter, then I know we have the transition home that's going to be opening. I know that folks are going to be moving into units now. I did get an update on that. So we'll have a grand opening soon, but I would really like to hear what the status is on that specific commission. So Homeless Commission, because if I need to reappoint folks in the right place, then I'd love to make a call out to the 200,000 people that live here in Oxnard. Not all at once, please. Last but not least, yes, so yeah, I think that's it. And I also attended Del Sol High School because some high school students invited me, and they had a great Dia de los Muertos celebration. So keep the invitations coming. If folks want to connect with me, please reach out, gabriela.rodriguez@oxnard.org. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I'll just conclude. I think some of my members of council here highlighted some of the events where I was at as well. But the most memorable for me, I stay quite active and engaged with our community. Some of you might follow me on social media. I can see that. Most memorable was the Veterans Day event. I was able to express some remarks thanking our veterans and their families for the tremendous sacrifice that they do for all of us, for the liberties that we enjoy. And I also went to several other veterans events within our community beyond the one we had here at downtown. I've also been very active in meeting with different businesses, including Sam's Club. I was out to celebrating the 40th anniversary to Costco. I remember Costco going with my dad when I was in my teens, young teens, when it used to be Price Club, I think in the mid-'80s. And thinking, who in the world pays to shop, right? $35 to go in there and shop, but nonetheless, man, they certainly have a recipe, right? Because they've been very, very successful. I remember as a policeman thinking, boy, we are like looking at video cameras, other high-tech equipment to do loss prevention, et cetera, and here they have a person at the door with a highlighter, and that's what they're doing, loss prevention. It's like, God. But they treat their employees well, with great wages, great benefits, and in reading an article about them in the Fortune 500, they were highlighted as just a remarkable organization to work for. So it was my honor to go out there and present them with a proclamation. I also, talking about veterans, I went out to Mr. Frank Soto's 100th birthday. A remarkable man who was there smiling just to be here, alive, and being a participant and a member of our great community. He turned 100 years old, and this gentleman served in World War II. He served in Okinawa, 2 tours in Vietnam, the Bay of Pigs, and he is here from our community. And I was delighted that the family invited me to engage with them and to make some remarks about just to highlight, I mean, and just, we were taking photos, he's sitting there smiling, and just goes to show you like what truly matters in life. I don't know what is, certainly great genes. Some of his family thought so, they were highlighting their high cheekbones, but great genes in the sense that he has given the life he's lived to be sitting here, but in talking with them, he said that the key for him is just the unity and the strong relations that he has with his family and with community. I also had the opportunity to visit Tri-Counties to read, and I was invited by the Oxnard School District to be a keynote speaker at their conference, Harvesting Seeds. And despite the heavy rain this weekend, the attendance was great, and I was able to speak on my academic experience growing up in the south end of Oxnard, and specifically talking about how educators impacted my life, and hopefully to inspire other young people to pursue higher education. Much like we talked about here, I think Mr. Wolf highlighted it, where technical jobs we have them. We just sometimes in our community don't have our young people that seek those preparations to be able to apply for these jobs. So I focused some talk on that. And then also, I was able to attend the State of our Region conference. Our city manager was there. He was one of the panelists and spoke well and advocated for our city. So I was very pleased that he stood up for our city. And then lastly, there's others, but lastly, I also had the opportunity to speak with Father of Guadalupe Church, Manuel Vasquez Bravo, and take a look. I took a tour of Cristo Rey Church, and that's been recently renovated, and it's beautiful inside. And also they did some landscaping, secured some parking, and it's beautiful, and I think it's going to be great for the members to enjoy that newly renovated church. And that's all I have. I'll conclude with that, so we can move on to respect all of your time and all of you that are here to provide some input on some of the other agenda items. So we'll now move to the next item on the agenda, and this is a review of info consent. Do any council members have any consent items they'd wish to discuss in particular? I'm looking at you, Councilmember. Do you have any at all?
L4.
said L4? Okay, got it. 5 and 7 for you. Okay. Anyone else like to pull an item? No? Okay. Is there a motion to approve the other items?
Would we take comments on any of the info consent first?
Thank you. Thank you.
Mayor and council members, we do not have any public speakers in person or virtually for the information and consent agenda. Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Then I will move to approve the other consent items that are not pulled for discussion.
Okay, we have a second by Councilwoman Perez. Madam Clerk, call for the vote on the remaining items with the exception of 4, 5, and 7.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes,
And this motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
thank you. We'll
So-
move to item L4. Yes, I'm sorry.
Mayor
Mr. Fisher, go
MacArthur,
ahead.
we also need a Housing Authority vote on item 2. There are Housing Authority minutes on that.
So moved.
Mayor and council members, for the Housing Authority, we actually have 2 items. So we need a motion for L2 and L5.
L5 comes up later now.
Okay,
I'll make the motion for L4. Or 2.
okay,
The second?
yeah. So we have a motion by Councilman Perla, second by the Housing Commissioner Andrade for L2. Can call for the vote? And L5 is going to be coming up later. That was pulled by Mr. Perello.
Commissioner Andrade? Yes. Commissioner Basua?
Yes.
Commissioner Perallo?
Yes.
Commissioner Bettis?
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez?
Aye.
Commissioner Starr?
Yes.
Vice Chair Teran?
Yes.
Chair MacArthur?
Yes,
And this motion carries 8-0. Thank you.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fisher, for pointing that out. We will now move to item L4. This is from the Finance Department. This is the monthly report and accounting of all receipts, disbursements, and fund balances. The recommendation is that the City Council receive and file this report in accounting of all receipts, disbursements, and fund balances for the month of September 2025. This item did not originate in committee. Yeah, we'll go to you, Councilmember.
Thank you very much. So now that we have 3 months of activity, I would like to see more analysis in future reports on the year-to-date figures for this year versus the comparable year-to-date figures for last year. I do have some questions that I won't put you on the spot, and I don't expect you to have answers to this today, but maybe you can, for next month, do a deeper dive into some of the following deltas that I see. Some examples I see are that investment income is down significantly from the previous year, and I don't know if that's because of a drop in yield, or maybe we have a reduced size portfolio. I noted that police and fire costs are lower this year compared to last year. Perhaps we're doing a better job of controlling overtime costs, but I'm not sure, but I'd love to hear that in the analysis. I do notice that recreation revenues are down almost 2/3 from the previous year. And I assume that this is the golf course, and it'd be good to have for me to understand that a little bit better. For utilities revenues, there was a significant jump this year, and I don't know to what extent that is due to higher rates versus increased usage. And one thing I can't discern at all is why licenses and permit revenues for all funds combined have increased so much. It's not in the general fund or the enterprise fund, which you're providing information on, so it must be somewhere else. But the reporting package does not yet include information on the other funds that make up all funds combined. So I think you're making really good progress in providing us with a complete report. I realize this is something added to your plate at some point, but I'm wondering when we might expect to have revenue and expenditure reports for some of the other funds, because right now we're just kind of, looking at just a few. So that's basically all my comments. And I don't require any answers from you today, unless you want to say something.
No, good evening, City Council. Javier Chagoyo Lázaro, Chief Financial Officer, City of Oxnard. We hear the comments from City Council member Starr, and we'll try to incorporate additional comments with those explanations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Perrello, go ahead.
Yes, I would like to comment, I didn't ask to have this one pulled, but I was impressed with your report. And I'm hoping, Mr. Starr, you're asking for more specific items to address. You could possibly put it in writing and give it to the finance director instead of potentially the next time coming and asking him and asking him to come out of the top of his ear, because it doesn't seem fair.
I get
do
that.
respect and appreciate you asking the questions.
I get
But give him a break.
No, and like I said, I wasn't asking for answers today, but basically, in any given month, you might have different questions that come up, and hopefully the report, so what an analyst does is the analyst looks at the report, they dive into the details, and they include in their report their observations as to why the numbers are different. I'm simply saying that we haven't gotten that yet. I'm sure that we will get that. I have all the confidence in the world that our CFO can do this and will do this. But this is just a normal course thing. It's not some gotcha moment. It's just simply, this is the type of analysis that is just ordinary and routine that I see in my world.
Fair enough. Okay. Any other questions or comments on L4? If not, what's the pleasure of council on this item?
There's no action required on
I'm
that.
sorry, it's a receive and file. Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay. Are there any public speakers on L4, Madam Clerk?
No.
No? Okay. Thank you. We'll now move to L5. This is from the Housing Department. The subject entails Oxnard Housing Authority's monthly investment report for the period ending September 2025. The recommendation is that the Oxnard Housing Authority Board of Commissioners to receive and file the monthly investment report. This is an information item only, and this item did not originate in committee. We'll start with you, Councilman Perrello. Yep.
Just a question, are we going to approve 4 first?
It's just a receive and file.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I appreciate the work that that Brenda's, I beg your pardon, I appreciate the work that the housing director is doing, but in reading the report, there's one term that I didn't understand, and I asked her, and she clearly explained it, but I think it's worthwhile because there may be somebody else that doesn't understand what this wording is in this report. The word forfeitures on page 281 in the first paragraph, it's talking about forfeitures. Can you please explain a little bit of what's going on
Yes.
with that term and what it means? Thank you.
Good evening, Brenda Lopez, Director for the Housing Department. The forfeiture concept in this staff report is referring to a financial self-sufficiency program that is available for the Housing Authority program participants in the Section 8 and the Public Housing Program. When a participant wishes to participate in the financial self-sufficiency program, they sign what's called a contract. And in this contract, the participant outlines a couple of goals that they have for a 3 to 5 year time frame. They can get an extension of 2 years at the end of the 5-year term to meet certain goals that for their individual household will increase their self-sufficiency. The overall goal of this program is for that family to remain off of public assistance throughout the duration of their participation and to find ways to increase their wages by either higher education or maybe job searching, sometimes improving their credit scores, paying their debt, opening savings, or learning about homeownership. So those are some of the type of goals that our participants have. In this 5-year contract, in the simplest form, when their wages increase, rent increases, the difference in the increase in rent is put into this escrow account that is saved for this participant. So it's, think of it as an incentive that increase in wages, instead of going towards rent, is now going to come to them in a form of savings. If a participant decides that they want to withdraw from the program or they fail to keep up with their goals, then they forfeit those savings that have been set aside. When these funds are forfeited, they go back into what we'll call our operating fund or this account, and these funds are usually used by housing authorities to make other programs available for the rest of the participants in the program. As an example, a workshop on financial self-sufficiency or any other eligible use that will help them meet their goals. So in this case, forfeiture refers to a program participant who withdrew from the program and therefore is forfeiting those savings that they had through that period.
Thank you. The program lasts how many years when you sign up for a program?
Typically 5 years. We do have the ability to extend for 2 more years if the family demonstrates good cause. It can be extended, but typically families will complete within a 5-year range.
Thank you very much for answering. Thank you. That's all.
I just want to follow up on that. I'm really intrigued by this. Do you have any thing you can tell us at some point, and it doesn't have to be today, about what the success rate of the program is as far as people reaching their goals and basically uplifting themselves?
Yes, so I can definitely bring those statistics back. Usually, obviously, our number one goal would be that families get to buy their own home or their first home. There have been a couple families that have been able to achieve that goal. Sometimes the difficulty there is how expensive it is to be able to purchase a home here in California. But yes, we can definitely bring back those statistics, and just keep in mind that for our families as well, even improving their FICO score and being able to lower their car payment, it's already a success. But yes, I can definitely share that information.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez.
Thank
Any
you.
other questions or comments? Okay, this is a receive and file item only, so we will now move to item L7. This item was pulled by Mr. Perillo. This is from the IT department. The subject entails First Amendment to Hire Cloud Inc. Professional Services Agreement for IT recruitment. The recommendation is that the City Council approve and authorize the mayor to execute a First Amendment to Professional Services Agreement with Hire Cloud Inc. in the amount of $1,130,000 for a new not-to-exceed agreement value of $1,350,000, and extend the agreement term to June 30th, 2027 for IT contractor and recruitment services. And thank you, Mr. Rubin, for being here. Councilman Perillo, go ahead. Thank you,
And I appreciate Mr. Rubin having talked to me earlier. The reason I'm asking this question, I think it's important for us to realize something that may be going on that all of us, including the public, are not aware of. This item was approved at the Finance and Governance Committee on a 3-0 vote on October 28th. I'm talking specifically item 7, but also item 8 at the same time. But on both of those items, and I'm specifically talking about 7, in the first paragraph on page 306 of the staff report, it's talking about cybersecurity, and it's talking about positions requiring advanced skills in cybersecurity. And the reason we're talking about it, the application support an especially difficult fill, creating risk to operational continuity and slowing the process on critical technology initiatives. The reason I'm asking this question and bringing it to your attention, specifically, Mayor, on November 8th, we became aware, I think you and I both, that an elected official is conducting business on his own personal email. And that is supposed to be something that we are very specifically at risk with cybersecurity. And so I'd like Mr. Rubin to explain, possibly, did we ever have a problem with cybersecurity in the past where somebody got into something that they shouldn't have from the outside that cost the city some money? And in your opinion, if we have city elected officials doing business for the city of Oxnard on their own personal emails, is that some sort of a risk for the city? Those are my questions.
Thank you for the questions. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Rob Rubin, CIO for the city of Oxnard. First question about have we been hacked in the past? And my understanding is prior to me coming here for about 5 years ago, there was an incident where there was a ransomware. I didn't bring a bunch of details with me, but yes, that happens. And Oxnard is certainly not in an exclusive club when it comes to that. Our number one priority in our IT department is to defend the city. And we've talked a little bit in closed session about some of the details behind that. But we take cybersecurity extremely seriously. To the specifics of your second question around the email, we we have a policy that says that you must use the city's email system for any business that's city-related. And the reason for that is our email system, as an enterprise class system, is more robust with its cybersecurity, more robust with its ability to detect hacking, more robust with its ability to detect spoofing, which is another way that people can sort of make it look like you sent something. Personal email accounts don't typically do as good of a job. So from a cybersecurity perspective, we strongly endorse that policy because it is the best practice, certainly, and it's ubiquitous across the industry. Every company has something like that.
Thank you very much. And Mayor, what I'd pose to you, if we continually have an elected official do this, do we sanction them? What action do we take? We have several $100 million that potentially could be at risk. And this person has been warned numerous times. And as I mentioned, this was approved on the 28th of October. But on the 8th of November, it's still doing it. So I just wanted to bring that up and point out, because I know some of you, in fact, frankly, 4 of you were not on the council when things happened in the past, and you may be unaware that one of the issues when we have an audit is the cybersecurity. That's why we talk about it in closed session, not in the open. It's a great risk to the city. That's the reason I had this item. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Wright. And I was at the police department when that incident happened, so I remember it. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Go ahead.
Yeah, just while we're talking about cybersecurity anyway, I know my employer, what we do is we send out basically fake phishing emails to our own employees just to see if they'll click on it. And every now and then we catch somebody, but it's a good lesson to learn, and I think it's been very useful at our company. We have regular training on how to avoid being a victim, and but I think it's just it's always great when you want to catch them clicking on a spoof email from our own IT department rather than from some stranger out there in the world. So I don't know if that's something that you've encountered or if that's something that we can do here, but it might be worthwhile.
You know I love these questions, by the way. These are great questions. Couple of points. So there was a mention of audit, and in an audit from many years ago, 5 years ago or more, a lack of a cybersecurity training program was an audit finding. And we've remediated that. So we have a regular cybersecurity training. It's annual at least, but minimal annual. We also do regular phishing campaigns where we spoof this phishing, and sort of everybody sort of freaks out around the city going, wait a minute, this looks wrong. Well, good, it should. But we also capture the ones that click on the link, and we sort of send them to Training 101 and put them in, the doghouse, so to speak, on that kind of thing. So that happens, and we do that because that is best practice, and it's great training. And it's not just great training for the city staff themselves at the workplace, but it's also a really good way to know in your personal life when you get a lot of weird things coming in through email or text or whatever. It's good practice to just see that and know about what the latest kinds of scams that are going on. So we do utilize that. That is a great practice. The second audit finding that I wanted to call to attention, since it really does pertain to Councilman Perello's question, is back in 2020, there was an audit finding for using email accounts for using personal email accounts for city business. That was an audit finding. The city policy was amended at that time to remediate against that finding. So that was just 2 points, but thank you for the cybersecurity awareness questions, because that's right on the money. That's a super important part, because we can put the best systems and the best hardware and software and processes and tools in place, but it's the human element that frequently is the weak link. Yeah. So we have to bolster that piece too.
And the risk isn't just emails, it's text messages to your phones. I mean, there's just all sorts of scammers out there. And while I think it's best to use our own email system here, the biggest risks actually are people's behavior. People get an email, they think it's from a legitimate source, and they click on a link that they shouldn't. And that happens to you whether it's your own personal email account or if it's a company email account. Lots of people have been scammed over the years, but better to use our own system than perhaps your own personal account. But the bigger risk actually is just the training that people need to avoid clicking on links that they shouldn't be clicking on.
Amen. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
And I would just like to add, I really appreciate that we've engaged a little bit in this, but the point that I'm making, this individual is doing business with our bank, the Bank of America, on his personal email. And as you mentioned, Mr. Starr, in your company, they test things. But in your private company, if they found that, I'm sure they would fire the individual. But when the individual is elected, you can't fire him.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other comments? What's the pleasure of council on this item?
I'll move the recommended action.
Madam Clerk, we have a first and a second. Call for the vote.
Councilwoman Perez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua? Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo? Mayor MacArthur? And this motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. We can now excuse the Housing Commission, Mr. Andrade, if you can be excused if you like. We will now move to the next item on the agenda. This is item M1. This is from the city manager, from the city manager's office. The subject entails seeking state approval of a proposed 4-year agreement to transition Ormond Beach power plant to a battery storage with $45 million of investments in South Oxnard to create a South Oxnard-based nonprofit legal aid organization to service low-income residents in the areas including immigration, housing, and employment rights, and to fund the creation of a public facility that serves the South Oxnard community. There are 2 recommendations. First, that the City Council approve the staff's efforts to seek state approval of the proposed 4-year agreement to transition Ormond Beach power plant to a battery storage with $45 million of investments in South Oxnard to create a South Oxnard-based nonprofit legal aid organization to service low-income residents in the areas of immigration, housing, and employment rights, and to fund the creation of a public facility that serves the South Oxnard community. And 2, that the City Council authorize the city manager or his designee to sign the agreement and the associated documents. This item did not originate in committee, and Mr. Alexander Nguyen is here as our city manager to present on this item. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
City manager.
So before I begin, I want to get a sense, just so I know how much history to go into. How many folks are here, just a quick show of hands for this item? Okay. Next question is not a quiz. I just want to know how much background to go. How many of you watched the video? Okay, awesome. Thank you. Okay, Diego, if you can bring up the slides. So here's what, first of all, I want to say how much I understand for the council that this is a complicated public policy discussion / decision to be made. So I'm going to explain what this is, and then I'm going to discuss why I am making this proposal. And then, more importantly, I'm going to discuss why I believe it's worth it. So, and I understand we have simultaneous translation going on, so I'm going to go a little bit slower than usual. Okay, so you've read the recommendations. By the way, this is, not everyone is aware, but this is actually the power plant we're discussing at Ormond Beach. So we've read that. Okay, so we'll start with the current status. Where are we today? So currently, the plant is scheduled, according to the state of California, to end its run at the end of next year. So it is currently scheduled to be decommissioned at the end of next year, 2026. Now, the history is this was originally part of the once through cooling state policy to phase out those power plants that utilized this very antiquated technology, because for many years, or took too many years for folks to figure out what was happening when these plants were sucking water from the ocean through to cool down the plant, and what kind of harm that was causing for marine life. So they were put on a schedule to close eventually. Now, the ones, they're not all closed, and the ones that remained have made some mitigations to filter and screen that intake so that it does less damage. But it's on that schedule. And the problem, or the thing with that schedule, is when the time approaches, there are a handful of different state agencies that evaluate and make determinations and recommendations above their, heading primarily up to the Public Utilities Commission. But there's a series of commissions, I'll go through them later, that make the determination about, is there sufficient backup electricity for the state's electrical grid? So it's not in the hands of one agency, it's in several agencies/commissions. So we've been down this road before. The bottom line is that our fate and our destiny is not written by us in this scenario. It is by the state. So as we approach next year, there, for me, is an open-ended question. Might the state provide another extension? Now, there are all kinds of signals from different agencies in the state that give us different information. So we'll talk about that as well. But according to the way the system is today, it is still possible to have another extension. And that is not decided here in the city council chambers. That will be decided at the state level. Oops, let me go back. Okay, so what is it that is being proposed? And what it is a transition plan that hopefully will meet the state's needs in terms of having electricity available, especially when they have massive need for various reasons. And we'll talk about those later as well. But it is to transition to battery storage, and if that is something that can be achieved, then the part of the agreement from the state would be that means Ormond Beach Power Plant gets taken off the table permanently so that there can be no future extensions. So that's one of the goals here, is to take us off of this schedule, which has an option for an extension, and get us on a permanent transition schedule that takes us off the extension option board for the state. So that is what this is about, to try to get us to have some say in our fate, rather than just wait and see what the state might do next year, is to try to write some of our destiny ourselves. So the plan would be, if everyone believes in a proper transition schedule, then we'll move to battery storage, but the agreement from the state must be, that means the power plant is shut down on that date. So it takes it off the table for them as an option next time, and perhaps the time after that. Okay, so what happens if we don't do this? That's very clear to me. So next year, if we don't do this, and next year, it is possible. There is a clear outcome where the state decides that they believe they have enough electricity and that their risk portfolio is safe enough that they don't want to invest money in extra backup electricity, then the plant will close on time at the end of 2026. And if that occurs, then the end of that chapter. If that were to occur, we can then immediately begin the process to dismantle the power plant. However, if for whatever mix of reasons the state decides it needs to extend the power plant and we don't have this agreement, then South Oxnard gets nothing. And that's out of our hands. And if that occurs, I know many people believe that won't occur, and I hope that won't occur, but I don't believe it, that is a foregone conclusion. But if it happens, we'll be back here in 2029. So that's the current schedule of the state, and that's what I'm proposing that we change. Okay, lots of different signals. We did have the conversation with the vice chair of the Energy Commission yesterday. My takeaway from it is, at this point, the Energy Commission, which is the policy commission, and they're not the only agency or commission here that has a hand in this. At this point, they do not have a call for additional electricity, but they have not issued that statement yet that they don't believe they need it. They were also very clear with us, and I'm going to get into the new X factor in this mix, which is federal intervention. They were clear that they're aware of that, and they are aware that that is a possibility. And they were clear that there were other state agencies that also have to weigh in on this, that they don't have the final say. Now, I was hoping, and I asked them, can you make the first say? Can you issue a statement? How soon can you issue a statement? And they don't think that can happen until the first quarter of next year. So, but in their most recent report, this comes out of the Energy Commission report, staff report from back in May. They discuss a scenario, if it's there a similar repeat to what happened in 2022, then their analysis shows that we are short, the state of California, that we are short, that we would be short if we had a similar scenario that occurred in 2022 with over-demand on the grid. So it's a longer report, it's very technical, but there are various aspects of that report where they are clear that there are some scenarios where currently there would not be enough electricity. Okay, now here is what I call the newest X factor and why it's different this time around. And that is the potential for federal intervention. This White House has made it clear that energy reliability is a priority for them. Now, I understand that we probably shouldn't believe everything our president says. However, we should believe all the actions we've witnessed from the White House. So they're working on these orders. Now, this is an article that I put in the staff report that I believe is from just this September. But I need to take everyone back to April In April of this year, this administration issued 3 of their multitude of executive orders that apply to this scenario. Now, again, not just here, but across the country. So the first one was, and these are standing executive orders, by the way. The first one was called Reinvigorating America's Beautiful, Clean Coal Industry and amending Executive Order 14241, which essentially was to reverse a prior order to clean up the coal industry. The second order, these are all from April of this year. The second order is very self-explanatory from the White House, from the President's office. It's called Protecting American Energy from State Overreach. Now, I've read these orders. This order is pretty blatantly clear just by its title what their intention is. And then the third one was strengthening the reliability and security of the United States electric grid. In this order, they're actually not creating any new sets of rules. They're utilizing existing sets of rules that have been utilized by past administrations, but I would argue for better reasons than what is the intention here. But one of the things that they make clear in that executive order is they want to use these rules to identify which generation resources within a region are critical to system reliability, and where appropriate, prevent an identified resource in excess of 50 megawatts of nameplate capacity from leaving the bulk power system or converting the source of fuel of such generation resource if such conversion would result in a net reduction in accredited generating capacity as determined by the methodology, referring to the rules they're utilizing. These executive orders, like many of the others, these are not the distractions being put upon the American people. This is the serious stuff. This is the stuff that comes out of Project 2025. This is the working plan. This is the serious stuff. And this is why I am more concerned now than I was in the last 2 rounds where the state was the only X factor we had to contend with. Now we have the White House to contend with. So I'm asking you to, on these issues, I believe they mean what they say. Okay, so what does this mean if we go on to this transition plan? Well, of course it means the plant will stay open for at least 3 years after the closure date. So if you count 2026, which is the final year of the plant, we are looking at 4 years, and that's why the staff report states 4 years. It counts the final year. So to be realistic about what we're confronting, I also want to be fair, because GenOn in this power plant is not the only, they're part of our industrial base. They're not the only actors in Oxnard and in the region. So as you can see in this chart, over the last 5 years, they've actually decreased significantly the number of times they've had to turn on. And again, to be fair, they don't even show up in our county's air pollution control district on the urgency watch list, or even on the intermediate urgency watch list. Now, there are a lot of other people, corporations and entities, including us, that show up on this list. It's a sewer plant. It's always going to be on the list. But there are a lot of other entities producing a lot more varieties of pollutants that the Air Pollution Control District is paying much closer attention to. That's just a reality. Doesn't mean you have to like anyone, it's just a reality. And then why battery storage? Couple of things. First of all, it is fast becoming a component of a clean energy future across the country and across the globe. They will be built wherever they can easiestly, I'm making up a word, easiestly, it sounds right, plug into the grid. Now, think about this. What community and what neighborhood and what planning commission is going to allow these things to be, these new interchanges to be built in our neighborhoods? You know that's not going to happen. But the grid exists where it is across the entire state and across the whole country. But we have our grid, and there's a lot of interconnection also with our neighboring states, and that's also part of the electricity reliability program that the state has to evaluate. It's not just what California has, it's also what Arizona and Nevada and Oregon have, because in some major events, we have to import from them and vice versa. So these things are going to be built, and they're going to be built where these interchanges physically exist. So here's the other thing that I believe is simply on the horizon, is that this will become a mandate. This will become a mandate, which means cities won't be able to say no. Now, that is not a stretch. Many of you have been involved in recent state mandates about ADUs, accessory dwelling units. And in the state's effort to find a shortcut to address the housing crisis, they have passed a series of laws that basically now require that cities allow by right. In other words, we can't say no. So anyone here who has a property, who has some room in your yard, your front yard, well, maybe not your front yard, I hope, but your backyard and your sidewalk, and you want to plop down a one bedroom, two bedroom, depending on the size of your property, you want to plop down housing that you can use for your family or rent out. We as a city, and this goes across the state, it's not just Oxnard's, cities can't say no, even if we are concerned about parking, about traffic congestion, about water usage, about anything. We can't say no. The state has overruled local control on this issue. This did not happen very long ago. And I foresee that this is also going to become a mandate. Because where there's an interchange on the state's electric grid, the state needs battery supply. It's very straightforward. I don't know when it's going to happen, but I would not be shocked. I would not even be surprised that that happens sooner than later. And then back to the Federal Energy Regulation Commission, FERC, the feds. In their executive orders, and I hope people, well, I don't know who wants to read it, but I hope you might take time to read these. They might do that too. Because when they are working to undo state overreach, it's not on our behalf. It's not going to be on our behalf. It's not going to be implemented to protect any of us. So understand that these possibilities that I'm pointing out, I'm not making them up out of thin air. There's precedent for this. There's evidence for this that show that this is where we're headed, whether we like it or not. So, this is a hedge. This proposal is a hedge. In the event that we are taken down this path, that we, again, get some good community investments out of it. If none of this, remember, if none of this happens, then it will close by the end of 2026. But if it does occur and we don't have an agreement with this corporation, then we will get nothing. Now, what is it that we get? I've heard some critique that we're just selling the community out for money. This is not just about money. Granted, it's a lot of money, but it's not about the dollars themselves. It is about what we could do with this investment. And I'm very specific about being clear that this is primarily for South Oxnard. So, two things. Towards the front end, up front, this corporation will privately invest $16 million for us to be able to create an independent, nonprofit legal aid organization that potentially, if we support it adequately going forward, although having a $15 million endowment is one heck of a way to start, unless somebody here knows Mackenzie Phillips. It's one heck of a way to start to have an independent, nonprofit legal aid that can fight for this community. And if we get through the process, because there's still a long process if this were to occur, and again, remember, this may not happen. So this is the hedge in the event that it does occur. Then we would get through the process an additional $29 million for a public facility serving South Oxnard to be determined in the future. And that would be led by whoever the council members are who represent the districts 5 and 6 in South Oxnard. Okay, so why a legal aid? Why a legal aid? Well, we have, as City Hall, we have been here for many years now, listening time after time to many of you come here and ask for help for many things, like rent control, like tenant protections and anti-harassment policies, or looking into laborers' wage theft, or working with unscrupulous landlords. And while we can pass ordinances and or resolutions, they only go so far. Fighting those fights requires legal representation. A city attorney's office, and this is not just Oxnard, this is everywhere in California, doesn't represent private citizens and private residents. It can only represent the government. So it's always been frustrating for me to listen to all the needs here and realize that there's actually nobody there to help on the legal front. Our government attorneys are not allowed to do it. The private bar association, for the most part, won't do it because there's no money in it. With rare exceptions, would a law firm take on a pro bono case? But our residents can't afford lawyers, and working lawyers can't afford or won't do it for free. This is where the nonprofit sector fills that gap. And this community does not, has not, and for the foreseeable future, most likely will not have such a nonprofit. And I offered the example of a nonprofit that I've worked with in the past, Centro Legal in the city of Oakland, California. And I hope people took the time to look at their website. They have a lot of good information. They are very transparent. So they have a tremendous practice with representing folks for immigration issues. They have a tremendous practice representing people on tenants' rights. They have a tremendous practice representing people for workers' rights and employment rights. And they also do affirmative litigation. This means it's not just defense. If this ever became a reality, they can also be here for the community and go on the offense. We don't have anything like this in Oxnard. Now, I understand the reasons why, that it's very difficult to stand up an organization like this and to fundraise for it and to sustain it and support it and to grow it. And getting this endowment, again, would be one heck of a head start. We would still have to support it and sustain it. But at least it would be real, it would exist, it would be available. Again, we've listened time and again about what the needs are in this community and that there are significant gaps that make it impossible to meet those needs. If this could happen, this would be a tremendous addition for the Oxnard community. This would be the first organization that can legally fight for our working families. We just don't have that now. So if you haven't taken the time to look at this organization, I hope you will do so soon. They do tremendous work. They've been around for, I think, more than half a century. They started in infancy. They were never provided a $15 million endowment to sustain themselves. They worked really hard. But they are now a powerhouse representing working people, immigrants in the Oakland community. And beyond, actually, throughout Alameda County. We simply do not have this here for our community. So in proposing this idea to hedge against what the state and the feds might do, there's also an opportunity, if that should happen, that at least we get these investments for our community. So I've already talked about the remaining funds for a public facility. That would come not on the very front end, but that would come later if this happens. Okay, so I want to reiterate that this is a long shot. This is actually a long shot. Even if the council were to approve it tonight, it doesn't mean it happens. There are a handful of state agencies. So there is, well, there's a big one, the SACWIS, which is the Statewide Advisory Committee on Cooling Water Intake Structure. So they take a pass at this. CAISO is the California Independent System Operators. They actually they're responsible for running the electric grid in California. So they are the operators, not the policymakers. At some point, they are going to be forced to make a public request an opinion about whether or not they believe there's sufficient backup electricity. None of these agencies have done this yet this time around. And of course, the California Public Utilities Commission and the State Water Board, the California Water Resources Control Board. All these folks have a hand in this. It's not just the Energy Commission. They are the policy branch in all of this. So it's still got to go through all that. So back to where we are. If we stay on the state's, if we do nothing and we just leave it on the state's schedule, which as is the rule of how it works and has occurred, they may extend. They do have the authority to extend. I understand everybody wants to fight that and many people think they won't. What I'm saying is we have no guarantees. So if they don't, in other words, if they stay on course, if all those other state agencies in the mix, the balance at the end of all those agencies weighing in, if the balance outcome is we can forego this electricity, then they won't extend and it'll shut down. It will shut down. And I want to remind everyone, we already have the funds in hand to dismantle it. So if that occurs, that party starts right after. However, if they do extend and we don't have this kind of an agreement, then we get guts. And we know what that means? Nada. We get zero. And don't forget the newest X factor, which was not in our faces for the last several iterations, which is the White House. And I'm telling you, they have 3 executive orders that they are working to implement. I'm going to believe the actions I've seen from the White House this year. I don't believe that those executive orders by design were just distractions. I actually think those are the executive orders that they were serious about working on, while we're chasing Epstein and fussing about the East Wing. So if we can be agreeable to this, then we have this in our back pocket as a hedge. I know that there's concern that this looks like I'm going to go lobby for it. I'm not going to lobby for this, so I have proposed language change in the agreement that talks about if it gets to the commissions and the committees and the hearings, I'm going to testify, but I don't want to stand on the sidelines completely, because if the state is going to do this at all, I want to be there to assure and ensure that there's a date certain closure that is final. that they don't do this and still have an extension next time around. I need to assure that if this were to happen, that it is final. And that's the whole point of this. Hedge our bets, try to take it, if they're gonna do it, take it off the extension route and put it on a permanent closure route. And in the meantime, get these once-in-a-lifetime investments for, specifically for South Oxnard, but for the broader Oxnard community. I cannot stress enough how important and how long-lasting it would be for Oxnard to have this independent, nonprofit legal aid to represent our working families in the areas of immigration, housing rights, and employment rights, and to be able to take on affirmative litigation cases. And if you actually took the time to read the staff report, I outlined the framework in there, and I stressed how important it is that such an organization be independent. I outlined that elected officials could not serve on their board of directors, and I made it clear that if they should need to sue any of us government entities, that they could. Meaning that if it comes to life, they're allowed to sue the city if for some reason in the future that seems to be necessary to protect the community. Oxnard has never had this kind of an organization. Again, I understand why. So I see this opportunity, if it's going to happen, that this is what we get in return. And again, it may not happen, but it may. So I want to, Diego, can you bring up the 2 slides from a former council meeting, please? I want to remind everybody about the other power plant. So these are slides that we used before. This is the Mandalay power plant. And it's still there. This is on the north end of Oxnard. It's still there. And there was, now, I wasn't here when this happened. I kind of wish I were. And I know that Monday morning quarterbacking and hindsight is 20/20. I get it. But I have to point out some obvious things here. This plant is still here. Now, how nobody asked the question, hey, what's this thing connected to this plant? This thing we call a canal, and what's at the other end? And what might happen? Well, we didn't have that public debate. So in the rush to close down this power plant, we've created another environmental crisis in the harbor. And in fact, I think the first full summer after that, we had an algae bloom. Is it algae or algae? Algae. We had an algae bloom in the harbor. Again, this was a while ago, but we have 2 power plants. We shut one down, and in the process, we created a different environmental issue. I know this was a while ago, but I scratched my head and I said, why didn't we shut down the one in South Oxnard? And we would still have 1 closed power plant, but no water crisis in the harbor. And it would have given us time to try to figure out how to do this one without causing the water crisis. So I raised this not merely out of frustration, but I just want to ask everyone, pull back, look at the big picture, think about the long-term consequences. Because we missed it here. We missed it here. When this occurred, again, I get it, looking backwards it's easy, but wishful thinking should have shut down the Ormond plant and then bought time to figure out how to shut down Mandalay without causing the water crisis. Wishful thinking. But important to zoom out, look at the big picture, think long-term. So on the language change, the current, this is section 3, the current language states that if this is approved here, that the city shall provide affirmative support for the transition plan of the Ormond Beach generating station units to a new energy resource, including thermal operations extension in all regulatory proceedings, SACWIS, CEC, SLC, CPUC, CAISO, and with the governor's office. So my proposed change is now it reads, the city and GenOn shall coordinate to implement the transition plan of the Ormond Beach generating station units to a new energy resource, including thermal operations extension in all regulatory proceedings, SACWIS, CEC, SLC, CPUC, CAISO, and with the governor's office. And then this is also the new language. So there's a change about we're removing providing affirmative support and replacing that with coordinate, but we're adding at the end there, in order to ensure the state of California affirms a date certain closure of the Ormond Beach generating station. So that's the change, and I think we have a few copies up here. So that's the change I would propose if we go down this path at all. So again, this may happen, this may not happen. It's a long shot, but if it happens, at least we get this for our community. And the thing that we get isn't just a bundle of cash. It's an investment to create an organization that will serve our community for generations to come. If we succeed at it, if we can succeed at supporting this independent nonprofit legal aid, it'll be here longer than this power plant was ever here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank you, Alex, very much. Yeah, go ahead.
I just have a request. We passed Measure M for a reason. And the reason why we passed Measure M was to pre-record presentations so that staff's function is primarily to answer questions. One of the reasons why we did that is because before Measure M, the presentations were so long and occupied so much time that people couldn't stay late into the meeting to give their remarks. And we're guaranteeing them 3 minutes each because of Measure M. I've never seen such a blatant disregard as I've seen tonight for this ordinance that the voters adopted and needs to be enforced. I thought that this was completely unreasonable. I let you speak for the entire time. Your brief summary was, what, 45 minutes? This is just crazy. So we should never, ever let this happen again.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would like to quote from the case of City of Oxnard versus Starr, 88 Calap 5th, 313327. Nothing in Measure M prohibits full staff presentations at meetings, notwithstanding pre-recorded presentations. So I disagree, and this is the appellate court that made that ruling.
Thank you for that. This is such a paramount issue, and I appreciate the comprehensive presentation before we comment and also go into public comment, just so that we all very clearly and profoundly understand this deep issue that we all are here because we care so much about So I appreciate the passion in the delivery of this presentation. I hope that informed many of you on the research and analysis that has been done to further the discussion that we're going to have. At this point, I'll just move for any comments that or questions we want to ask of Mr. Nguyen before we go to public comment. Any comment? Okay, then we'll move straight to public comments. We will start with our first speaker is CC Tai. She's online. She's been waiting there for, like many of you, many hours.
Cece, if you can press star 6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for your time. My name is Cece, and I'm a high school student attending Pacifica High School. I'm also a resident of Oxnard's Council District 2. I'm here on behalf of high school students to beseech the Oxnard City Council to renegotiate this deal. During this time, my peers and I agree that we are losing trust in our governments, not just youth, but adults too. We expect the city to make beneficial decisions to Oxnard residents. By extending the deal's power plant, you will destroy the trust that community has given to you, including the youth. We have worked hard to make sure this power plant shuts down by 2026. You are going against your own resolution. The council renegotiating this deal is important to me because the city of Oxnard is my future. I don't want to live near a power plant that is poisoning my community and cutting coastal access. I'm asking you to reconsider this deal to remove the Ormond Beach power plant for good. No more extensions. When negotiating, please take into consideration the youth of Oxnard because our voice is the future in this city. Oxnard residents deserve to see improvements in the city, and we deserve to see real changes, and that the city council can lead us into a brighter future where the environmental justice does not exist in our community, especially after decades of it in our history. Oxnard youth deserve to live in a community where their voices are heard and their health is prioritized. I ask the council to listen to the people and renegotiate this deal and remove the power plant completely. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Cece. We'll now move to Jessica Vasquez, also joining us virtually.
Jessica, if you can press star 6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
She's in the audience. Oh, no? Oh.
Ms. Vasquez.
That's one of us.
Sorry.
Sorry.
It's all right.
Jessica Vasquez, you have 3 minutes starting now. Press star 6 to unmute.
Maybe we can just come back to her, Madam Clerk. We'll go to Arthur Valenzuela. Thank you, Arthur. And then following Arthur, we'll go to Eric Watts.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Arthur Valenzuela. I'm coming here to ask that I'm coming here tonight to ask that you get a chance to get more community input on this deal that was, I guess, negotiated between staff and GenOn. I think it's very important, as you see the council is filled tonight, like the number of folks who want to put input onto this deal. And from what it sounds like that, you know, there's a lot in the air, but I think it's very important when making these big multi-million-dollar decisions that you have folks from the community have a say in what's going on before making this deal. I don't know if it will make a difference if this was postponed another 2 months or so before. I don't know if GenOn will just automatically pull out of it, but I think it's a good community policy to get community input. Thank you.
Thank you, Arthur. Eric Watts. And Mr. Watts, you're going to be followed by Tom Daicioli.
Great, thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Eric Watts. I'm the CEO of GenOn, the parent company of Ormond Beach Generating Station. Thanks for the opportunity again to speak today in support of the transition plan. Let me start by emphasizing a few things. This responsible transition plan is based on a long history of agreements between us and the city and a collaborative effort between GenOn and the city that provides reliable energy bridge. As Alex pointed out, a date-certain closure and demolition of the Ormond Beach Generating Station, and as well allows us to pursue the development of a high-tech clean energy storage project, not to mention the tremendous generational benefits for the community. They mentioned the $45 million investment in the Legal Aid Foundation and social infrastructure. That also allows us to pursue the development of a battery storage project and a long-duration energy storage project, of which don't exist in the state as it stands right now. That allows us to help the state meet its clean energy goals, creates a lot of jobs in the area, not to mention a tremendous tax revenue base from the facility. One thing that wasn't talked a lot about in the presentation that this also allows us to do is we own 60 acres of beachfront in Ormond Beach, and that land would be donated to the city. So the coastal access that we've heard here, and we intend to restore it to the wetlands original state. Most importantly, and it was pointed out, doing all of this allows the guarantee of date certain closure, zero risk of future extensions, and that puts a exclamation on all of this. I would say with those benefits, you also have a power plant that sits in emergency status for the state, providing that very real life-saving benefit should there be blackout situations. So on that, let me give a little background, a little color. Ormond Beach doesn't operate like it has in the past, rather now is a state-mandated emergency resource under the State Reliability Reserve, which means we only get dispatched in extreme emergency situations like wildfires, droughts, extreme heat waves, and at times that does mean providing life-saving energy and protecting the grid from blackouts. While the way it sits in that state, it does not run like it used to, as I mentioned. So its environmental impact is small. I think Alex had a slide up there that mentioned that. I think according to the most recent Air Resources Board information, Ormond contributes like less than 0.2% of the CO2 and NOx in all of Ventura County.
Thanks, Mr. Watts.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate the consideration.
We'll move to Tom Diccioli. It's Diccioli.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, city officials, and community. I express my regard and respect for your character to review the matter with our community tonight. As originally stated, this is contingent on agencies determining further operations are required. I am Tom Diccioli, Plant Manager for GenOn Ormond Beach. I want to state facts, not fiction, regarding the power plant. The plant does operate, ensuring responsible, safe, fully compliant performance. Now serves, as Mr. Watts has stated, it serves as a critical emergency electric power supplier. Our team is skilled, highly competent. Our team comprised of your neighbors, your relatives, your friends. They consist of professionals, skilled trades, union and non. With the community-centered commitments already in place, including plant demo, land restoration, nature redevelopment, there can be more community-focused investment as stated tonight. GenOn Ormond Beach is a proud team, proud of the service they provide and proud of representing our community. I'm proud of them all. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Go to Alex Montanona. And Alex will be followed by Aurora. Thank you, Alex.
Good evening, Council. I'm an environmental justice policy advocate with CAUSE, and today we're coming together to discuss two big decisions that are going to have significant impact on the city. And, let's just jump into M1 real quick. Now, the proposal the city is suggesting on the surface is not a bad deal. But let's start picking apart and see the flaws in it. So first, start with the likelihood of OBGS being extended. The extension would put the state on the line for about $624 million if they keep the same price for the lease per month. The state itself is in a budget deficit, so it's not going to be fiscally responsible. Now, do we think that the state is going to renew a plant that hasn't been turned on in over a year? It underperforms when it turns on and has been rendered obsolete by emerging technologies? Probably not. And then we can take some of the conjecture out because, as Alex mentioned earlier, we had a call with the California Energy Commission last night. Some of you were on it. He essentially indicated that if the state was planning to continue to run the plant, there'd be a lot of movement going on in the different state agencies, and he believes it's not going to happen. Now, another fundamental flaw in the deal is a lack of community input. So the decision to transition to battery storage is one that's going to affect Oxnard for decades. And such a monumental decision definitely needs more community input. So we want to make sure that everyone that's going to be affected by it, so whether that's community leaders, residents, the labor groups, the workers at the plant, and even the corporation that owns it, they need to be together to make sure we have a just transition to a renewable energy system. Now, I do also want to address the comments about if the state extends without us, having any say in it. Now, if you were tracking this, obviously the city manager has made some great deals before on the lease extensions in 2020 and 2022. We got $37 million after interest for park restoration, wetland restoration. But community groups also have been fighting, and at the State Lands Commission November 7th, we were able to secure an extra $14 million for deconstruction, plus $1.5 million for a community air project. So we do have some say in that decision. And lastly, there's a specter of fear about the federal government, and it's a real fear, right? Trump is an idiot, and he's trying to drag us backwards. So what I say to that is don't comply to that fear. Don't comply in advance. We have a much better president once said, we don't negotiate out of fear, and we don't fear to negotiate. So let's try to renegotiate this deal. Let's propose and say, we don't get another extension. Let's host a town hall in February and bring community together. Thank you.
Thank you. Aurora?
Hello, council members. My name is Aurora. I'm a policy advocate with CAUSE. I'm here urging you to renegotiate this agreement. I want to touch on two very important pieces. One, earlier this year, the City Council unanimously passed a resolution that's a signal to state agencies with decision-making power over this power plant that the City of Oxnard, the City Council, is in opposition to a third extension for the operation of the power plant beyond its scheduled retirement date of December 26th. However, this agreement here tonight goes back on your word as City Council to the people you represent. Youth and community members have been organizing to make sure that all state agencies are aligned to retire this obsolete power plant by 2026. The community has shown their commitment and interest to be a part of critical decisions like this agreement coming forward to the council. It is unacceptable that this item is coming forward for a vote when no residents have been informed of this agreement. And workers at the power plant and community members have not been given the opportunity to have an open dialogue around this agreement and what it means to have a just transition in Oxnard and specifically in South Oxnard. In the city's general plan, it lists goal SC1, awareness of environmental justice, where the city is directed to incorporate environmental justice within city planning and projects. Moving forward with this agreement tonight betrays that commitment. Tonight, you will hear from youth, young adults, and community members who have been advocating for this power plant to be retired. They have mobilized, they have created a petition and gathered over 130 signatures to show that Oxnard wants this power plant to be retired. Community should be at the forefront of this deal, and you have a responsibility as City Council to honor the residents of Oxnard who have elected you to those positions. Do not move forward with this agreement unless it is renegotiated and a town hall comes forward in February where community members can ask questions and influence the decisions that are aligned with this agreement. Do the right thing, renegotiate this deal, and ensure that community voices are a part of this. Do what's right by South Oxnard.
Thank you, Aurora. We'll go to Maria Huipalcalco. I'm sorry, miss, if I'm mispronouncing that. And then following you, Maria, you're gonna be, it's gonna be Lucia Marquez.
Buenas tardes, concejales. Mi nombre es Urbano Meneses y mi esposa es María Huepalcalco.
Ahorita viene un intérprete, ¿ok?
Buenas noches. ¿Usted va a hablar, querido? ¿Ella habla al micrófono?
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es...
Good evening,
Buenas tardes, concejales. Mi nombre es Urbano
council
Meneses
members. I'm Urbano Meneses.
y mi esposa es María Huepalcalco.
My wife is Maria Huepalcalco.
Nosotros vivimos aquí en Oxnard, en el Distrito 6.
We live in Oxnard here in District 6.
Les pido que negocien de nuevo el contrato con la planta
I am asking you to negotiate again the contract with the electric plant
eléctrica
without any other inspection.
La planta eléctrica ya toma mucho dinero del Estado.
The electric plant is getting a lot of money from the state.
13 millones al mes
13 million per month
para operar.
to operate.
Ellos quieren extender esto por 3 años más
They want to extend this 3 more years
y ganar mucho dinero
and get a lot of money
por 3 años.
for 3 more years.
A cambio de este plan le daría a la ciudad 45 millones de
In
dólares.
exchange for this, the city would get $45 million.
Si aceptamos este contrato,
If we do accept this contract,
estamos intercambiando 3 años más de extensión.
we are exchanging 3 more years of an extension for this site,
De baterías
for the battery site,
por el impacto de otras inspecciones en el distrito.
because of the impact of other inspections in the district, in District 6.
Esto es muy dañino,
This is very harmful
ya que la restauración del medio ambiente y de
because restoring the environment and the beach
se demorará ni 3 años ni 3 meses.
would not be delayed 3 years or 3 months, would be many years.
¿Cuántas generaciones más van a ser impactadas por esta decisión que ustedes tomen ahora?
How many more generations are going to be impacted by the decision to make today?
Piensen en las generaciones del futuro, no solo ahora.
Think about our future generations, not just now. And for the council's information, the public that is speaking and hearing Spanish is hearing it directly through our simultaneous interpreter in the booth, both live and in-house.
Thank you.
That's why we requested no other microphone
Thank you.
at the podium. Thank you. I support the renegotiation of this contract without the need for another extension. I am with cause and I support them in this issue. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Thank you. Was that the Lucia Marquez? Is that both? Okay. Then we'll go to Angela Whitecomb. I'm sorry, Lucia, I apologize.
Yes.
Okay.
It's okay. I didn't hear my name called.
Thank
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Lucia Marquez. I'm the Policy Director with CAUSE. What's being recommended tonight does not align with the commitments this council has made. As mentioned previously, this council voted unanimously to oppose future extensions of the Ormond Beach Power Plant. We have worked tirelessly with Oxnard community members to position our city to finally see this power plant retired by its deadline. This staff report in the presentation paints a false picture that an extension is inevitable. Although the CEC is just one agency in the decision-making process, they are the agency that determines if the energy from this power plant is needed, and they're saying that it's not. They're saying that an extension is not expected, and they advise the rest of the state agencies that make a decision here. So although they're just one, they play a heavy hand in the decision that's coming. So why is the city now positioning itself to ask the state for another extension for 3 more years? The item before you doesn't just explore a transition to battery storage. The recommendation explicitly positions staff to have an approval of a 3-year extension through the state. I heard the edits to the language where the city will coordinate for this transition plan to move forward. That includes a 3-year extension, going to all of the regulatory proceedings with SACWIS, CEC, State Lands Commission, CPUC, CAISO, and the governor's office. That edit is not enough. It still puts the city in the position with legally binding language that commits Oxnard to help an extension move forward at the state level, even though they're saying an extension is not needed. And this commits you in a position that you have publicly rejected just months ago. I know some of you see this agreement as a backup plan because you feel like you don't have control over what the state or the federal government might do, but preparing for the worst by formally supporting an extension is how the worst case scenario becomes possible. The minute the city signs a contract promising coordination on this extension, it's helping create the conditions for one. That sets a precedent that the community has spent decades fighting to prevent. Oxnard is strongest when the community and the council move together. We've seen this when we fought side by side to stop Wenthe from being proposed and built here in Oxnard. The question I have for you tonight is whether you're going to continue to fight to shut down this power plant with us, or if you're going to back up on your commitments by becoming GenOn's biggest cheerleader to secure them another extension. Renegotiate this contract, take the power plant extension off the table.
Thank you, Lucia. Angela Whitecomb. Thank you, Angela.
I'm just going to state the obvious. What happens when a lithium battery gets wet? They explode. It's toxic. You're going to put lithium-ion batteries next to a fragile wetland in the city of Oxnard. Just the common sense here doesn't add up to me. I totally support what Mr. Nguyen is saying and the needs that we have in South Oxnard and the importance of having what he's proposing. We need that, but at what cost? And are we willing to gamble all of this on a what if? It doesn't add up to me. And I just think that our environment and our population is way too important to take this risk. I just say it needs to go at the very least to a town hall meeting where everybody gets a say and all the questions are asked and we have the answers, because right now we don't. We just have what ifs and a lot of fear because we live in a very scary time. But we cannot let that fear dictate our future. We need to be stronger than that, and we need to stand up to the White House and take our country back. Thank you.
Thanks, Angela. We'll now go to a virtual speaker ending 6264. Madam Clerk, can we go to a virtual speaker ending in 6264?
Yes. I'm sorry, Mayor, what was the last 4 digits?
626, sorry, the number is 6264.
Okay, virtual caller ending in 6264. Please press star 6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
Hi. Thank you. Hello, City Council. My name is Bill Hickman with the Surfrider Foundation. I'm here to urge you to renegotiate the proposal without another extension for the power plant. The Surfrider Foundation strongly supports the closure of once-through cooling power plants as soon as possible. Once-through cooling power plants are on the state's mandatory closure list, primarily due to the antiquated technology that acts as a meat grinder of ocean marine life. The meat grinder of ocean marine life analogy comes directly from your meeting agenda tonight. Along with that, Surfrider supports cause and others who think a better deal is possible. A deal that would allow responsible clean energy development with community benefits for South Oxnard without an unnecessary extension of a dirty old power plant. If the city would like to move forward with the battery project, it should not be at the expense of another extension for the OBGS. Please renegotiate the deal to ensure the power plant finally closes at the end of 2026. Any battery project puts the community at the forefront of the decision-making process. And please host a public town hall in February. Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Absolutely. Thank you for calling in. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to share for members of the public who are here, the discussion that was just happening between the council members and the mayor and I was just regarding the number of speakers we have. I believe we have gone to 8 and we have 30 speakers remaining. So that was the conversation that was happening up here, just for full transparency.
Yeah. Thank you for that. We will go back to Jessica Vasquez, who I'm told by her clerk that she's back on the line.
Jessica Vasquez, if you can press star 6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now. Jessica Vasquez? Mayor, we'll have to come back to Jessica Vasquez at a later time.
Thank you. We will move to Fatima Agredano, if she's here. Then Fatima, you'll be followed by Sandy Hernandez.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fatima, and I've been an Oxnard resident my entire life, which is 20 years. I'm a student at Oxnard College and a young adult leader with Cause, and I've been working on the Ormond Beach power plant shutdown effort since last year. I've consistently attended city council meetings, state lands commission meetings, and I had to reach out to my community to share and inform about the Ormond Beach power plant. OBGS is a clear example of what happens when profit is prioritized over people. Tonight, that's exactly what this item represents. A decision on whether to make a deal with GenOn to extend this toxic plant until 2029 in exchange for profit. I'm asking you directly to vote no on this deal and to renegotiate so it doesn't get an extension. Do not make a deal that keeps polluting our community. Do not trade our health and our coastal access for a check. I understand that the City Council faces difficult decisions, including tonight. That's not saying no to money and that saying no to money and a potential short-term benefit isn't easy. But at what point does money outweigh people's health and life? Years from now, when you look back at the decision you made and the consequences they had on our city, I want you to remember that tonight you had a choice to remove a toxic industry, sooner rather than later. From our coast for the well-being of this community. How many times will this city choose industry over its own residents? Our community is losing trust. Many people don't believe in city council anymore or what it could represent for our future. But you have the power to change that. Do you want this community to trust you again? You have the opportunity to set a new standard, one that other cities can look to as an example of real progress and meaningful change. I believe in what city council can be, and I want to be proud of our local elected officials, don't you? Renegotiate this deal to center community. And lastly, I want to remind the city of the promise it made and that Stansik took earlier this year. Please honor that commitment. Thank you.
Thank you, Fatima. We'll go to Sandy Hernandez.
Hello, City Council. My name is Sandy Hernandez. I am a District 6 resident, and I'm here to read my friend Yudi's comments since she wasn't able to attend. Hello, City Council. My name is Yudiana de Miguel. I live in District 6, right next to the Ormond Beach Power Plant, and I am asking you to renegotiate this proposal without allowing another extension. For those who don't live near OBGS, it's hard to understand what a daily life is actually like. The random explosive booms that come from the plant hit us in the morning, afternoons, evenings, and even in the middle of the night. They jolt you awake. They shake our walls, and over time, the community has been told to get used to it, as if it's normal. But it's not normal. It's a constant source of stress, fear, and anxiety. It should not be treated an acceptable side effect living in South Oxnard. South Oxnard has already lived for decades with pollution, noise, and health risks from this plant. And the city's own general plan commits to environmental justice, meaning residents must be included in decisions that affect their health and safety. But this proposal was created with no real community involvement, and pushing it forward now would repeal the same pattern of ignoring the neighborhoods that are most impacted. It continues a history of South Oxnard being treated as an afterthought instead of a community that deserves protection, transparency, and respect. It is also important to be honest about the reality. The state of California is already planning to shut this plant by the end of 2026. The once-through cooling policy requires plants using outdated cooling technology like OBGS to retire as soon as possible. The state agencies have already aligned around closure. Given the rise of renewable grid upgrades and better battery storage options statewide, the state has little reason to fund another expensive extension. So extending this plan isn't just harmful, it's unnecessary and unlikely to even be approved at the state level. If Oxnard wants to consider a battery storage project, let's do it the right way. This means a public town hall February so residents can ask questions about safety, site selection, and long-term impacts. A community working group that includes South Oxnard residents, labor, and local organizations. Transparent negotiations where community benefits are shaped by the people who will live closest to the project. We also cannot ignore that OGS has blocked for years progress on the restoration of Ormond Beach, one of California's most important wetlands and crucial nature buffers against flooding. Keeping this plant open any longer delays the restoration and continues to divide fragile habitat. Our coastline is not a bargaining chip. Our community is not disposable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll go to Jocelyn Corona. Jocelyn?
So Mayor Jocelyn Corona is joining us virtually. So Jocelyn, if you can press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
Hello.
Yes, you can start.
Good afternoon, Oxnard City Council. My name is Jocelyn Corona. I'm a student at Channel Islands High School, an Oxnard resident, and a youth leader with Cause. Today I'm here to urge you to renegotiate the proposal without allowing another extension for the Ormond Beach Power Plant. As a young person growing up here in South Oxnard, I see every day the impacts of our environmental injustice, living next to polluting industries. Battery storages do not have to come at the expense of keeping a polluting power plant alive, especially one that kills our marine life and negatively impacts the health and coastal access of Oxnard residents for decades. We need a public town hall in February to learn about battery storage and discuss our community's energy needs. We need a process that centers Oxnard residents because we are the ones living with the consequences of this plant, and some of us even work there. I urge you to stand with us and prioritize the community, we who live and work here. Once again, please renegotiate the proposal and set up a public town hall in February. Thank you.
Thank you, Jocelyn. We'll go to Joan Tharp. And Joan, you'll be followed by Primitiva Hernandez.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and staff. My name is Joan Tharp. I'm a Port Hueneme resident and a volunteer supporting the restoration and preservation of Ormond Beach. I heard the reasons Mr. Nguyen has for supporting the proposed plan to transition the Ormond Beach generating station to a battery storage facility, but it is a 4-year extension, 3-year extension for the power plant. This is in conflict with the city's commitment to ensure the plant's timely retirement as stated in the resolution you passed in April 2025. On January 16th, 2025, a fire broke out at Vista's 300 megawatt battery storage facility in Moss Landing, damaging more than half of its lithium ion modules. The fire burned for 2 days and flared up again a month later. Placing a similar large-scale lithium battery facility at Ormond Beach would be the wrong choice, environmentally, socially, and for public safety. First, Ormond Beach is one of Southern California's most sensitive and biologically rich wetlands, home to endangered species like the western snowy plover and the California least tern. After decades of restoration work, introducing an industrial facility with fire, chemical, and contamination risk threatens irreversible harm. A single thermal runaway event, spill, or contaminated runoff could devastate the wetlands. Second, the surrounding Oxnard community is already overburdened by industrial uses and pollution. Citing a high-risk facility here continues a pattern of environmental injustice. Many of us support renewable energy, but not at the expense of a vulnerable neighborhood, especially when less sensitive locations do exist. No amount of community funding can offset the consequences of a major fire. Third, public safety risks are significant. Large battery systems have experienced difficult-to-control fires nationwide, often requiring evacuations. Ormond Beach is close to homes, schools, recreation areas with limited evacuation routes. Even low probability events with high consequences demand caution. Finally, this project conflicts with the long-standing community vision, a restored coastal ecosystem, expanded public access, and the removal of remaining industrial hazards. Renewable energy storage is vital, but placing a lithium battery facility at Ormond Beach is the wrong project in the wrong place. It threatens an irreplaceable ecosystem, adds to existing inequities, and introduces avoidable safety risks. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Tharp. Primitiva, thank you. You'll be followed by Claudia G.
Good evening, Mayor and rest of the City Council. This feels like deja vu for me and my son. We've been out in the community since 9 a.m. today at the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors to speak against a very similar action and a very similar way of an elected office to respond to federal attacks. On that situation, it was a plan transferring undocumented patients out of public health due to the fear of losing funding from the federal government. When there is an injunction in place, it's great to have a plan, but you don't need to take action as of October 7 when they wanted to do that. What I'm hearing here is that there's threats from the federal government, like there are in many different areas. It's good to have a plan, but do we need to make a decision tonight? Otherwise, we miss on that funding. And also, what is the cost of the health implications to a community that I'm hearing is speaking against this item, 43 or 40 something million dollars at the expense of their health? Is that what this city stands for? Those are all questions that you need to be asking. Similar in Santa Barbara County, there was no community input, and they greatly regretted that when the community spoke out against this. Putting this on the table when there hasn't been community engagement is not a good way to govern, not in these times when we're facing so many threats from so many directions, federal, state, local, and the way you respond at the local level has a great impact. It makes your community feel heard and that you are taking actions that are in their best interest. Legal aid would be amazing. We're not gonna lie, we were having conversations about how nice that would be, but saying that this community isn't able to bring that to fruition through alternative ways is putting down a community that has shown otherwise, that they are able to support each other. So legal aid is necessary, but I'm sure there's alternative ways to bring forth those services that are much needed. And lastly, I'm just going to say that having that forum would allow the community members to voice their opinions and to think creatively on how to respond to all these different threats that we're seeing from multiple sections, and have a community-based approach to this very concerning problem that we're facing. Thank you.
I appreciate it, Prometeo. Thank you. Claudia G., followed by Sarah.
Mayor, if we can just pause for,
Yes, of course.
we're having some Zoom issues.
Okay.
I think we're back on now.
Recording in progress.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I apologize, Claudia. Go ahead. Your time starts now.
Thank you. I just wanted to start off by saying I wasn't a fan of not letting the person speak in Spanish and have it translated because that issue didn't make sense to me. That person's here and I want to hear directly from them into the mic. So if that's something that could be fixed next time, I think they're coming here to use their voice and we want to make sure that we hear them.
We offered them the mic. That's why we took it out, but I think they elected not to use it for whatever reason. But we offered them the microphone.
Okay. I just wanted to point that out, but thank you.
You're welcome.
I support the renegotiation of this contract at the, and I support what Cause is saying, that you should listen to the community and have that town hall meeting. The issues affect those who live there and those voices should be heard. Thank you.
Yeah.
Claudia, I apologize.
Let's pause the meeting.
I think we're having a problem with Zoom.
Can you say that again? Sorry.
All right. We get more time, right?
Yeah.
Recording in progress.
Okay. I stated that I support the renegotiation of the contract, and I stand with Cause on their stance with the issue that you guys need to make sure that you hear the community and host that town hall. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia, for bearing with us. Thank you.
Mayor, I know we have a lot of speakers, but given that there are some who are on Zoom and signed up that way, and it's published on the agenda that is one way to participate, I'm going to ask that we take maybe just 90 seconds to ensure that everything's set here.
Mayor and council members, yes, if we can just take a few minutes. We are experiencing some Zoom issues.
Give a break. Sure. Let's take a 5-minute break if that's okay. Thank you. I appreciate your patience. Thank you. Just want to call the meeting back to order. And the first thing we're going to do is see if I can entertain a motion here to extend past 10 o'clock, given we have an additional 20 plus speakers. Is there a motion to go past 10 o'clock?
So moved.
A second?
I will second.
Okay. Madam Clerk, call for the vote.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Aye.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua? Yes. Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilwoman Perez?
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes,
And the motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
thank you. We'll resume with public comment. Sarah Wilczewski. And then Sarah, you'll be followed by Lori Esquias.
Good evening, Mayor MacArthur, City Council, City staff. My name is Sarah Wilczewski, and I am here as part of 805 and DocuFund, and as a resident of Oxnard. I have read the associated material with the agenda item and watched the video, and frankly, I am still a bit unsure. While the funding could do a lot for the community, I'm concerned about the lack of community involvement in discussions and unclear environmental impact. I'm not sure the benefits outweigh the costs. I saw one sentence about air quality, and that does not tell me enough about the impact this power plant has in South Oxnard and the environment to really tell what the cost of this will be. Environmental justice impacts everyone, regardless of race, color, national origin, or income. And in the general plan, the city set forward a goal to incorporate environmental justice into planning, policies, programs, and operations. The lack of community input into this item extends the history of environmental racism and injustice in South Oxnard. And any new energy project should include rigorous environmental studies, meet the highest standards of safety and environmental impact, and be informed by the community. As the city manager said, this is a long shot that the power plant will be renewed. The state extension is unlikely, as they have a policy to retire power plants like OBGS as soon as possible. You voted not to extend the power plant in April. Restoring the coastal access and wetlands has many physical and mental health impacts and will be very beneficial to the community. We urge you to renegotiate this proposal without inviting another extension. Host a town hall in February where everyone can learn more about the battery storage sites and energy needs of South Oxnard. Let's invite the community into this discussion. Create a community working group. Give South Oxnard a voice in these discussions. The community in the future deserves discussion that lasts more than 3 minutes at a time. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Lori? Okay, thank you. Then we will move on to Joseph. And then Joseph, you'll be followed by Cesar Campos. Thank you.
My name is Joseph Dubtinsky Jr. I'm a resident of Camarillo. I can't help but feel like we're being bribed to take this contract as it is right now because there has been no community input that's been given to it. And I would highly suggest that the community that will be affected is able to give input in addition to what we're hearing here tonight. In addition to the feeling like we're being bribed to help GenOn move on from being a power plant person or power plant corporation to being a battery service place, it is a very bad idea to put a battery storage near the ocean. It's not just if it gets wet, it is inevitable that the seas are going to rise, and it's going to be a problem along the entire coastline with Oxnard. If there's a battery storage there, it might be easy to plug in right now, but if it goes up in a lithium fire of smoke, then we've got nothing for the investment that has been put in, that will be put in to put that there. So battery storage is a great idea. Put it elsewhere. Put it well far away from the ocean. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. Caesar? And Caesar, after you, we'll call up Melissa Munoz.
Good evening, Mayor MacArthur and council members. My name is Cesar Campos, and I'm an Oxnard College student and a city resident. I'm also a job leader with Climate First, replacing oil and gas, or otherwise known as CFROC, and I'm a dedicated community member. I want to express my perspective regarding item N1 for the Ormond Beach Generation Station proposal to seek a 4-year lease extension in exchange for a $45 million in funding for a community benefits and the development of a battery storage facility. While I support the idea of the battery storage to help smooth our transition from fossil fuels to green energy, which is critical because we pursue these developments in a way that meaningfully engages the community. But also, in a world where climate change challenges and disasters are becoming more intense and more frequent, we need to accelerate our efforts to shift to sustainable energy. And we need to do that in a manner that is led by environmental justice principles. I also strongly disagree with a 4-year extension of this list. Approving the extension will allow the company, Genon, to continue polluting our environment as well as harming our community. I want to recall that the company behind everything has a history of being a bad neighbor. For example, in 2022 heatwave, the 2022 heatwave led the plant to operate to its full capacity. However, it failed to produce enough energy during the high demand hours, yet releasing 30 times more pollution on that same day, thus showing this insufficiency of the power plant to meet the demands of the city. It wasn't until this year when the community and state started applying pressure on Genon that they decided to try and be a good neighbor. Our community and our cultural environment should have been the subject to all the damages and implications this facility can pose over us. Therefore, I ask you to renegotiate this proposal, conduct a further community engagement and outreach, and establish a community oversight committee to increase community leadership and ownership. I support the city exploring options for a battery storage development, but again, in a way that engages the community in the decision-making process. Community members deserve coastal access, and replacing the power plant with a battery storage facility does not address that issue. Thank you.
I appreciate it, Cesar. Thank you. Melissa? And then following Melissa, we're going to take some virtual callers.
Good evening, Mayor MacArthur and council members. My name is Melissa Munoz, and I'm here to comment on item M1. I want to urge the council not to move forward with the proposal in its current form. The agreement ties a battery storage project, something that our community is open to learning more about, but yet to another 4-year extension of the Ormond Beach Power Plant. South Oxnard has already lived through decades of environmental injustice, and approving this without community involvement would continue that pattern. The city's general plan commits to environmental justice and meaningful public participation. Yet this deal has brought forward with no community outreach, even though South Oxnard residents will face the real-life impacts. And earlier this year, this very council unanimously opposed another extension. Approving this now would undermine public trust at a time when the trust in our government is already very fragile. We're asking for 3 straightforward steps: renegotiating the proposal without any extension of the plant, hosting a town hall so residents can learn about battery storage, energy needs, and potential sites, and creating a community working group so South Oxnard residents who live with the consequences of these choices can help guide the process. This agreement also assumes the state will approve a highly unlikely extension. State policy requires facilities using outdated ones through cooling to retire as soon as possible, and agencies have already aligned too close to Ormond Beach by the end of 2026. Extending fossil fuel infrastructure now would move us backward, not forward, on our climate goals and environmental justice commitments. It's also important to acknowledge the history here. GenOn has been an unreliable partner from its corporate scandals to its pollution record. The company only made concessions when pressured by the community and the State Lands Commission. If Oxnard wants to pursue battery storage, we deserve a partner who acts responsibly from the start, not only when forced to. Lastly, Ormond Beach has been blocked and divided for generations. Closing the plant clears the way for wetland restoration, improved coastal access, and natural protections against storms. Benefits this community urgently needs in the coming years as the climate crisis worsens. I'm asking you to stand with South Oxnard residents, honor your previous commitments, and ensure that any new energy project is shaped with the community and not in spite of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Casey, I'm sorry, we're going to go to some virtual speakers, and after the virtual speakers, Casey, you'll be next. We'll go to the first virtual speaker, Madam Clerk.
Jessica Vasquez, if you can press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
Hello.
Yes, please start.
Hello, City Council. My name is Jessica Vasquez. I am a proud Oxnard resident living in District 5. Today, I am here to urge you, City Council, to renegotiate this proposal without another extension for the Ormond Beach Power Plant. Our South Oxnard community needs benefits, but not at the expense of another extension for this power plant. Our community needs to stop being a victim of environmental racism. Renegotiate the deal to ensure Ormond Beach Generating Station finally closes at the end of 2026. No more extensions. Any battery project puts community at the forefront of decision-making processes. And host the public town hall in February to discuss South Oxnard's energy future and explore clean energy solutions without corporate and federal pressure. Please think about our South Oxnard community when making your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, we'll go to the other virtual caller.
Virtual caller ending in 6792, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now. Virtual speaker ending in 6792. Please start.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Joy Kobayashi, and I'm here representing Earth Alert. Earth Alert is a 501c3 nonprofit environmental organization that has been protecting Ormond Beach for over 23 years. I am asking that the Council deny Mr. Nguyen's request to seek state approval for the transition of the Ormond Beach power plant to battery storage. I watched the entire 24-minute presentation that Mr. Nguyen provided. It repeatedly mentions the $45 million bribe that GenOn is willing to pay the city of Oxnard in exchange for building a battery storage unit. But what it never mentions is any details of the battery storage unit itself. I am sure that this was intentional. Batteries require many toxic and hazardous materials. This unit will be built in a coastal area surrounded by sensitive environmental habitat. It is subject to sea level rise, as well as earthquake and tsunami risks. I am sure most of us have seen the fires that occur when an electric car gets into an accident. Firefighters can do nothing until the fire burns itself out. In this case, however, we are not talking about a battery in an electric car or even one for an individual home. We are talking about an industrial-sized battery with much more catastrophic consequences. Ormond Beach already has one Superfund site at the old Halico Metal Refinery. In 2007, it was estimated that the cleanup costs would exceed $150 million. Accounting for inflation, this would be over $230 million today. The $45 million payoff that GenOn is offering the city is less than 20% of $230 million. Is this measly amount worth potentially creating a second Superfund site at Ormond? Until we know the details of the battery unit that GenOn plans to install, this request should be denied. The city should insist that GenOn's unit have adequate safety measures that account for sea level rise, earthquake, and tsunami risks. Furthermore, GenOn must have a long-term plan for the end of the life of the facility. They must agree to remove the toxic materials at the site at their own expense. Unlike Halico, they cannot plan to dump this cost onto taxpayers. In conclusion, please do not approve this request. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight.
Thank you for your call and your comments. Madam Clerk, we'll go to the next one.
Virtual caller ending in 8394. If you can press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now. Virtual speaker ending in 8394. If you can press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Elma del Aguila. I was born in Oxnard and am a lifelong resident of South Oxnard and a homeowner in the city of Port Hueneme. I do not support this rushed proposed transition plan as is, and instead ask City Council to 1, renegotiate this contract without the need for another extension, 2, allow for community input in a town hall next February before going into a binding contract with this untrustworthy corporation and not after the fact, and 3, create a community working group where actual South Oxnard residents and labor can oversee the implementation of the town hall and any decisions that come out of it. I'm disappointed and appalled at the sheer fact that this council is considering going into a binding contract with this corporation without any meaningful community input ahead of a decision that directly affects us. I understand it is not binding in that ultimately this is a state agency decision, but binding in that City Council represents community members and is seemingly ready to go into a contract without having done outreach or asked for input from the same community it is bound by oath to represent, with only a preliminary hearing and a same-day vote on the issue. The sheer fact that the proposed town hall is not to discuss the implementation of the battery storage facility, but instead the supposed benefits that the corporation is willing to give in creating their own nonprofit feels like an insult, considering the legacy of multiple nonprofit organizations in South Oxnard that already work on housing, immigration, and employment rights without engaging in a quid pro quo to get first dibs on a contract with the city. In the presentation posted on YouTube by the city manager, he says, "We don't know, or we can't be sure of certain issues regarding this contract." So how is council ready to support it with so many uncertainties and without including the people it represents in the decision-making process? How is council so willing to lobby state agencies for the vision of a corporation and not the vision stated year after year by community to decommission this plant and not continue a legacy of unwanted extensions? Council is not meant to represent and protect the financial interests and public image of the corporation GenOn, formerly known as Reliant Energy, which can be tied to the Enron scandal that caused one of the largest economic crises in California history. City Council's duty is to represent and protect the health and interests of Oxnard residents, the people who trusted you enough to vote you into your current position of power, and the same people you are considering burdening with more environmental racism. Make your decision wisely. People will not forget whose interests you choose to protect today out of supposed easiestly convenience, as stated by the city manager at the end of his video, and in his plea today, out of fear of what if from this presidential administration and what they might do and what he foresees.
Thank you for your call.
I'm sorry, I apologize, you're out of time, but thank you for calling in and for sharing your comments. We'll go to the next virtual caller, ma'am.
Virtual caller ending in 2027. You have 3 minutes starting now. Please press *6 to unmute.
Good evening. My name is Christina Zupko, and I'm representing Friends of Ormond Beach. It is remarkable that South Oxnard residents are being asked to place a giant battery storage facility on an eroding beach near a Superfund site and adjacent to sensitive wetlands, all areas that the community has long fought to restore. Flooding, storm surge, or erosion could trigger fires, explosions, or toxic chemical releases. Yet this is being presented as a quote-unquote community benefit. Let's not forget about the homeless community that the city allows to live near the Helico Superfund site near the GenOn power plant. What could go wrong introducing a battery facility in this location? Even more concerning, this proposal runs in direct opposition to the Ormond Beach Restoration and Public Access Plan, which envisions a fully restored, safe, and publicly accessible shoreline with protected habitat and wetlands. Replacing restoration with industrial infrastructure undermines decades of planning, community advocacy, and ecological stewardship. Trading conditional funds for continued industrial risk is no substitute for a healthy, restored coast. Tonight, I listened to your argument, Mr. Nguyen, and I heard a lot of fear-mongering with the X factor. I heard a lot of conjecture, and I heard the specious argument that batteries are quote-unquote clean. Do you really expect the community to believe that claim, given all the hazards associated with the location of this proposed battery storage facility? City council members, you have lost the community's trust with your promises made and your promises broken, with your making moves without community input. Historically, you have a poor track record of managing money and have often been in the red. Now you expect the community to believe that they should trust you with an NGO? You don't think this deal comes off as a bribe from GenOn? It is time to earn back the trust of your community. Give the land back to South Oxnard residents and forget this deal. Friends of Ormond Beach stand with Cause and with Surfrider, and we strongly urge the council to reject this proposal. Uphold the State Water Resources Control Board's 2026 shutdown, enforce demolition and remediation, and finally deliver a restored, accessible Ormond Beach as promised. Anything else prioritizes temporary industrial gain over public health, safety, and the environment. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for calling in for your comments. Madam Clerk, we'll go to one other virtual caller.
Virtual caller ending in 8310. If you can press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
Hello, council members. My name is Vanessa Valdez, an Oxnard native and Latina lawyer. Today, I am here on behalf of my community and legal nonprofit organization Libre 805. I'm here about the Ormond Beach Power Plant and the risk that a federal executive order could extend its operation beyond the agreed closure date. As a lawyer, I can confidently share with everyone that Trump executive orders are simply an intimidation tactic. Let's be clear, California controls the permits and regulations for this facility. The plant cannot operate legally without approvals from the Coastal Commission, air quality authorities, and other state agencies. No federal order can override state law or force it to stay open. If the federal government tries, California has strong legal tools to block it. The state can enforce environmental laws, protect public health, and defend its authority under the Constitution. Courts have repeatedly ruled the federal government cannot commandeer state authority or ignore state environmental law. Our community voted for this plant's closure because of its pollution, health risk, and coastal harm. The council must ensure local and state rules are enforced and that promises to protect our health and environment are kept. We also need transparency and oversight. Any federal interference should be monitored, and local agencies must be ready to act. The community deserves clean air, safe beaches, and a restored Ormond Beach ecosystem, especially since parts of the beach are currently closed due to water contamination. The Ormond Beach Restoration and Public Access Plan is moving forward to restore wetlands, dunes, and public access. Approving this plan ensures the plants shut down, pollution stops, public health improves, and coastal restoration begins. On a different note, Oxnard does need a legal resource center. As I shared earlier, I founded Libre 805, a legal nonprofit providing legal services and representation this year. We currently have walk-in consultations and community resources every Saturday morning and in a discrete location in South Oxnard. Also, Oxnard has had a legal nonprofit assisting its community in the past, and it currently does have others, like I think the previous caller mentioned. The one in the past was called Channel County Legal Services, where late Carmen Ramirez worked as a lawyer and was also a volunteer. The city recognizes the need. We should act now, not wait until 2027 or hope for state approval. I urge this council to reaffirm the scheduled shutdown, oppose any federal attempts to override state authority, and continue supporting the Ormond Beach Restoration and Public Access Plan. Our health, our coastline, and our children's future depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valdez, for calling in. We will now go to the in-person speakers, Casey Rodriguez, followed by Molly McCoy. Thank you for your patience.
I kindly ask you to be wise land stewards on unceded Chumash land and remember our late beloved Carmen Ramirez. May we not just choose to speak Carmen's name when we want to sound inclusive or progressive, but let's continue honoring Carmen Ramirez by carrying forward her remarkable legacy of environmental activism, always looking for ways to make the land healthier, realizing obligation to weigh pros and cons to each environmental project. Cons seem to have been ignored in tonight's presentation. I wonder why. Battery storage at a beach site poses high dangers, specifically due to the salt water. Salt water corrodes battery cells. Also, there's been notable fires at battery storages, damaged, wrongly charged, or malfunctioning batteries often overheat and can create fires and explosions. Often these take days to put out, releasing toxic gases and hazardous metals, pollutions that will affect our ocean, the relatives who live in the ocean, and all relatives who live on the land. As we remember Carmen Ramirez's passion for respectful land stewardship, let us also remember her love for all relatives, especially those who live in historical disadvantaged communities. These community members already have went through decades of environmental pollution and dangers. They do not need another project that can easily wreak havoc on them. It is known battery storages can create respiratory problems, skin irritation, and possible long-term health effects. Plainly, there is not enough research to list all possibility. Just because something is labeled as clean energy, we who are environmentally wise people know clean energy does not always guarantee safety. Safety begins when substantial research is given. I believe South Oxnard residents will agree to protect the people, not sell out, no matter what the dollar amount is. I have seen the people of South Oxnard be resilient and will continue to be. They don't need to be bribed with this project. When you don't invite community to the table, you can't convince me there's genuine care for the people. Please don't try to piggy off the people. To all the young GZ leaders who spoke tonight and who will speak on this matter, and are being wise land stewards and teaching others how to be so on unceded Chumash land, I thank you.
Thank you, Casey. We'll go to Molly McCoy. And then followed by Christian Sanchez. Go ahead, Molly.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Molly McCoy. I'll keep things brief since we have a lot of people here tonight. I'm here in solidarity with the community members and hardworking community organizations like CAUSE, who are calling on you to renegotiate GenOn's proposal. Beyond funding, the plan should also put the community at the forefront of any decision-making processes behind battery projects. Residents have a right to be involved in what is built in their backyards and on their coastlines. I commend the city for securing an endowment for legal protection for immigrants, tenants, and workers. That is a massive investment and deal that doesn't go unnoticed, especially now in the light of federal funds being stripped away and as our communities under threat. I understand this is an incredible opportunity that the city can't pass up, and there are other agency powers in play that is forcing this extension to go forward. But I think it is also fair for the city to consider that trusting a corporation doesn't come easily, and this community needs to see proof from GenOn that they will continue to include community members in the battery plant's development and planning. You would understand why a city sacrificed time and time again for industrial projects would be reluctant to trust a corporation that has overstayed its welcome and let what ifs determine their health and well-being. Please listen to the demands from cause organizers and the handful of community members here tonight. We are counting on you all to make a balanced, well-informed decision to make a just plan. You have the power to stand to environmental justice and reject the extension. Thank you for your time and consideration and all your hard work on this plan.
Thank you, Molly. Christian Sanchez. And Christian, you're going to be followed by Noemi.
Hello, City Council. My name is Christian, and I'm an Oxnard resident. I'm asking you to renegotiate this proposal without another extension for Ormond Beach Power Plant. South Oxnard has carried the burden of pollution and health impacts for decades, and extending this plant again continues that harm. Even the state doesn't want to keep funding it. If the city wants to move forward with a battery project, it shouldn't come at the cost of another extension of a dirty old plant. Please stand with residents who've been asking for closure and real community input. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. And Noemi? And Noemi, you're going to be followed by Ivan Vega.
My name's Noemi Tungui, and I oversee one of my COP's domestic violence and mental health prevention and early intervention programs, Living with Love. I was born in Michoacán, Mexico, and I have lived, worked, and shopped here in Oxnard for most of my life. Yesterday, I was reviewing the extensive work so many of us did to stop the expansion of a fourth power plant, the Puente power plant that was earlier mentioned. That would have placed Oxnard as the coastal city with the most power plants. And at the same time, in that fight, we were trying to stop an extension of thousands of oil wells in our farm fields, where farm worker women were reporting unusual stomach tumors, as well as the closure of we were fighting the closure of the Oxnard Superfund site and overuse of pesticides in our farm fields where our relatives work. It's almost like they don't care about brown, indigenous, migrant community. I've attended numerous public forums, spoke to hundreds of neighbors, many with high asthma rates so bad that they can't even leave their home due to the bad air quality. We took our advocacy to Sacramento's California Public Utilities Commission and attended multiple meetings where it was obvious the community didn't want polluting power plants. And that was back in 2017. That year, a Puente power plant industry employee confessed off record that that power plant would have been obsolete energy. The question is, why these power plants in Oxnard and not Malibu if they power communities way beyond Ventura County? With rising sea levels, flooding, and earthquakes, will GenOn stand by the community or change their company's name again? Why should Oxnard residents pay the price generation after generation while places like Oakland push for community-owned energy? Oxnard is our home, not a sacrifice zone. Make GenOn clean up their mess and give back the Shumash lands that they brag to own in their public comment. Do they even live here? We've made great strides over the decades, and the state is finally listening. Oxnard City Council has been in alignment with the community, but now I'm learning that with the Ormond Beach Power Plant Company, GenOn is requesting a third extension, and I'm not in support of this false solution. A pool is nice and legal aid is necessary, but we need legal aid now for the families torn apart, not at the timeline of this polluting company. It's worrisome that the city manager is proposing this organization and ignoring the pleas for aid after the glass house raid in July. We're already in November. A possible solution is to cut some funding from the huge police fund allocations and invest in legal aid now, renegotiate this proposal without inviting another extension, host a town hall in February, and create a community working group to do right by the community who lives here and elected you. Thank you.
Thank you, Noemi. We'll take Ivan Vega. And Ivan, you're going to be followed by Jessica Vargas de Ruiz.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Ivan Vega, Associate Organizing Director with Future Leaders of America. I'm here to urge the city to to renegotiate the proposal without the authorization of an extension for the Ormond Beach Power Plant. I support renegotiations with this contract without the need for an extension. And I am in solidarity with COS's stance on this issue. Ormond Beach is an oasis of natural reservation and the only access to the beach in South Oxnard. It is pivotal that the city of Oxnard prioritize environment and people over polluters and profit. If the city wants to move forward with a battery project, it should not be at the expense of another extension that would continue the legacy of environmental racism and injustice in South Oxnard. Yes, our community is in desperate need for more legal resources, but it should not be at the cost of our health. I urge the city to take a community-centered approach when creating public policy. We ask that the city host a February town hall in South Oxnard to discuss a battery storage site, environmental safety, energy needs, and community benefits, so that the decision about our neighborhoods, decisions about our neighborhoods centered the voices of the people that live here. We need community input in the decisions that affect the community's health. Break the pattern of sacrificing South Oxnard for the profit of industries.
Thank you, Ivan. Jessica, come on up. And then Jessica going to be followed by Andy Conley.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and City staff. My name is Jessica Vargas. I'm a resident of the District 4. I'm currently a student at Oxnard College and doing the fellowship leadership internship with Future Leaders of America. I'm here to ask the city to renegotiate the battery storage facility, this proposal without inviting another extension of the power plant. Our community should not have the choose between cleaner energy and another delay that keeps our polluting facility in our neighborhoods longer. I also urge the city to host a town hall in February so residents can learn more about the battery storage sites and the real energy needs in Southern Oxnard. We need community-centered conversations about the just transition and meaningful community benefits. Finally, I ask the city to create a community working group made up of Southern Oxnard residents who can help oversee the town hall, the outreach process, and any decision that comes from it. This working group should put environment justice principles at the forefront, ensuring the people most affected, also the ones shaping the solutions. We deserve transparency, community involvement, and clean energy solutions that not come at the cost of another extension for the power plant. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jessica. Andy, and then you're going to be followed by Barbara Macri-Ortiz.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. I am Andy Conley. I'm the President and CEO of the West Ventura County Business Alliance, the Chamber of Commerce for Oxnard and Camarillo. We represent hundreds of local employers, entrepreneurs, and organizations who are deeply invested in the future of the region's economy and community success. I am here to urge the Council to support staff's proposed agreement to the transition the Ormond Beach Power Plant to battery storage, which will act as a bridge to a stronger, more sustainable future for Oxnard and the surrounding communities. And it's my understanding that this is an agreement that is proposed by GenOn in working with the city staff, and that's something that has brought in community input as well on this. And so something like this that's being brought forth right now, this agreement will mean for Oxnard that it brings a date certain closure. That's something that we haven't really had just yet. So after 2 state-mandated extensions, this clears that pathway to have that date certain closure. It also means that the community will receive real multi-generational benefits. It means a clean energy replacement through battery storage. And battery storage done in a way that is done by code, that is safe, And that is something that will be worked on with the city and other agencies to make sure that it also brings local employment as well. It also means that land will be returned to the city for public access and coastal restoration. It means that job creation and economic growth opportunities will exist. It means that Oxnard can set an example for the rest of the country, because this is something that nothing like this, an agreement like this has been done anywhere else, and can be a national model for a successful transition. The alternative means that the city gets nothing and keeps states extensions on the table. Remaining on the state schedule only means that Oxnard risks yet another extension with no benefit and no certainty about closure. What it comes down to is that doing the transition right and not leaving it to chance. We've seen what happens when transitions fail. The Mandalay Beach Power Plant today stands as a cautionary tale. This idle, decaying industrial site that neither benefits the community nor the environment. On behalf of our business community, I respectfully urge the council to support the proposed agreement, which will provide Oxnard an incredible opportunity, which will benefit generations to come. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Andy. Ms. Barbara Macri-Ortiz.
Good evening, Mayor MacArthur and council members. My name is Barbara Macri-Ortiz, and I'm thinking about Carmen because I probably have more understanding of Carmen's mental process than most. I worked with her at Legal Aid, and yes, we had a very strong legal aid until the year 2000, and then they took our money away. So our community hasn't had one for the last 25 years. And I know how desperate people are for legal services. So I have to take this proposal seriously because I work with the people every day that really do need legal services. You know, that said, Carmen would be looking at this from two different ways. Because Carmen, she was an environmentalist, she was a social warrior, she also was very pragmatic. That's why Carmen was able to produce so much. So I see, you know, in terms of what I've heard tonight, the batteries, that's the issue. The battery storage, that has to be some work done on that to make sure whatever's come up with is something that is going to be safe for the community. I think that's a given. I think within the contract, they do intimate that, but I think there has to be a hard point on that. I think we have a real advantage that GenOn people are here because they've had the opportunity of hearing all the concerns of the community, which I think gives our city manager a great deal of leverage going forward with GenOn, depending on how much GenOn really wants it. You know, or we can just play Russian roulette, which is, I think, a lot of what the community is suggesting. Let's just go forward. They're going to close the plant. And don't worry about the feds and don't worry about anything else. And, you know, there's elections coming up. And having worked on social justice issues for the last 56 years, I know every way a community can get screwed. So just because it's supposed to happen next year doesn't mean it's going to. So I think it's a difficult issue. I think there is some room here to sit down and try to negotiate a better deal and look at that and have a meeting with the community and let everybody raise their points again. But at the end of the day, it's hard to do what's right for the community because you don't know which way the coin is going to flip. So good luck, and let's push to get the best deal we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Macri-Ortiz. Madam Clerk. What's that? What's that? Madam Clerk, are there any other virtual speakers that we can go to?
Mayor and council members, no, we don't have any virtual speakers.
Thank you. We'll go to Nilo del Aguila. And then Nilo, yeah.
Hello. My name is Nilo del Aguila. I've been a resident of Oxnard since 1979. I've raised 3 daughters here I've raised 3 daughters here that are contributing members of the community, one which spoke tonight. I want to urge the City Council to vote no for this proposal and to invite further input from the community in the form of workshops and town halls. Based on the limited information available, I am not confident as to the potential benefits to Oxnard residents from this proposal. According to Janon data, we have seen a close to 90% reduction in emissions in the past 5 years. And this directly correlates to the use of the power plants. This to me indicates that the likelihood that the 2026 closing date will come true is highly likely, and thus there's no need to settle for a lesser deal. We should not fall into the narrative formulated by a company that business plan is to ignore the wishes of the community in the interest of their profits. Our choice should not be their plan or nothing. If the city of Oxnard is willing to give up the fight, the residents of Oxnard are not. Please respect the will of the people of Oxnard and vote no on this proposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Nilo. Madam Clerk, is Debbie Mitchell still holding to speak?
Mayor and council members, no, she's no longer joining us virtually.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll go to Doug Portello. Ms. Portello. And then Alicia Parcell, you'll follow him.
Good evening, Mayor and everyone. I think you heard well enough a lot of the points I was going to make about the safety of the battery storage. We saw the 3 Mile Island at Moss Landing up near San Francisco. There's definitely concerns about the safety, particularly the location. This is the wrong location. It's not safe. And I don't care what the business people say, they're all about money. And this is about money again. You know, when our city manager says, no, it's not about a bag of money, and he has to say it 3 times, it's definitely about a bag of money, okay? And this is the guy you can trust and do a backdoor deal so he can get a bribe for $45 million and then appease a certain segment of our population to give him a legal center? I mean, come on. I argued in favor of shutting that down with the city manager before. I don't know if you remember that, back at the spring. It's a good idea to shut it down. I'm a retired respiratory therapist. I've taken care of children with chemical pneumonitis from chemical exposure. I've intubated them and put them on ventilators and watched them die with their weeping parents. You can't take that back. The decisions you make on this without public input, which doesn't surprise me at all, by the way, it's ridiculous. Just for the money? No, you can't protect. You talk about health and safety. Those are words. I go out to Ormond Beach and clean that up. I've cleaned up Halico. I'm cleaning up the canal. I care deeply about South Oxnard and the residents of South Oxnard and our very sensitive environmental wetlands and those endangered species. We have a very unique place here in Oxnard at Ormond Beach. And we need to protect it, and we need to protect those people that live near there. So we need to make a deal. Batteries are good. The technology is advancing, but that's not the location. This is not the deal to make without public input. I mean, You're trusting this guy to make a backdoor deal and get $45 million and then just give it for a legal center? What does a legal center have to do with energy? This is about energy. Why don't we take that $45 million and put solar panels and wind and create our own self-sufficiency for energy here in Oxnard? One of the biggest rising costs is energy. Right now, we're in extreme inflationary times right now. Everything is up. You know, they're not getting these cushy city deals where they get 10%, raises. Most of these folks lucky to get 1%, if anything. And the cost is going up. But we need energy efficiency. We need energy sustainability. And we've got to work toward a long-term program. We can't get this short-term bag of money and hope for the best that those things don't blow up like they did at Moss Landing.
Thank you, Mr. Portillo. Alicia Purcell. And then lastly, Cynthia Salas, you'll be behind her.
I will be brief. I'm taking a very different angle. I would like to ask what process was followed to choose who will lead up the nonprofit entity that will be funded with millions of dollars at the behest of the city, which negotiated for these terms. Is it a coincidence that it's a person that's on friendly terms with many of the city administrators and perhaps some of the council members? Did we even consider for this piece of the proposal, an existing organization? I think it's reasonable to ask about the process that made this choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Purcell. Ms. Salas?
Good evening, board members, mayor, city manager. I'm not going to reiterate a lot of the comments that were made or comments that I was going to make, but I do want to share a concern. I feel like, again, the community is not being brought forward to make these decisions. Earlier today at the Board of Supervisors, many of us gave public comments on a similar situation not related to toxic waste, but in terms of making decisions about health centers without the input of the community. And without the persistence of the community, Santa Clara Valley is put in a very dire situation. I think that this is a perfect opportunity for the city of Oxnard to have several town hall meetings and invite not just the community, but the institutions that are in that area. There are several elementary schools in that area. There are also elderly homes and businesses, and I think it's important that the community is aware. I think the way the presentations are structured make people confused as to what to look for on the agenda. Many people don't look at the videos, whether it's time, whether it's difficult for them, access, but I think there's lack of information on what's happening in the city. I think this is a perfect opportunity to move from a perspective of not being just anchored in one piece of information coming from the mayor. Coming from the city manager. I can see where the intent is coming to provide one lieu of services to the city that is very much needed, but the expense of people's health and the environment, I don't think it's a equal trade. I'm also very invested. My family lives on that part of town, many of my siblings and their children, and I would like a fair opportunity for the entire community to be able to obtain this information, the city to get feedback, and even though it's not comparable in the regards of a lithium solar plant, Santa Paula back in 2014 had a massive explosion that released toxic waste. The efforts to contain that was extremely difficult. Many of those community members are still recuperating from that. That company tried to come back a few years later, again promising jobs and all these great opportunities. The city of Santa Paula decided no.
that no number of jobs is worth the safety of the community. But that decision was made through town halls and the community input. The city manager, the city council were all there to hear the input, also from the vendor at the time. So I encourage us to follow that same model and keep everybody informed so it's a fair decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Salas. Thank you. We'll go to the virtual caller, and then Bev, you'll come right after the virtual caller. Thank you.
Thank you. Virtual speaker ending in 6377, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. This is Manuel Herrera calling. So I've been listening for the last few hours of all the people speaking, and the fact that there's so many callers, so many people with so many questions tells me that there's still a lot of outreach that needs to be done. Now, it seems like the two major concerns are trying to close the plant down as soon as possible. They don't want to wait any longer, and I get that. We all want this plant closed. The other thing is their issue with the major battery storage facility, how safe it is. While I was waiting on hold, I actually did a quick Google search on the safety performance of battery storage facility, and it says that that safety incidents are extremely rare. But I didn't, go into detail with that or anything. But there's just too many unanswered questions. I try to look at this on both sides. I love the fact that the city manager is trying to think outside the box, trying to come up with something that's going to benefit everybody. Let's not forget that in negotiations, not each party is going to get what they want. That's why it's called negotiation. You got to negotiate. And one party is going to get only some of what they want, and, as far as the other as well. So, but I do have a couple of quick questions I wanted to throw in there. Let's say the city council votes no on this item, and the state does not extend the power plant operations, and the plant closes. Will GenOn still be liable to demolish the facility at their expense? Or are they just going to abandon the facility and it becomes an eyesore like the power plant near Fifth Street? Or does the city manager's previous plan, where GenOn was going to deposit funds to an account to eventually pay for the demolition, does that still exist? So, so as you can see, again, there's so many unanswered questions. So, I think there still there's a lot of thought that needs to be put into this. Actually, I have another question. Hopefully I can fit it in. If this goes through, if a Centro Legal and public facility were to establish in South Oxnard, I'm assuming that the services will be available for all the residents of Oxnard and not just the residents of South Oxnard, right? It'll be available for all the residents. So anyway, too many questions. Sounds like a great idea, but I think it still needs to be ironed out. Just too many questions. Okay, thank you.
I appreciate your comments. Manuel, thanks for calling in. Bev, thank you.
Thank you. I think I want to make it brief since it's such a long night. This is such a layered issue, as we can see tonight with the different comments, with a 45-minute presentation, with a 23-minute presentation. And one of the things that I keep thinking of is with all of this is, what can the city control? The one thing with what is being offered, and I'm just focusing on this one thing, knowing that there's so many other components that make this so difficult, is the certain closing date of 2029. That is something the city has control over and has control of how it receives benefits. All we can do is what we can control. That's why we're all here, why we're all speaking. We're doing whatever we can within our capacity. And I know as electeds, that's a responsibility as well. And this at the it was the Center for Nonprofits. There was a really amazing quote where it was like, we make the hard decisions so we don't have to make the heartbreaking ones. And that just really stuck with me, and something that I try to consider in my decision making and help shift my perspective. I know you don't have an easy job. I know that there is so much to weigh in, and I just keep thinking about the legal aid and how right now that we're talking about M1, but this feeds into M2. Even if and when M2 passes, that's not certain. That's up to the county. I have no trust in the county. And because we've seen their actions, I have no trust in the federal government. And the one place people might have trust is with you. And I hear the chuckles. But you were having a conversation, you're having dialogues, you're reaching out to the community, and you're having a public forum, you're giving people a chance to speak. You know, it's a long night. But again, we're all doing what we can. We're all showing up. And there are innovative solutions to present day problems that are presenting a long-term vision and investment into the community. But how does that investment weigh, considering different health ramifications, environmental ramifications? I don't have the answers. It seems like there's a lot to work through, but just thank you for your time and your consideration and for listening to everyone.
Appreciate your comments, Beth. Thank you.
Mayor, we do have another virtual speaker ending in 1451. If you can press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Awesome, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council and staff. Angel Garcia. Did an extensive amount of research on this, reading the staff report and reading the data that's available online. I think I am leaning towards ensuring that this is shut down in 2026, and here's why. According to the data that I found, currently the GenOn power plant is operating at levels that are needed in case of an emergency. Now, what does that mean? That means that they are producing 43 gigawatts, which means they are producing that much power in the time span of a year. And what does that mean, 43 gigawatts? According to my research, that is about for 4,000 homes per year. As you can see, that's not really a lot of power produced. That's not even enough for the entire city of Oxnard, and at the expense of more CO2 in our air. And the reason why I think I'm leaning towards making sure that this is shut down in 2026 is because if you get a lease agreement that's extended into potentially 2029, and then the federal executive order goes into effect, and if there is one to ensure that no power plants shut down, then that leaves a possibility for the GenOn power plant to operate at full power. Now, what does full power mean from GenOn? Full power for GenOn means 1,500 gigawatts. And that's a lot of power, and that will power more homes at the cost of a significant increased amount of CO2 in our community. And I think for that, I think that's a huge risk. And while that 2029 deal does bring a lot of benefits to the community, I think by getting us in the 2029 lease, and then God forbid that executive order happens and that power plant runs at full power, we are going to run into some significant risks to our community and our environment. And so for that, based on my research, and I know that GenOn, Mr. Watt, CEO, is in attendance. If he has other data to counteract mine, and council can ask them if there's an opportunity to do so, I think that would be helpful. But I think that's where I'm leaning at. And I think the next step here is that we let the CPUC know and the California State Lands Commission that we want this shut down, because if it continues to operate at 43 gigawatts at this level, then the environmental risk is minimal. And I think we need to ensure that it stays minimal. And that concludes my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you for calling in. Madam Clerk, just to confirm that was the last speaker on this item.
Mayor, we have Debbie Mitchell
She's back,
Debbie,
okay.
if you can press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
Hi. Just real quickly, I agree with everything that Manuel Herrera said and the gentleman that spoke before him, and that this consideration is like valuable, and I am concerned that the federal government could delay the closure of the plants, and I felt that that was a very powerful point in the beginning of the city manager's presentation, that this is to, in case that happens. So if it was worded that way, in case that happens, that this plan would then go into effect, seems like a reasonable stopgap measure, and kind of playing the long game. So I do agree more feedback is needed. Safety, understanding. Another concern is, would the battery storage facility have any impact on homeowners insurance in the area? I think there are a lot of technical questions, and I really appreciate the insight and input tonight. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell.
Mayor and council members, that concludes our speakers in person and virtually for this item. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to all the speakers that came out and are still here with us, participating in this conversation and this discussion. I'll open it up now for any comments or questions of council to staff. Go ahead, Michaela.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few questions. These questions, I'm hoping the first couple will be addressed by staff, and then I have 2 questions that I'm hoping that the CEO of GenOn could help address, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. So the first question for staff is, what happens if GenOn breaches the contract? Is there a risk for funding to stop?
This is a binding contract, and to the extent there is a breach, the city has legal options, especially if there's an ongoing agreement for them to be providing power to the grid. There's a substantial income stream. The city can file their action and get a judgment against them.
Thank you. My next question, obviously there's a lot of concern from the community around this agreement triggering another, or triggering the possibility of an extension, considering, having had the conversation with the California Energy Commission and their unofficial stance on perhaps this being done by December 31st, 2026. So to kind of address those concerns, could this agreement in itself trigger all of these agencies to further an extension?
I will field that. I highly, highly doubt it. I do not believe that if their collective analysis in its balance determines that they don't need this electricity, they're not going to spend the money on it, because as you've heard, right now it's not even budgeted. So if everyone is so sure that the plant is closing, then that's the first scenario I laid out. Then that means it's the end. So being respectful to ourselves, I really don't believe that this agreement will change the various folks around the state, the various agencies and the staff. They're not going to come up with a different mathematical outcome for how much electricity they need. They're not going to change that. That is science and physics. So I don't think that would happen.
My next question is, obviously there's a lot of concern from the community around needing more feedback, holding space for groups, a variety of different groups to be able to provide input and feedback. And just curious, how time sensitive is this item?
In my mind, it's very time sensitive, but I'm not going to speak on behalf of GenOn. At some point, hopefully you can bring them up here field these questions, and they can answer that for themselves.
Thank you.
So I have the next couple of questions are specifically for the executive or the CEO of GenOn.
Thank you, Mr. Watts. Are you able to address that question that the councilwoman asked about the urgency?
Sure. Let me back up a minute to answer it. This has been a very long process that has involved a fair amount of community engagement. I would even echo that I've offered several times to the cause group that I would happily sit down and meet with them and talk through this. I have yet to be taken up on that offer. They extended it again here earlier, and I said, anytime, anywhere you want to do it, I will do it. That said, the process that we went through to get to where we are is part of a much bigger picture. You've heard state, federal, you've heard all of those components. So this isn't something that started yesterday. It's been going on for months and months. There is a lot of planning. There's a lengthy state community agency process that goes into continuing operations, to commitments for major maintenance if we continue to operate, for continuing operations, investing in the transition plan, right? I mean, this calculation just didn't appear overnight. And so that process, we're at the final goal line right now. And so to answer your question, it is very time sensitive. I mean, we're moving into, do we do this or do we do that, depending on decisions that are made here and what we face with state agencies. So, it's not, we feel like this is a great benefit to the community and the city, a win-win-win. You're not here voting on whether there is an extension. You're here trying to decide whether the benefits to the city and the community, if there is an extension, are worth the support. And so, there are other considerations we have to make with other agencies, and we will do so. So it is very time sensitive, yes.
Thank you. So my next question, speaking of the state and federal administrations, as well as the 14 agencies, if this agreement is approved tonight, will you be using this agreement to lobby any of these groups, you or your staff?
Yeah, so again, this agreement doesn't decide if there is an extension. That's not what it's about. If the state needs the power, like we've seen for reliability purposes, like we've seen in the last two, they will make that decision to protect the integrity of the grid of the state. I mean, pure and simple. The physics rule, not because that's the CAISO's job, is to protect that system, to protect against blackouts that you saw in 2020 in August, 2022. That's why they do this, and that's why the Department of Water Resources contracted with us and the other OTCs, Huntington Beach and Alamitos, south of us, to provide that insurance policy in those sort of 1 in 10 events where you have wildfires, heat, drought, whatever, that combine for those emergencies like we saw September 6, 2022, when we had an all-time record high. So this agreement is not for that purpose. That the state agencies go through their own process. Look, they're interested in what you're doing, but that doesn't sway them in the decisions that they have to make for the integrity of the grid.
My next question is really around battery storage, and I know that there's going to be a process for that takes place if this should pass and all the various regulations that come about. Considering the building of the battery storage, would this be non-union construction workers, or would you consider hiring union workers for this opportunity?
Yes, I think the answer to that's probably premature, so I don't want to say too much because I don't know at this stage, right? We're not at that stage of determining what contracts are allocated to who for what part of the project. I am sure that will be part of the process to consider that.
Yeah, and my last
Can I make another point about the battery? Because we heard a lot tonight about people's concerns about the battery going on the beach. That has never been the intent, and that is not part of the agreement. And as actually, if they would read it, they would see in there that part of the agreement is for assistance in picking the appropriate property that the battery storage would go on, and it runs through a full process, which is all detailed in the agreement.
My last question is really a follow-up to the last question. Would you and your team convene a group of union workers, EJ groups, local community organizations that are here tonight to get input and feedback regarding battery storage in this community?
Sure, we'd be happy to do that. I would not do that as, again, this is a time-sensitive issue for us, so I would happily meet with any of those organizations, and I've said I would do that. After the vote tonight, depending on what we decide, then that will probably determine what we need to talk about with them.
Right, and I'm thinking more so in the standpoint of when battery storage comes.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely, 100%. That was always the intent. If it wasn't spelled out, that was the intent.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can we just add actual, with a little formality, the clarity about what the process would be for battery storage, whether it's for GenOn or anybody else?
Sure.
Just so that people understand, because I think there's a lot of discussion that this agreement means they get to just do the battery tomorrow morning without a process. That couldn't be further than what's on the books. So we just want to clarify what that actual formal process is for anyone who wants to pursue battery storage at these locations in Oxnard, not just GenOn. Thank you.
So briefly, I'm sorry, Ashley, please go ahead. So first, if you actually look at the proposed agreement on page 446, and this is in section 4 of the agreement, the last sentence, it says the battery storage project will still be required to go through the applicable entitlement and environmental review process. So nothing in this agreement would approve the battery storage site. There's a robust process, and wanted to go over this, and Ashley Golden is very familiar with this as well. But basically, if GenOn pursues battery storage in this location.
You want a chocolate ball?
That's what the numbers are coming out. People are talking about the basic side, but that's mostly AI databases. About half of the GDP is that. That's all we got going on right now is database. So every other part of it.
Okay. If GenOn chooses to pursue battery storage, there will be a number of public hearings, meetings, and opportunities for public input. It would require full environmental review, and there'd be required a number of technical studies such as biology, sea level rise, and safety, to name a few. So there's a robust process. Clearly, as Mr. Watts indicated, that they're not proposing to put the battery storage on the beach. In all likelihood, they will be moved further back. There's going to be studies to determine what is the sea level rise and where would it be safe to site those. And then there's going to be hearings before the Planning Commission. There's hearings before the City Council, and it's very possible, depending where it's cited, it has to go before the Coastal Commission. So there's at least a minimum of 2 and likely 3 public hearings for that process.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Starr, go ahead.
I guess start off with a technology question regarding the battery storage technology. I'm just imagining a scenario where we have an earthquake, and we eventually will. Big one's been overdue for a long time, and those cause tsunamis. So what happens to the battery facility if you have a 10-foot tsunami submerge your plant? What happens?
Yeah, so I would only answer that, and there is a sea level rise report.
No, it's not sea level. I'm talking about tsunami.
Yeah. I mean, I can't answer that sitting here.
But I can clarify that that is part of the environmental review and part of the general plan policies that would have to be reviewed and brought before the Planning Commission and City Council with that environmental document that Ken Rosales spoke to.
I'd like to, I'm sorry, I'd like to ask staff a question for some clarity. There seemed to be some confusion about whether the money was available to tear down the old facility, and I think that you might have said that it's already there, it's kind of in the bank, like $25 million, but could you please?
That is correct. It's already fully funded. They met those obligations.
Okay. And I guess I'm thinking about it this way. if the $45 million was not going to be paid to us, would we still do this deal? I'm just simply saying, my thought is, right now it's possible we could get rid of this old power plant and reclaim the beach. However, if we went forward with this proposal, we're basically foreclosing any possibility of having that beach. And instead, we are agreeing to a battery storage plant on the beach forever. So it's like we have an opportunity maybe to get rid of this facility, but now we're committing ourselves to a battery facility.
I can respond to that. So as you heard Mr. Watts, by the way, I just have to say, you're the CEO of an electric company and your name is Watts. It's just too much.
That wasn't a plant. I mean, it's real.
Yeah, I get it.
Was that two T's?
It is. Yeah.
So as you heard from Mr. Watts, they're not looking to do it right where the current power plant is. So, and if you look at a map of Ormond Beach, the plant itself isn't the obstacle to accessing the beach. There are lots of other obstacles. The plant itself isn't. Part of what they're willing to do here is they're willing to purchase another property that's adjacent to the interconnect. Because remember, you still want to be physically close to that interconnect to plug in. They're committed to getting land further back away from the beach. And in the end, remember, this is private property. So if none of this happens and there's a decommissioning and there's a dismantling of the power plant, it's still their land and they still own the interconnect. But I want to be clear, we have no interest in the battery storage being on the beach. It's not going to be on the beach. It's going to be inland away. And I'm pretty certain you won't even be able to see it from the beach. Now, I want to make another point about the private property issue. If this doesn't happen, it's still private property. They still own the interconnect. They may or may not pursue something there in years future. I still believe there's going to be a mandate anyway, or they could sell it. Ultimately, it's private property. And they could sell it to an equity firm. And then who are we negotiating with? And this is the point that Ms. Macker-Ortiz brought up. At least we're actually negotiating with the CEO and not some, vague private equity firm that could own it in some time future. So I just want to be clear about, because people are talking as if we have rights over this land and that we have rights to do what we wish with this land. We do not. Just want to remind everyone of that.
Thank you.
I guess my question for Jen on it, is this a deal you would do if there was not an extension?
Well, no, the extension and the transition to the battery storage development sort of precipitates the entire, there's not one piece of it. The land donation Alex mentioned, the only way that works is to move the battery storage and LDS project off-site, that the transition and the extension of the reliability of the capacity to the state all play a part in moving it from, well, it won't work this way, but you turn the light switch off on one, you turn the light switch off on the other, and you've replaced it seamlessly for the state's reliability, moving towards their clean energy goals. But none of these benefits can happen without that full transition. It's not one piece, it's all of them.
Are there lots of power facilities over time that get built and taken down? At some point, there's a gap in energy for a particular area. So why can't there be in this case?
Well, that's a question for the state and the CAISO and their reliability assessments. And determining sort of where the power plants are, where their load pockets are, where their resources are, where they import, where they export, what the risks are to transmission lines. I mean, that's.
But you're advocating for an extension, aren't you?
Well, yes, because we want to develop the battery storage project, and we understand the benefits of our power plant to those 1 in 10 extreme events for the state. we understand the importance to the community of the property. So this is 60 acres of beachfront that has been occupied by this plant for 60 years. And here's an opportunity to free that up and restore it into the wetlands and build a new clean energy technology that supports all the goals of the state.
I'm still confused, I guess. I don't understand why the first has to happen for the second to happen.
What has to happen?
Why does there have to be an extension in order for you to build a battery facility? It seems to me that if you didn't have the extension, at some point you could build this battery facility.
Yeah, well, there are rules around like the interconnection, and once you go to decommissioning, how long that interconnection is alive and active and how it can be maintained. So as the existing power plant stays active, if you will, and it's called an environmental outage is what it's in right now. So it sits idle, ready for the state to call on it. That maintains that interconnection, right? The almost 1,500 megawatts of interconnection. If you go to decommission, there's a clock that gets set on that. And so you could potentially be in a position where you decommission it and you say, you go build a battery storage project anywhere, that you may actually lose the interconnection agreement without that maintenance from the existing power plant.
All right, I've got a question about this not-for-profit organization that's being created. I guess I'm responding to Ms. Purcell's question. What was the process for deciding who the founding board president would be of this newly created entity? How was that decided?
So that's my idea.
Okay.
And I can walk you through the process. I don't think it's very complicated. So first of all, who has a track record of fighting for social justice in this community? Who's also a social justice attorney, who's had a track record of kicking the city's ass occasionally, and who everyone can trust for her integrity. So the point of this would be not only to create this nonprofit for the community, but to ensure that it is independent from the city and other governments. It's a challenge having the endowment it's like giving birth to a creature that's 10 years old versus 0. So the chances of survival are actually very good, but it's still a challenge. But it has to be independent. It's private capital.
So the question's
making
about the question's about the board president, and you're kind of going off into a different area.
But I answered. That's the answer. That's why. Now, if the council thinks there's someone else you would like to trust if this were to happen, that's up to you. But this is the recommendation.
I'll tell you what my concern is when I first read this. So, and by the way, I think Ms. McArties is a stellar attorney. She does great work, and I would recommend her for anybody that has a housing issue. She's well known for her civil rights work as well. So this is not a criticism of her in any way, but you're putting her into a position where she's going to recruit the initial board officers for an organization that will focus on areas of law that she focuses on. And that kind of gives me pause, because you're kind of putting her into the uncomfortable position where she might be the recipient of some of the monies down the road for legal fees. And I'm not saying she wouldn't be doing a great job with it. I'm just saying it just seems like a position of conflict to me. If she were willing to do this and say, you know what, I am precluded from ever accepting compensation, legal fees as a result, of coming through this organization, that might make me feel more comfortable. Right now, I don't really feel very comfortable with that.
So let me explain how boards of nonprofits work. She'd be willing to do this, first of all, as a volunteer,
Yep.
as a board member, not as a staff attorney. as far as I can understand, and maybe she can come and speak, right, I'm trying to prevent her from retiring. But she has no intention of being the actual attorneys on any of this or drawing a salary from this. So I don't know if you'd like to hear that from her directly, but that's my understanding.
I wouldn't mind hearing from her.
First of all, I do have some experience with respect to how nonprofit legal organizations operate, because I spent 10 years with Channel Counties. I'm 77 years old. I am trying desperately to get to a point where I can say I can pass my cases on. That's why I have Maria as an apprentice who just passed the baby bar. 3 years from now, she could take the bar. If she passes the bar, she's a housing attorney, and I'm in a position to be able to pass along my practice to her, okay? So it's like I'm not looking for a job. I'm trying to ease myself out of a job, but also this is just such a fabulous opportunity as I look at it in my lawyer eyes, because I know how much our community has suffered because of the lack of legal services and how much they have been taken advantage of. Okay, so I know that. And the opportunity to create something, because it really hurt. When we lost Channel Counties, we lost legal services. They put in a replacement that never has produced anything to speak of, okay? So it has been a long 25 years, a long 25 years. And so, I mean, when I got the call, hey, I'm thinking about doing this, is like, whoa, because I know the need. And I have tried to meet as much of that need as I can, which is minuscule in terms of actually working with everybody. And primarily, I mean, my housing practice, for the most part, especially the landlord-tenant stuff, has been pro bono for most of my 25 years. You know, so it's not, I'm not motivated by money. I'm motivated by social justice. And that's what I see in terms of the opportunity here to help people and to kind of level the playing field. And the excitement of having the office in South Oxnard is because it is most accessible to the people who need it the most. And to me, that's very exciting. That's very exciting. You know, I've had clients and friends in South Oxnard from before I lived here, okay, when I worked for the U of W. I know a lot of people, particularly farm workers in this area. So, I mean, to me, this is like a gift from God. That a prayer has been answered, this is finally going to happen. Now, whether it's enough to justify, you know, all of this other stuff, that's for you. But in terms of legal services, I mean, if I had the opportunity to raise up this type of a legal aid program that actually had an endowment behind it, oh, we'd be kicking ass. And one thing I'll tell you, one of the key things would be an internship program. I work with Channel Islands High School, their mock trial. I've been doing that now for 5 years. These kids are bright, they're brilliant kids. And we have kids like that all over Oxnard. And to have the opportunity for high school kids and kids in the community college to be interning, you know what we're doing? We're growing our own attorneys. We are raising our status in the community. So to me, it's very exciting. But I know it's a rough decision. It's not just about that. But in terms of that, I'd gladly quit my practice because Maria's going to take it over anyway. But, you know, to actually be able to build this is thrilling to me. It's a real opportunity for our community. I'm going to be in Oxnard till the day I die. You know, I'm not going anywhere. So this is really exciting for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Appreciate it. Any other comments or questions from council? Good. Good, Mayor Pro Tem.
I just
Oh, go
want
ahead.
to clarify something because I'm looking at the contract and I'm trying to figure out, there's a lot of questions and I know some comments from the audience about fear mongering and like, what if, the administration changes and we have to keep the grid as we currently have it. I have two quick questions. Does the power plant currently have the capacity to work at full capacity and not just as an emergency backup? And I know there's a possibility. The vote right here is going to be about us asking the question to the state of California. If they say no, there's no deal, right? The original closing date would stay the same. I know those are two questions. You can answer it first.
Yeah, so the first one, the power plant has the capacity to reach its full load, which is 1,491 megawatts. There's two units, 1,750, 1,741. The state wouldn't contract for them if they weren't able to get that to that level, and we test that. We're required to test to that level multiple times a year, or certainly once a year.
I'm sorry, is his microphone on for,
Sorry, maybe it's
for
too
people
high.
in the...
I thought I could speak
Okay.
loudly enough to hear it. But they can ramp it up to that if there is a need. So for example, September 6, 2022, the CAISO, because of the extreme load on the system, asked us to ramp all the way up to that level. It doesn't go quite all the way there because it's so warm, the plant won't reach clear all the way to 1491, but it's very close. And so that in that circumstance where the design of the contract as an emergency asset to prevent blackouts will ramp up that high. Does it happen very often? No. Of course, like this year, we definitely have not done that outside of a test. And so what you'll typically see when they start seeing an emergency, they'll bring the plants up to mins. One of the units is 100 megawatts, one is 50, and they'll let them sit there and they wait to see if this is going to be in a real emergency or not so they can ramp them up very quickly. So it has the capability, but I think the gentleman on the phone that fear-mongered, as you said, professed that it may run that way. It is. I don't think it's ever run that way, certainly not since we've owned it and probably many decades ago.
Okay, and in terms of like fear mongering, I was talking about like the administration pulling the rug or not, just because some of the commentaries that I've heard. The second question, I was thinking about the investment. So you're claiming 3 years, possibly the fourth year, right? If for any reason that turning off and turning on doesn't happen, does that mean that that extension goes beyond that?
No.
How? Well, tell me, you're so certain.
Well, so that's part of the whole point of this, and it only works as a date certain closure. So let's say there is a gap. Like I said, it's not realistic to think switch on, switch off. Let's say it's months or whatever it is. Obviously, once this all happens, and we'll know a year from now if it's all happening, the development work on that storage project, all the processes we have to go through will happen. Theoretically, it would happen at the same time. If there's any delay in one, it doesn't mean that the power plant has to continue that way, but we believe that's the right amount of time with our experts who develop these, that is appropriate to bring them on. I won't promise you it's day for day, but it'll be close.
Okay, I was just wondering if there's a penalty if you don't, maybe a few $1 million after that. I'm just teasing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. If I may just make a comment too before going to the Mayor Pro Tem, I certainly see all the benefits that have been highlighted here and that are highlighted in this report. I thank our executive leader for being innovative and creative in bringing this forward. But one thing I am hearing from this community, and I think Barbara herself acknowledged it here, is that maybe there is a lack of community participation in this process. I'm seeing the value of our conversation here, workshopping it, and I would have liked this to have started earlier because I think it's our responsibility at a local level. One thing we don't want to see is a loss of trust in us that we're not hearing from the community. So something that potentially is this beneficial, I don't think the community is yet convinced of it. And so my position is I hear you about the urgency, but I also feel like our community feels like they have not had an opportunity to participate in the process. And looking back, we've got Alex back there with the technical expertise. We have community that are vested, and I think they just want to be heard in the decision that is being made today. And I think just looking here, you've got Barbara acknowledging that, and yet you've got Maria on the other side, who is essentially going to be her replacement. So clearly, we're missing something here. And so I think we need more of this conversation, because I see our audience, and they're here till 11 o'clock, but they're listening attentively. And I think we just need more of that to see us through this
Yeah,
process.
I'm happy to engage
Yeah.
with them anytime they want. I mean, this is an open book. It's been transparent from the beginning, and
Appreciate
it
it, Mr.
will
Watts,
be
yeah.
through all the way at the end.
Appreciate it. I'll go to Mayor Pro Tem. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to all of the speakers and the staff and all the virtual people as well. Well, I guess they're real people. They were just attending virtually. A quick question, and just so it's on the record, and maybe the city manager can take this. Hypothetically, if the council decided tonight to approve this and move forward with next steps, and then tomorrow the Energy Commission says, no, it's going to close in 2026, so December 31st, would that supersede any decision made here tonight?
100%. They actually have all the authority at the state level.
Okay, thank you. And I wanted to have that clear for everyone as well, because if it's announced at some point here that they have followed through with soft promises they've made to members of cause and members of the community that they will not be renewing the extent, or they won't be extending it, then I hope I'm invited to the party on December 31st. I mean, I'd love to go. No offense, Mr. Watts, but.
No, I think someone already asked for the dibs to press the detonator.
Sure. There's also a number of things that are to be weighed out here, including the fact that for our nonprofit partners and community-based organizations, we certainly should continue to have robust discussion in the community with this, and I hope that they would mobilize community members to come out to those community-based meetings, just as they did tonight for this first discussion on it. And my hope on that too is, if this doesn't move forward, that we can have the discussions that were mentioned by a few of the speakers on how do we as a community come up with $15 million to do that. Because I look at the many, many amazing causes and work that happens in our community with community-based organizations, youth-serving organizations, sports-based things, environmental justice. And this is spoken out of total respect for our community. I don't know if we have the philanthropic base to get that, to get us there. Now, we can certainly mobilize each other and do it as a community-based effort, and I'm happy to be part of that conversation, but I don't have $15 million to put towards this legal aid that is absolutely needed. And I'm just hoping that we can have very realistic conversation about that, about what does that look like? And I'm not saying, hey, let's go ahead and accept this bag of money so we can do this. I'm just saying, if we don't accept it, we need to have that realistic conversation amongst ourselves and each other. What's that look like then moving forward if we say no? Some quick points here. I kept hearing comments about a town hall in February, and I'm not, why February? Like, is that somebody's birthday or something? Like, I'd want to have that sooner rather than later if we're going to have conversations on this. And so, and I think we should have it regardless of what the vote here is tonight. I'm hoping that looking at the coming weeks, either in the early part of December or better is like in January, after holidays, I wouldn't want to wait all the way till February to do, like, let's continue the conversation as soon as we can. And I also note that there are existing structures within South Oxnard of leaders who have stepped up and been elected by their residents through the neighborhood council system who would be natural partners in this to either help plan and lead town hall meetings as was requested, or should be included in these conversations regardless. So I hope our community-based organizations have or are going to reach out to them as well. And then last 2 points here. I tried looking up if this is technically true or not, but to call it a unanimous vote for the resolution we passed back in, I had the date here, I think it was a few months ago. It was Thank you. It was a 6-0-1 vote. There was an abstention.
Which
Those,
still makes it unanimous, by the way.
the parliamentarian, is he allowed to interrupt me when I have the floor?
Go ahead, Mayor.
No answer now? Okay. So, 6-0-1. There were 7 council members here that night. I just want to give credit where credit's due. Yes, it was a 6-0 vote, but one council member decided not to vote yes or no one way or the other about the power plant for Ormond Beach. So just wanted that to be clear for folks. And then lastly, as far as how Ms. Macri Ortiz was proposed to be the founding person here for the board, if this were to move forward for the nonprofit, I appreciate that that question was asked because her credentials, her history, her level of knowledge was all able to be shared and why she is highly qualified for that. It's a little offensive to even suggest that because she's friendly with city officials that she gets an in because she's a friend. As was mentioned, she has gone counter to the city a number of times and succeeded. And so I have a lot of respect for her. She happens to live in my neighborhood and was in my neighborhood council when I was the chair and took me to task a number of times, deservedly so. So I have a lot of respect for her and where she comes from and her level of knowledge and her skills as an attorney. That being said, as far as being friendly with people and getting chosen for things, if anyone wants to do a Public Records Act request, on April 15th, 2025, just a few months ago at 8:57 a.m., the city treasurer emailed the mayor and cited some government code and said, I have asked Mr. Douglas Partello, and he has accepted the position of Deputy City Treasurer. As I previously informed you and to the city attorney at my deposition years ago, I also asked Miss Alicia Purcell to be my deputy, and she too accepted years ago and has served the position with high quality. So I don't remember the vetting or the public discussion around that or the job application and interview process, which we now have for a deputy city treasurer position. But I mean, they're both here. Did that happen? Did you get offered and you accepted without anything? Nothing? No head taking no? Okay, thank you. So anyhow, as far as suggesting that friendliness gets somebody positions, well, I hope that the call out to the city treasurer will happen as well. So anyhow, those are my comments, Mayor. I appreciate the time on this. And again, thank you to all of the residents who turned out to share their piece on this.
Mr. Watson, just a clarifying question. Is there any, if we pause on this item and us ourselves as a council we begin to start arranging or scheduling workshops with community members, is there any negative result if we do something like that and bring this back on the agenda at a future date?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to answer the question earlier. There's a firm timeline for us, and we have to move forward with other plans, other strategies, other planning for us that, if this isn't going to go through. And so there is a firm deadline for us.
What is the firm deadline?
Tonight.
Tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Now, happy to engage in the process of what happens with all of this afterwards, because again, you're not voting for it to be extended, you're voting to receive the benefits if it's extended, but that's the...
Appreciate that. Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Any other, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Watson, so does the $45 million that you're paying out, does that have to go to these particular, let me restate that. If the council wanted that $45 million to go elsewhere other than to what the proposal is that a deal breaker for you?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I'm sorry, go ahead, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Watson. I want to thank all the speakers here today. The power plant is actually in the district that I represent. I have been through the entire time, sitting here from the first extension, 2022, 2024. It is to me, it is very important that we have a date that the power plant will be turned off. But I do have questions for you, so I apologize. I'll have you come back up. You can blame Ken there. If today the council says no to this proposal, is it still the intent of GenOn to move forward with the battery plant?
Yeah, there's no guarantees that would get built. I mean, obviously, there's a big process around it. What do we do with the location that the plant's on after it's decommissioned and demolished? There's big questions around that. Can or should we? Is it the highest and best use to build the battery? There are big questions around that if the transition were approved and if the plant were extended, that precipitates all of the mechanisms that we just said, buying the extra land that we need to move it inland, donating the beach land, and so forth. So I would never guarantee you that would happen. I mean, there's, like Alex said, there's a lot of options on the table if it doesn't go through, right? We obviously have lots of contingency plans, and we have to understand that it may or may not be extended, right? We know what the extension date is right now, and we know that the state is reviewing its reliability models and determining whether or not that they would extend the plant. If they don't, then there'll be options and plans that we have to work through.
Okay, so if obviously the state at this point will have the final decision, which we probably will see it early January, maybe not.
We don't know.
But if the plant gets decommissioned and there is a hard deadline, December 31st, this money, we get none of it.
Right, you go to where we are right now, which is the plant gets shut down on December 31st, and the mechanisms behind the funds that we've already placed aside for decommissioning and restoration start to take place.
Okay. So I just want to make it clear that there is, based on what you just said, you don't have a specific plan, but you do have, you are talking about, if possible, continuing with the battery plant inland with the possibility of giving the land over to the city.
Those are tenets of the agreement, yes.
And if we do not approve this agreement, is it still your intent to do that?
No, we won't donate the land at that point because we'll need to decide what other highest and best use for the land there is.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Michaela Perez, go ahead.
I have a few requests, and really want to be firm about just the conversation around the land. Yes, I think if it could be a requirement that the land be donated back to the city of Oxnard, as we hear concerns around that area around beach accessibility. That is one of the biggest priorities for that area. So that'd be request number one. The second request would be to not utilize this agreement to lobby all 14 agencies as well as the state and federal government to be able to surpass the extension if it does follow the 2026 timeline. And then also to ensure that there's an invitation. There must be a roundtable discussion with labor, nonprofits, other community-based organizations to talk about the impacts of EJ in the community and to ensure that this is a just transition. And that there's also safeguards and mitigation assessments and risks. As we know, that'll go through that process in other agencies, but really wanting to set the tone that this would be the requirement.
Yeah, I think that's already in there, those requirements for that process.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilman Perez.
I appreciate all the comments and the views. Mr. Watt, thank you very much for presenting yourself and taking the questions. Ms. Macri-Ortiz, thank you very much. Also, congratulations on the award you got last week. But also, number one, I want to thank our city management, specifically Mr. Nguyen and Mr. Roselle, and all those others involved. I look at this a little differently. There's an opportunity. There's no guarantees. It's an opportunity. But I was sitting over where Mr. Starr is sitting when there was only 5 of us here, when there was a decision to Mandalay Bay. It's over. Nobody looked at what was going to happen to the water. Unintended consequences. Nobody looked at there's no way to take the thing down. It's still there. Now we're being tugged by individuals that want to do certain things, and we have an issue with water and the quality of water. 3 gentlemen are sitting here hoping that some of you hang around to hear the presentation about the water. I hope some of you do. You'll learn something. Having the luck to sit on this board for about 10 years, you get to learn something. Some of you coming up, I'm like, I wondered if you even paid attention with Mandalay Bay. I can only think of one guy that used to raise hell, Al Velasquez, raising hell about how much tax money we're going to lose. And I see a head nodding in the back. Right, Anthony? Yeah. The environmentalists were like, going to shut it down. Rush to shut it down. Yeah, it's nice to have it off the beach, but it's not off the beach. Here you have an opportunity through the initiative, and some people don't like him. I think he's doing a hell of a job for the city of Oxnard. Our city manager, who also, some people question, is the money real? He also was the one. It wasn't any of us. It wasn't any of the previous council members. It wasn't any management that came up with getting some kind of a lockbox for money to knock the place down. It was him. And he still gets put down by some people. I don't have good feelings for those people, being blunt. But the issue that comes up on this, what are your options? On this, personally, I'm rolling a roll of the dice because I saw what happened with the other power plant. And I still don't know how much it's going to cost to clean up that water. But I know whether you're in the north, south, east, or west end of Oxnard, you're going to be party to paying for that. You're going to be party for paying for that. A question that comes up, maybe somebody from staff can do it, but we've already had a question asked tonight from, I think, one of the phone call, Mr. Herrera, South Oxnard. I've lived in this area since 1958. I never saw a line that said South Oxnard, Central Oxnard, North Oxnard. I always talked about, this was here. We talk about the haves and the have-nots, poor South Oxnard. What's South Oxnard? Give me a line, give me a street, give me some coordinates. Who's going to benefit? I know you guys are laughing, but if we get some legal aid, are you going to go, somebody that lives in 9 acres or El Rio doesn't qualify because they don't live in South Oxnard? Somebody who's a farm worker that lives in El Rio West doesn't qualify because they don't live in South Oxnard? None of you have asked those questions. I'm willing to roll the dice and support this.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Go ahead, Councilwoman Basula.
Mr. Watson, I have, I'd like to negotiate one thing up here. If council agrees to this agreement, regardless of what happens on December 31st, would GenOn be beyond, within this contract, still give us that land?
Let me answer that another way. The previous agreement that we did with the city a couple of years ago, the Parks Agreement, that agreement, if I'm not mistaken, conceptualizes an access to the beach. And there's improvements set aside. I think it was $10 million set aside for that improvement and continued remediation, public access, boardwalks. I think there was some, I don't remember all the exact language. Right. That allows for that. It removes a small portion of it that's near the SCE substation that we would still own. And I can't give that to you tonight. I don't have the authority to do that. That would be a major decision for the corporation, and it's not something we can do tonight. But you do have our previous agreements that allow for that access, that restoration, that remediation, that improvement, all of those things that allow for that access.
No, I understand that, but we do have, and, you know, today, you heard, we all heard, that piece of land is, that generating station, we as a community, I can all agree that we want it decommissioned. We want to restore our beach back. And without that piece of land, that won't be possible. We as a council are going to be making a decision that is either going to upset a lot of people, and we might at the end get no benefit out of it. So I'm trying to at least secure something.
Yeah, I think you should take some comfort in those agreements, and we can go back and go through them, but those agreements do provide for quite a bit of what you're asking for. And I think what's left outside of them is a fairly small piece of the 60 acres that wouldn't be, that would not be part of the remediation and continued beautification in parks.
Right, but that is the land that we are looking to be gifted to the city in the case that this actually goes through. And then you would be purchasing inland land. I just, you know, it just seems that we're rolling a dice and we might lose at the end. And that piece of land is extremely important. And I think that if we as a council make a commitment, you know, to pass this, we should have something at least, if we get nothing.
Well, you have two agreements where we've set aside $25 million to demolish the plant that we funded and paid for. And you have a second agreement for $10 million that's in the process at the end of its funding, which will be done in short order. So $35 million for the restoration, remediation, improvement, and parks access there. So there is something there for you. If the plant is shut down at the end of next year and we enact the demolition and remediation agreement, then you have all of those benefits that are what you have right now. Nothing has changed. That exists now, and those deals were put in place and all funded.
How long will it take for you to go back to your board and try to negotiate this?
Yeah,
are you saying it's not going to happen?
It's not going to happen, yeah. As part of this agreement. So if, again, you're not voting for an extension, you're voting for, if the state extends it, these are the benefits that can come along with that for everyone. Win, win, win. And if it doesn't happen, you're right where we are right now with the two agreements, the $35 million to restore that property. Minus the substation that we don't own.
Which is about how many acres? 60, you said?
Our property is 60. I don't know what the substation is, but we don't have any control over that.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? If not, Councilman Perla, was that a motion to approve the recommended item? Yes. What's the pleasure of council? Is there a second? Okay. All right. I don't hear a second, so you're.
I will second.
You second the motion? Okay. Madam Clerk, call for.
So at this point, we have debate.
Yeah. We take the pros and cons. I can start first. I certainly see the innovation, the value, and the creativity. This is the first of its kind. And so there's a lot of, and I think our executive leadership team, our city manager heard what our community is asking for in regards to our legal assistance with what we're seeing with federal activity here in our city. But hearing our community, and I know this is only a fraction of our community that's here today, I feel it comes, taking a decisive action like this, even though practical and beneficial, it comes at a loss of trust in us and not here in our community when we are considering something that directly impacts our community. And that is something that I think is more injurious than potentially the benefits we stand to gain. We can still move in this direction, but I think it's incumbent upon us to hear directly from our community and have these robust, deep discussions with them when they feel part of this process, which I think is something they're not feeling. And so I'm hearing that. So that's my position. Any of the pros and cons on this?
Mayor, if I may ask,
Yes.
I just want to get a firm answer, and apologies,
Sure.
I am just going through some of my notes, wanting to get a firm answer regarding the lobbying aspect, and really wanting a yes or no response. From Jen on. Using this agreement to lobby, yes or no? Will you be using this agreement to lobby any of the entities?
No, we don't. It's not up to us to lobby the state to do what they need to do they don't make a decision to extend the plant for grid reliability based on anything that GenOn would tell them.
Okay.
Any other pros or cons? Okay.
I think so. I'm kind of leaning against this at the moment, but maybe I'll change my mind here. I guess one thing that I'd feel more comfortable if the 45 million I knew were of benefit to the entire city, not just to one group of people. I think that we got we had a big presentation earlier today where we talked about all the deferred maintenance that we have. I mean, if we had $45 million extra here, I'd be spending on fixing infrastructure, which benefits everybody in the community. I get there's a need for legal aid services, but I wouldn't spend $45 million on, or $16 million on legal services and 29 million, whatever it is, for some public facility. I just wouldn't, because it doesn't really benefit everybody, and I want to benefit everybody. So, and I guess I'm also uncomfortable that, I mean, it sounds like staff has been working with GenOn for a while on this. This is the first I've heard of this. I had no idea that this was going to be on the agenda tonight until the agenda was published. So I feel like I'm being rushed into a decision here where there's a lot of controversy anyway. And it sounds like a lot of people didn't get heard. And so I think at this point, I'm inclined to vote no.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead.
Mayor, if we're having debate on this, I'd be remiss if I didn't share that. Personally, I feel that the statements my colleague just made are a little out of touch. To state that $45 million can do a lot for the infrastructure of our city, well, yeah, absolutely. But we could have the most beautiful roads possible, but if a significant number of our population are being targeted and deported, who's going to drive on them? What's the point of having beautiful streets and beautiful parks if the people who are our neighbors now can't enjoy them because they can't even leave their homes? So to say that, well, we have a lot of deferred maintenance and, why focus only on South Oxnard? Well, because people in the past haven't focused on South Oxnard. That's the point. And so I full respect to your point of view and your position on this, Councilmember Starr. I just feel that was, I hope that gives you a little bit more context and that you can maybe speak to some of these folks who are here tonight representing those neighborhoods either because they live there now or they have family there or they grew up there, because it is a far different experience than I think you're assuming or perceiving it to be. So I apologize, that's not necessarily germane, but it's just in response to what we just said. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any other comments, pros or cons on what's on the table? No? Okay. Yeah. Do you have something, Councilwoman Perez?
Yeah, and open to other thoughts as well. I think that obviously this is an item that weighs heavy with just community input already so far, whether it's on the opposition end to on the support end, of really seeing what the impacts are to community and the horrific experiences that many of our community is facing, and really the potential to expand, not just ensuring due process through legal aid, but also creating economic pathways to ensuring that if the 14 agencies where this decision ultimately falls decides to go another route, or perhaps the governor and whatever political ambitions he has as a next step in his journey, and whether this item gets vetoed or not, it weighs heavy on what leaving it in their hands, and obviously wanting to be very clear that it does fall within those 14 agencies to ultimately decide whether this surpasses the 2026 deadline. It isn't on our local body who's deciding that. And I think that that's exactly why I asked the question of not utilizing this document to lobby the various groups. And I think as a person who understands what the experiences of young people are in the community, the public health of the community, having a time certain date is what's important. And as meetings continue to get postponed in the various agencies, and knowing that the California Public Utilities Commission is probably going to be one of the most difficult fights, I'm happy to offer my support to continue to speak in testimony, to oppose another extension. I stand on my word. It's not that that I'm being complicit to this Trump administration and overlooking the voices of young people, but I know that this decision, again, falls within these 14 agencies. And if this funding comes because there is another extension that is made within their various bodies due to the data and research that they find and other political levels of power that fall outside of ours, these funds will benefit the community long after I'm on this council. I have 3 years left in my term, and so it's not a decision of making a decision based off of community or endorsements and things of that nature, but really what the voters elected me to do, which is to make hard decisions sometimes that aren't always going to be, that aren't always going to sit well with folks. And so that's kind of my overview of the analysis that I've taken based off of conversations I've had with neighborhood councils, what I'm hearing out in the community, the horrific things that are happening in the community, and really just this need for, long-term investment, which I think is the biggest thing that often comes up for South Oxnard is how do we invest long-term? And being that this is a private entity, that is a part of my level of civic engagement, is understanding, well, what is the difference between private and city property, and the desire to have all of these ambitions of what could go in these pieces of land, but really ultimately it's private land. So again, I think just wanting to kind of share the things that have been weighing on me and the conversations that have been had, and really took a thorough look of all the comments that have been submitted tonight, as well as, again, the things that are happening out in community, the distributions that are happening, the need to fulfill basic needs, but to also take it a step further and invest in ensuring that due process happens and that there is a facility that exists long after I'm on this council.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, any other comments before we call for the vote?
Yes, this also weighs really heavy on me. I've had meetings with CAUSE. We met twice with them, Councilman Perez and myself, once with city manager, and yesterday, the call that we were on with the CEC. I don't take this decision lightly. I have been really, really thinking about, why I'm sitting up here. And today the name Carmen Ramirez came up. And I can say this, and I'm sure Barbara can agree with me. Carmen didn't always go with, what she was being told. There was actually numerous times where I was in an event with her and she would whisper at me, she's like, Gabby, they're mad at me. And I'm like, why? What did you do? She's like, I went against them. But Gabby, you always show your face. No matter what, you always show your face. And I've taken what I had learned from her, sitting next to her for 2 years before she went off to be county supervisor. And her leadership when it comes to this specific topic really weighs on me. Because we've heard today, and Council Member Starr, and I'm sorry, I'm going to put you on the spot, you know, he just said, well, you know, I'm not okay with this 45 million going to one sector of the community, and he wants it for entire Oxnard. We heard about infrastructure. That's what I'm afraid of. When I look at this, that's what I'm afraid of. I only have 1 more year left on my term. I don't know what's going to happen, but I've always have put what I believe is the community's needs first. And right now, what our community needs, I don't know if on the long term, the city can sustain it. And when it comes to budget cuts, these are the first things that go. You know, I hate to say it, it's not fire, it's not police, you know, we go away with programs, we go away with infrastructure, we go away with the things that help the most vulnerable of our community. And that's where my heart is at. I live in this community, I work in this community, and just like Barbara in the other side, I work for a housing authority, and I see the people that come in and out of my agency on a daily basis. And it is heartbreaking. I live in the epicenter of this. And I don't take this decision lightly. I hear you, and I am really proud of the leaders that we have within all the organizations. You guys are to be applauded. You know your stuff. I'm happy that you are in our community. But Barbara said today that Carmen was pragmatic, and that's what I need to be today. So I just want to thank everybody for your time. I know it's almost midnight, and I'm probably the most advocate about, you know, having meetings go by quickly. So I just want to thank you all and let you know that this does weigh heavy on my heart. And what I don't want is for South Oxnard and my community to continue to be taken advantage of.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
I have a few things that I wanted to share. Just because the Centro Legal would be located in South Oxnard doesn't mean that we wouldn't serve the entire community. It's just access, right? Like having it located in South Oxnard would provide some type of equity to make sure that families can know where it is, access it, and potentially, and again, this might be pie in the sky. Like, this is us asking a question. Potentially, I want folks to really understand, we're not voting right now on whether we award another extension or not. And I think Perez was very intentional about asking, is this gonna be your ticket to say, hey, we have the city of Oxnard support, now we can go and give ourselves 3 more years, 4 more years, whatever that may be. I wanted to address a few things that folks said. We haven't had community input, but I know that this conversation is not the first time on whether there's an extension or how people feel about this power plant. It came up in 2020, it came up in 2023. I am concerned that if we say, give us 2 more months and we'll figure it out, that we would miss an opportunity for us to really make sustainable impact for the community at large. So I think I wanna make sure that folks know that I am listening and that I'm hearing what you're saying. I'm very proud of all the folks who have stood up here in English or Spanish and just shared their thoughts. So I'm trying to figure out, us voting no would say, yes, we need more time, we need additional information. I heard 2 main concerns, that there has been a lack of community input. That's very important to me. And then the other thing that I heard was safety, right? We don't want the batteries to explode and cause more harm, cause contamination, leak into, our community. So I think it's really important that we clarify that this potential battery system would not be placed in the ocean. It would not be placed where the current plant is. There would be a lot of factors to be considered before that even is approved or voted on. So I just think it's really important that we understand and we demystify some of the things that are being shared, should there be maybe confusion. So again, this is not the first time we've had this conversation, and it's very important that we are listening to our community. And I heard a lot of really great arguments from our community out of care and concern. And I also, we cannot compromise the safety of our community. And I think that at least this council has gone up to bat when we were concerned about safety. And so, again, the question at hand right now, or at least the motion is, hey, can we ask the state of California? So should none of this happen, we're still back in square one, and our community will still have the power plant closed, and we still have $25 million. So that's a win for Oxnard, or all of us as a community. Should this potentially happen? Yes, it's a little bit more time, but it's time certain, and that's a win for Oxnard, potentially. Us taking no action is a missed opportunity, potentially.
Thank you. Any other comments before I call for the vote? Madam Clerk, call for the vote.
Councilmember Pralo?
Yes.
Councilmember Starr?
No.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
No.
Councilwoman Perez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua?
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur?
No.
The motion carries 4-3.
Thank you. We'll next move to item M2. This is from the city manager's office. Subject, City of Oxnard commitment to provide matching funds of $600,000 for one additional Ventura County Public Defender attorney position over 3 years. The recommendations that the City Council commit to provide matching funds of up to $600,000 for one additional Ventura County Public Defender attorney position over 3 years. 2, direct the city manager to enter into an MOU on behalf of the city with the Ventura Public Defender's Office for a 3-year period not to exceed $600,000. And 3, authorize the city manager to administratively appropriate $200,000 from the General Fund 101 available fund of balance for fiscal year 2025-26 after the signature of the MOU with the County of Ventura. Just as a reminder, this item did not originate in committee, and City Manager Alex Nguyen is here to answer any questions we may have. Yes, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem. You are, okay, sorry.
Thank you. Before we go to the item, just to do as I've done in the past, like I have for other County of Ventura or school district agreements, I may have a remote interest due to professional relationships I have with those entities, and that's through my full-time day job. So out of an abundance of caution, I will have to recuse myself from this item, but before I leave the dais, just know that although I can't participate in this item, outside of this item, I'm going to continue this work that we're talking about more broadly on this. Thank you, Mayor.
Appreciate that, Mayor Pro Tem, thank you. Are there any comments or questions of staff before we go into public comment?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember.
So I like the Public Defender's Office. I think they do some good work. I guess, but I have some questions. And I guess one question I have is, does the Public Defender's Office have attorneys on staff who are experienced in immigration law? Which is a lot different than criminal defense. So I'm wondering if someone could perhaps answer that question for me first.
So obviously, I can't speak on behalf of the public defender, but in my conversation with her, they do.
They do, okay.
And this is about increasing capacity given the circumstances.
Okay. And another question I have is, are detainees under ICE are detainees held here in Ventura County, or are they held in Los Angeles? Because I don't think there's a local place to detain them.
I don't think anyone can actually answer that question, which is part of the problem.
No, I mean, there are facilities. So I'm just not aware of any detention facilities here in Ventura County. Isn't the closest one in, is there one in Camarillo? Great. Okay.
Well, but there are different ways that these things go down, and in some cases, it could be at the county jail, right? So the timing of it is part of what makes this so ludicrous in terms of procedure and due process.
Why would they be in county jail? We're talking about protecting people where ICE has picked them up, right? So ICE doesn't deliver them to the county jail, or am I wrong?
They do.
They actually deliver them to the county jail rather than detaining them and trying to deport them. That doesn't make sense to me.
No, it's the other way around. Sometimes that's where they pick them up.
There's that. Okay. So the nearest immigration court's in, I think, Van Nuys. So I'm wondering how much of this money would be spent to pay for attorneys in Ventura County to travel to Los Angeles. I mean, typically you want to meet with whoever your client is. I would think there would be a lot of resources spent just on that.
Well, this proposal is to provide funds to match for an attorney's position. The rest of their office overhead is on them.
And it looks to me like we actually don't have a proposed written agreement in front of us today. When do you think we would actually have a proposed agreement?
That depends on them. What this proposal is a formal commitment. And it does have a fuse on it. It's not just floating out there. So what the recommendation is good until the end of their next budget cycle at the latest.
Is there any reason why you just can't bring this back to us when you actually have an agreement? Is there something, I mean, it's not like Genon who says this thing has to be approved tomorrow, today.
Yes, the approach is, given what we've seen happen so far at the county, the proposal is for us to make this offer a real offer versus a conceptual offer or hypothetical offer or just an idea.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other comments before I open up for public comment? No? Okay. There's a number of speakers on this item, 37 in person. I think we have one virtual. So I know we're at 11:40. Just, we want to hear from everybody. Just, if you could try to condense your comments, but if not, I mean, we're here to listen. Okay, we'll go to the first one, Shannon Anderson, followed by Elizabeth E. Okay. Yeah, Elizabeth, is that you? Okay, thank you.
All right. Good evening, council members and mayor, staff. Earlier this year, as the new presidential administration came in, I stood before you advocating for Oxnard to lead with dignity, compassion, and justice, to move beyond statements of support and take real action to protect our undocumented neighbors. I'm here again because the families of the city are still waiting for maintaining intentional leadership. Under Oxnard's governing authority, you have not only the power, but the obligation to do more than offer just words. You can create protections, direct resources, and shape policies that truly keep our community safe. For 3 years, Oxnard has been my home. I've seen its resistance, its resilience, its warmth, and sense of unity. But in recent months, I've seen more than no city should ever have to ignore. Fear and anguish taking hold of families who are simply trying to live with dignity. Immigration raids have broken families across Oxnard. Parents are afraid to go to work. Children wonder if their families will still be whole when they return home from school. This is not safety, this is not justice, and it is not aligned with the values the city claims to uphold. The governing code of this chamber grants you clear authority to protect public welfare, and that includes setting limits on how local departments engage with outside agencies. Oxnard needs to adopt an enforceable policy that prevents local law enforcement from assisting immigration enforcement in any form, direct or indirect. The slightest cooperation will continue to erode trust and continue putting your constituents at risk. You can address this through ordinance, administrative direction, and through budget. The tools are there, you just need to use them. But ending cooperation alone is not enough. When families are impacted, they need real support. And the most meaningful motion you can take right now is that allocate city funds to establish a dedicated Ventura County public defender for constituents impacted by these detainments. Oxnard already invests general fund dollars into housing programs, youth support, and public safety because recognizing these are essential to community well-being. Legal defense is just as essential. Without representation, families face a complicated, punitive, and broken system with no one to protect their rights. A city cannot claim to protect its people while leaving them defenseless in moments when they need protection the most. This is not only a moral responsibility, it's fully within your legal authority. If this council wants to stand with humanity for justice and for the families that make this beautiful city what it is, then now is the time to act. Mayor and city council members, Oxnard doesn't need symbolic gestures or sympathy statements. It needs policies with courage and intention. It needs leadership that steps between its people and injustice, not leadership that steps aside. Fund a public defender, end toxic cooperations, show this community that you stand by them and are willing to act with the strength and bravery that the times demand. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Arthur Valenzuela. And Griselda Reyes Basurto, you'll go after Arthur. Go ahead, Arthur.
Hi, good evening, or it's almost good morning, but I'll just keep this short. I support the $600,000 on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Arthur. Griselda.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Griselda Reyes Basurto.
Hold on, Griselda. We're going to get you a translator, okay?
Okay.
Thank you so much. Yeah, hold on. Her name is Griselda Reyes Basurto, right? Yeah.
¿Es posible obtener algún micrófono?
Is it possible to
Yeah,
get a
absolutely.
microphone?
That's right. There's one right there. Technical problems.
Okay. Y me presta el papelito, lo dejamos aquí. Ok. Entonces, ¿puedo utilizarlo? Sí. ¿Ese no funciona? Hola, buenas noches, concejales. Mi nombre es Griselda Reyes Basurto. Soy gerente de programa organizadora comunitaria de alcance con la organización Proyecto Mixteco Indígena. Estoy aquí porque lo que está ocurriendo de los impactos del ICE en nuestra comunidad es urgente.
Good night, council members. My name is Griselda Reyes Basurto. I am the manager of the program of our community organizers at Reach with MICOP. And I'm here because of what's happening and the impact of ICE in our community, and this is urgent.
Desde mi experiencia profesional, trabajo con las familias indígenas dentro de la comunidad inmigrante. He observado en primera mano la profundidad del impacto emocional y social que genera las intervenciones del ICE.
In my professional experience working with the indigenous families and the immigrant community, I've observed firsthand the profound impact, emotional and social impact that is generated through the interventions of ICE.
Muchas familias comparten haber vivido situaciones que perciben como un abuso de deportaciones del poder por parte de algunos agentes, especialmente durante arrestos realizados frente a los niños, niñas y jóvenes en nuestra comunidad.
Many families share that have lived situations they perceive as the power, the unproportionate power from the agents, especially during the arrest in front of the kids, boys, girls, young people.
Estos momentos dejan huellas de trauma que afectan el miedo y ansiedad y sentimientos de impotencia, tanto en los menores como en los adultos.
These moments leave trauma, and it's manifested by fear, anxiety, and these helpless feelings, especially in the minors and as well in adults.
Al raíz de estas experiencias, varias familias me han expresado temor constante al realizar actividades cotidianas como ir al trabajo, acudir a citas médicas, llevar a sus hijos a la escuela.
With these experiences, many families have expressed their fear, their constant fears to just continue with a daily life like work, go to the doctor, and take the kids to school.
En comunidades indígenas e inmigrantes ya vulnerabilizadas, estas experiencias intensifican, el estrés y la desconfianza, dificultad su bienestar y su participación en la vida cotidiana.
These indigenous communities and immigrants, they are vulnerable. This experience intensifies the stress and the lack of trust. It makes difficult their well-being, their participation in daily life.
Mi intención al compartir estas observaciones es visibilizar estas realidades y promover espacios más seguros, informando y respetuosas para todas las familias.
My intention by sharing this observation is to visualize this reality and to promote spaces that are more safe, that are safer, informed, and with respect for all the families.
Sabemos que pronto estamos el Día de Acción de Gracia, mas sin embargo nuestras comunidades no van a poder celebrar este día que hace un momento ustedes estaban hablando que tenemos la Acción de Gracia, mas sin embargo nuestra comunidad no va a poder disfrutar ese momento por la situación que estamos.
Thanksgiving is coming up, and our communities, you were talking about it, our communities are not going to be able to spend the time, to enjoy the time, to be able to enjoy Thanksgiving as it was being shared before.
Por eso les pido votar sí al asunto M2 y garantizar que estos fondos se utilicen para defensa legal, sin importar lo que sucede a nivel del condado.
That's why I urge you to vote yes on M2. It is important to provide a public defender to create a real legal defense for the residents. And I'm so sorry, I read the wrong side. I urge you to vote yes on M2 and to give the funds and utilize this for legal defense and without the level of the county.
Nya tu yo ta shinta ando ku ya shanti kuna yubina nyundi ta shabi pa ando nya ta so ndo di ku tu nya ta andibiti. Estas palabras vienen de parte de nuestra comunidad indígena. Muchas gracias por su espacio y el tiempo.
These words are from the indigenous community. Thank you for the space and for your time.
Thank you, Griselda. Thank you. Veronica Hernandez, if she's still here. And then Samuel Julio, you'll follow Veronica.
No se puede. Okay. No se va a poder. Okay. Buenas noches, estimados concejales. Mi nombre es Verónica Hernández, soy organizadora comunitaria con MICO. Estoy aquí por los impactos que ICE ha generado en nuestra comunidad.
My name is Veronica Hernandez. I'm a community organizer with MyCup, and I'm here because of the impacts of ICE and what it has been generated into our community.
Quiero expresar mi apoyo a la inversión destinada a proporcionar representación legal para los inmigrantes en nuestra comunidad. Muchos residentes del condado de Ventura enfrentan procesos de deportación completamente solos, sin contar que no cuentan con un intérprete en su idioma, lo cual crea un vacío crítico en nuestro sistema. La falta de asistencia legal no solo afecta a las personas directamente involucradas, sino también debilita la estabilidad social y económica de toda la región.
I want to express my support for the money that is the purpose to represent legally the immigrants and in our community. Our residents from Ventura County, they're going through process that are they're completely alone. They don't count with an interpreter in their language, and this is critical in our system. The lack of legal assistance not only affects the people directly, but also it weakens the stability, social and economical from all the region.
Tenemos casos donde ambos padres son deportados y los menores de edad toman la responsabilidad de cuidar a otros hermanos menores.
We have cases where both parents have been detained and the minors, they have to take responsibility and support their brothers.
Realmente es una separación traumática que afecta su estabilidad emocional, su rendimiento escolar y su bienestar en general.
This is a traumatizing separation. This affects the emotional stability, their school, their well-being in general.
Y no solo eso, sino que enfrentan situaciones económicas extremas, sin recursos para comida, vivienda o necesidades básicas. Este impacto afecta al público en general.
Not only that, now they're facing extreme economic situations, no resources for food, for housing, just the basic needs, and this affects the public in general.
A veces es difícil de creer. No lo tengo ahí, pero lo puedo decir. Okay. A veces es difícil de creer porque a veces estamos en una sociedad que realmente nosotros como organizadores estamos conectados con nuestra comunidad.
Sometimes this is difficult to face because us as organizers, we're connected with the community.
Y todos los días recibimos notificaciones de niños menores que se quedan sin padres.
And on a daily basis, we receive notifications from kids they don't have parents anymore.
Por esa razón estoy aquí pidiendo, ya que es fundamental que estos fondos se utilicen realmente para asegurar representación, ya sea mediante la Oficina del Defensor Público o mediante organizaciones comunitarias y proveedores legales sin fines de lucro.
That's why this is so important for these funds to be utilized to really legally represent, whether it's with a public defender or community organizations, with
Estas entidades cuentan con experiencia, competencia cultural y un compromiso profundo con la defensa de familias inmigrantes.
These organizations come with experience, the cultural competence, and the profound commitment to defend the immigrant families.
Los datos son claros. Las personas que tienen representación legal son entre 5 a 10 veces más propensas a ganar sus casos, obtener alivios migratorios y mantenerse unidas con sus familias.
Data is clear. The people that have legal representation are between 5 and 10 times more prone to win their cases and to receive and to maintain their families together.
Invertir en asesoría legal no duplica servicios existentes, lleva un vacío esencial y protege a nuestra comunidad.
Providing this help and investing in legal help does not duplicate the services they're receiving currently. This fills up the essential gaps and protects our community.
Por esa razón les pido apoyar el asunto M2. Este financiamiento significa mantener familias juntas, promover un proceso más justo y fortalecer la seguridad y la estabilidad de Oxnard y el condado de Ventura. Muchas gracias.
Supporting M2, this means that the families will be together to promote the process that will be more fair and to strengthen the security and the stability of Oxnard and all Ventura County.
Gracias, Verónica. Thank you. Samuel. Y María Rincón after Samuel.
Sí.
¿Y luego me lo va a prestar?
Sí, lo voy a pasar. Mi nombre es Samuel, muy buenas noches, concejales, muy buenas noches. Soy organizador comunitario con MICOP y estoy aquí porque lo que está sucediendo con nuestra comunidad, el impacto de ICE, es urgente.
My name is Samuel Julio, and I'm a community organizer with MICOP, and I'm here because of what's happening and the impacts of ICE in our community. This is urgent.
Es muy doloroso saber que una madre es detenida y deportada por el simple hecho de no tener un abogado para su defensa.
It's very painful to see that a mother is being deported because they simply don't have legal defense.
Pero es más doloroso ver a una niña recién nacida separada de su madre porque no tiene acceso a asistencia legal.
But it's even more painful to see a baby girl that was just born being separated from the mother because she does not have any legal defense.
Por eso, hoy es el momento para que Oxnard defienda a las personas que hacen de Oxnard lo que es.
That's why today is the day that Oxnard gets to defend Oxnard to what it is, Oxnard.
Que defienda a las personas que día con día dejan a sus hijos y salen a dar todo por todo en los campos para dar lo suficiente a su familia.
To defend their people, they go to the fields to give everything they got to protect and give to their families.
Les pido que voten sí al asunto M2.
I ask you to vote yes on item M2.
Y que garanticen que estos fondos se utilicen para las defensas legal sin importar lo que suceda a nivel del condado.
To provide these funds for the legal defense regardless of what the county says.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Gracias, Samuel. María, and then María, after you is Julio Almazán.
Okay. Buenas noches, alcaldes y sus concejales. Pues, mi nombre es María, trabajo con Proyecto Mixteco Indígena. Esta noche vengo a pedir para que se dan la oportunidad apoyar a la gente latina que está sufriendo con tanto abuso que está pasando.
My name is Maria. Good night, council members. My name is Maria, and I'm here to support the people.
Si tanto abuso que está con la migración, a veces tengo una sobrina que les reportaron y tiene una niña de 4 años y siempre está llorando pidiendo por su mamá. No quiere comer, no quiere dormir porque quiere su mamá. Ustedes si tienen sus hijos, sus hijas están acostando a dormir, miran cuando están durmiendo con ellos y su hija no está con su mamá. Eso es un sufrimiento para ella.
I have a niece, and she has a 4-year-old daughter. She cries all the time for her mom. Do you have any kids? Just at night, just realize what they're going through. When you put your kids to sleep, what they go through.
Por eso es muy importante para que ustedes también protegen a esos inmigrantes que están aquí en Oxnard, en todas las partes, si se puede. Yo sé que somos muy trabajadores, no venimos a hacer otras cosas malas.
And that's why we ask you to protect the people, that we are hard workers. We're here to work, to protect. You're here to protect us too.
No pedimos más cosas, nomás pedimos que nos respeten todas las personas que se encuentran aquí en los Estados Unidos.
We don't ask for anything, that just respect and protect us.
Muchas gracias, Maria. Thank you. Julio Almazan, and then Fabiola Mendoza, you follow him.
Tenemos uno y uno.
Buenas noches, concejal y alcalde. Mi nombre es Julio Almazán, organizador comunitario de alcance con la organización Proyecto Mixteco Indígena y miembro de la coalición 805 Inmigrante.
Good evening, council members. My name is Julio Almazan, a community outreach organizer with MyCup and member of the Immigrant 805 Coalition.
Hoy estoy aquí para pedir apoyo a nuestra ciudad, que es Oxnard. Sabemos que los agentes federales están haciendo su trabajo. Solamente queremos un poco de humanidad a nuestra comunidad, que día a día está siendo secuestrada.
Today, I'm here to ask for support for our city, Oxnard. We know the federal agents are doing their job. We simply want a little humanity shown to our community, which is being held hostage every day.
Claro está que no podemos obstruir el trabajo de la ley, pero ustedes como líderes de la ciudad pueden apoyar con fondos y votar sí al asunto M2 para financiar por 3 años a los defensores públicos o abogados comunitarios. Así el apoyo realmente llegará a la parte afectada.
Of course, we cannot obstruct the work of law enforcement, but you, as city leaders, can support this by allocating funds and voting yes on the M2 measure to fund public defenders or community lawyers for 3 years. This way, the support will truly reach those affected.
Esto está afectando el condado de Ventura. En las redes sociales está un anuncio que dice que Ventura está en escasez de mano de obra agrícola, pero esto no tiene lógica. El anuncio porque no hay apoyo con fondos para pagarles a los abogados para que puedan hacer valer los derechos de cada persona secuestrada.
This is already impacting Ventura County. There's a post on social media saying that Ventura is experiencing a shortage of agricultural labor, but the announcement doesn't make sense because they haven't provided funding to pay lawyers so they can uphold the rights of each person held hostage.
Yo creo que no es contra la ley hacer valer el derecho humano. Podemos defender a nuestra comunidad por la vía correcta que no corrompe la ley. ¿Cómo? Con defensores públicos o abogados comunitarios calificados. Por favor, voten sí al asunto M2. Gracias por su atención.
I believe that upholding human rights is not against the law. We can defend our community through the proper channels which do not corrupt the law. How? With qualified public defenders or community lawyers. Vote yes on issue M2. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Muchas gracias, Julio. Fabiola Mendoza, if she's still here. Yeah. Oh, yes, I'm sorry, yes. Yes, Eulalia. I'm sorry, Eulalia. I thought it was Fabiola. Yes. And then after Eulalia is Juvenal Solano.
Muy buenas tardes, estimado Conquetzales. Me dirijo a ustedes con respeto esta noche. Mi nombre es Eulalia Mendoza.
I respectfully say goodnight to you, council members. And my name is Eulalia Mendoza.
Soy organizadora comunitaria con la organización Proyecto Mixteco Indígena.
I'm a community organizer with MyCup.
Estoy aquí por el impacto que está ocurriendo con nuestra comunidad con ICE.
And I'm here due to what is happening and the impacts of ICE in our community.
Hoy quiero hablar de un miembro de la comunidad que fue secuestrado por ICE y se lo llevaron.
Today, I want to talk about a member of the community that was kidnapped by ICE. They took him.
Él fue arrestado en el condado de Ventura. Fue transportado de carro en carro hasta que fue tirado en Tijuana.
So he was being changed from car to car until they just went and threw him in Tijuana.
Dejando a sus 2 hijos chiquitos y a su esposa, sin la oportunidad de ver un abogado y tener un juicio.
leaving his kids and his wife behind completely by themselves. He left without the right to see a lawyer.
Así se fue sin el derecho de ver un abogado, como algunos tantos de otras familias que siguen detenidas en la cárcel por no tener representación legal.
He left without the right to see a lawyer, just like many others and their families. They're still detained in jail because they don't have any legal representation.
Porque no cuentan con ese dinero para pagar un abogado.
Because they don't have the money to pay for the lawyer.
Una de tantas familias son estafadas porque no conocen un buen abogado.
Sometimes they're victims of fraud because they don't know the lawyers.
Las recientes redadas que hubo en Glass Houses nos hicieron saber de esas familias que muchas fueron estafadas.
The recent raids that happened in the Glass House, they let us know about all this fraud that happened to those families.
Los abogados les cobraban un dinero para representar a sus familias en cortes, pero cuando llegaba el día de corte nadie se presentaba.
The lawyers were asking for money, and then by the time the court day came, nobody showed up.
Por eso, aprueben el asunto M2.
This is why approve item M2.
Este MOU con la Oficina del Defensor Público crea una defensa legal real para los residentes.
This MOU with the public defender creates a real legal defense for the residents.
Que enfrentan deportaciones y una defensa que puede significar la diferencia entre de permanecer con su familia.
To those that are facing deportation, a defense that could mean the difference between one family staying together or being separated.
Este es un momento para que Oxnard defienda a las personas que hacen que Oxnard lo que es. Les pido que voten sí al asunto M2, que le garanticen a estos fondos se utilicen para la defensa legal sin importar lo que suceda a nivel condado.
This is the moment that Oxnard has to defend the people that make Oxnard what it is now. So I ask you to vote yes on item M2 to have these funds utilized to legal defense without whatever happens at the county level, without
Muchas gracias por su atención.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ulala. Gracias. Juvenal Solano? And then after Juvenal is Juan Carlos Díaz, if he's still here.
Sí. Les iba a decir buenas noches, pero ya es buenos días.
I was going to say good night, but good morning now.
Mi nombre es Juvenal Solano, director de Organizando Comunidades con MICOP.
My name is Juvenal Solano, and I am the director of organizing communities with MICOP.
Estoy aquí para dejar saber mi preocupación por los impactos que están sucediendo en nuestra comunidad.
I'm here to let you know about my concerns for the impacts of ICE in our community.
Cuando se llevan a un padre o una madre, el daño no se limita a una sola persona. Los niños sufren traumas, las aulas se ven afectadas, los empleadores pierden trabajadores, así como lo mencionó el compañero Julio.
When they take a father or mother, this harm is not limited to just one person. The kids, they go through trauma. The classrooms, they are affected. The employers, they lose their workers, and the whole community gets affected.
Un día fui a recoger a mis hijas de la escuela. Una de ellas me dijo, papá, Lixia estaba llorando, ella y otros niños. Entonces yo pregunté la razón y lo que me contestó mi hija fue muy doloroso.
One day I went to pick up my daughters from school. One of them said, Dad, Lizia was crying, her and other kids. So then I asked her what the reason was.
Y entonces le pregunté la razón y lo que me contestó mi hija fue muy doloroso.
And what she answered was very painful.
Mis amigas y yo estábamos llorando porque vimos a la migra en los apartamentos de enfrente de la escuela y teníamos miedo que se llevaran a nuestros papás y a nuestros abuelos.
My friends and I were crying because we saw the migra at the apartments right across the street, and we were afraid that they were going to take our parents and our grandparents.
Por esta razón es crucial contar con recursos como el M2 para que los padres y abuelos que también contribuyen a la economía local tengan quien los pueda defender y asegurar que las familias siguen unidas por el bienestar de nuestra sociedad.
This is the reason why it's so crucial to count with the resources like M2, so the parents and grandparents could also contribute to the local economy. They have the right to defend and to ensure that the families stay together for the wellness of our society.
Les pido votar sí en el asunto M2 para garantizar estos fondos y utilizarlos para la defensa legal sin importar lo que pase a nivel condado, como ya mencionaron unos compañeros.
I ask you to vote yes on item M2, so these funds could be utilized for legal defense without, it doesn't matter what happens at the county level.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Juvenal. Thank you. Juan Carlos Diaz and Alondra Mendoza, you'll follow him if she's still here.
Thank you.
Good morning, council members. My name is Juan Carlos Diaz. I'm a community advocate with MyCup and a member of the 805 Coalition. Today, I'm here on behalf of my indigenous migrant community, farm workers, and hard workers. Due to the urgency of what's happening in our community and the need to do something right now, as a community advocate, I have been supporting families to create their family preparedness plan, and I have encountered families that have no one to take care of their children. I also make sure to connect them with legal defense. Sadly, for most of the indigenous migrant communities that are detained, they cannot afford to pay bail or hire an attorney because it is expensive, and they end up being deported without the due process. I've also spoken with families whose younger brothers and sisters have been unfairly detained by ICE and got deported, and others who are still being held in ICE custody. Recently, I helped a person who was seeking support to send money to her loved one that is detained by ICE. She approached to me because it's hard for her to navigate money transfers. Yesterday, I was supporting another person. His brother got deported last week, and he needed to go pick up his property from the place he used to live, but it's hard for him to pick it up because the renter is not letting him go inside. He's saying that it's a private property, but I'm trying to find a way to support my community with whatever I can do. But I just want to close by saying that we need ICE out of the city of Oxnard. We don't want them here. We need you to start protecting our people better. So please vote yes on item M2 to approve the MOU with the Ventura County Public Defender's Office for Immigration Legal Defenses Services. Thank you.
Thank you, Alondra. And then Josue Vasquez, you'll follow Alondra.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Alondra Mendoza, a community advocate with MICOP. And I'm here because what's happening in our community is urgent and heartbreaking. Since the beginning of this year, 1,000 people have been kidnapped by ICE on the Central Coast, and Ventura County has been hit the hardest. Most are farm workers, and most are indigenous Mesoamerican language speakers who face even greater violations and almost no access to legal help. As a community advocate, I learned through a wife whose husband was detained that he had lost all hope. After the glass house raid, he waited almost a month to receive help. Yet, not a single person, lawyer, or representative visited him during that entire time. With time, he said he had lost hope in everyone outside. Not to mention the language barriers he encouraged there. He encountered there. He waited patiently, holding on the belief that someone would eventually come to help. He dreamed of having proper legal representation because he had a family waiting for him in California. His baby, who was only a few months old at that time of the raid, is growing up every day without the chance to be near his father. The child has been going from daycare to daycare because the mother has to work. The baby's mother couldn't take the full 40 days of quarantine with her newborn because the family's primary breadwinner was taken by ICE at Glass House Farms. In the end, the lack of legal support forced him into an impossible position. With no lawyer willing or able to represent him, he saw no point in waiting any longer. This led him to self-deport, not because he wanted to leave, but because he felt he had no other choice. This is family, and now families make up Oxnard, what it is right now. I urge you to vote yes on item M2 and ensure these funds are used for legal defense, no matter what happens at the county level. Thank you.
Thank you, Alondra. Josue Vasquez, and then I think it's Eileen Tolteca, if she's here after.
Mayor, is there a way to turn off the air conditioning? It is just freezing in here.
The air conditioning?
Yes.
Oh, that's
It's actually set on the temperature setting called MacArthur.
yeah, that's me. Yeah. Okay, maybe just a little. Yeah. Just yeah. All right.
Yeah, ready?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All right.
Go this way. We'll start.
I'm Josue, project coordinator for the MyCOP's Immigration Legal Assistance Program. Tonight, we're here up until almost 1 a.m. in the morning because what is happening in our community is urgent, as we have been vocalizing since the beginning of the year in this very room. Immigration enforcement is not something distant happening only in LA or Chicago. It's happening right here in Oxnard, right outside this very building, in our neighborhoods, where families have been harassed, detained, separated, and where tear gas and intimidation tactics have been used on community members who have simply demanded for human dignity, safety, and accountability. I've worked to follow up with many of the families who were impacted on July 10 and had to hear heartbreaking stories like the ones you heard earlier about how families were torn apart, how they lost their breadwinner, how they've had to forcefully relocate. Many of these families have continuously shared how they needed legal defense as they had their loved one forcibly taken and stripped of basic rights. And in states of desperation, sought out private attorneys, some of whom were actually scams, who took their hard-earned money, in many cases, all of their savings, and provided little to no support. These families turned to CBOs such as MyCOP and 805 on DocuFund for support because since the beginning of the year, it is community groups who have stepped up where the government hasn't, where you have done nothing but sit around and have conversations that lead nowhere aside from publishing Know Your Right resources on the city website. $805 United Families has raised and distributed over $525,000 for 514 families with no support from local governments, such as Oxnard City Council. More than half of $281,500 went to Oxnard families alone, but charity is not a substitute for justice, and selling out our community shouldn't be a consideration as well. We have continuously asked the city since the beginning of the year. We can only hope that this time you will listen to our voices and stand up for the people who make Oxnard what it is. Once again, We urge you to vote yes on the item M2 and ensure these funds are used for legal defense no matter what happens at the county level. You need to do your part and vote yes.
Violeta? Eileen, yeah, and after you is Violeta. Thanks, Eileen.
Violeta's not here. Good evening. My name is Eileen Tolteca, and I'm a youth organizer with MyCops Techio Youth Group. I'm here alongside my peers in support of item M2 and to urge this council to vote yes on it. You are well aware of the grief of our community is continually enduring due to immigration enforcement since January, both due to separation and witnessing these violent actions continually inflicted on community members who speak up and continually try to protect each other. This action is long overdue to our community. Our youth are continually impacted by family separation. The counselors at our local schools overwhelmed by the continuous cases that arise on a daily. This cannot be our new normal. We cannot continue to hear about these new cases and go on with our lives as if nothing is happening. Our youth, our families and communities deserve more in knowing that there is help if the unthinkable were to happen, because the unthinkable has become the normal to our families under this administration. It has been almost a year since these kidnappings of our community members have begun. I'll reiterate, kidnappings, not detentions. The financial support that has occurred has been from community groups and community members who've stepped up where the city hasn't. Mutual aid should not be the lifeline between whether our community members see justice or tomorrow. The well-being of our community members should not come at the cost of getting resources or support for our communities. There should not be an ultimatum between health and our community's well-being to get legal aid. Yet here we are. This is a moment for the city to stand up for the people who make Oxnard what it is. I urge you to vote yes on the item M2 and ensure these funds are used for legal defense, no matter what happens at the county level.
Thanks, Eileen. Violeta, if you're still here. No, okay. We'll go to Yahaira Arroyo.
Good morning, Mayor MacArthur and council members. My name is Yahaira Arroyo, and I am the Civic Engagement Coordinator here on behalf of MICOP. I am also a proud resident of Oxnard 6th District, represented by Councilwoman Perez. Approximately 2 months ago, I stood here asking the same city council to do something, anything, to help our community members impacted by the raids. 2 months ago. Although the US government was shut down, our city was not. We are concerned about the delay in action. You have all heard time and time again about the economic, social, and cultural benefits that our immigrant community brings to the city. I am not here to repeat that today. I am simply here to remind all of us of the hundreds of families who will be separated for Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's. While most children may be asking for the newest trending item, those who have been separated from their families want only another hug, another kiss, another minute to be with the people they love. So as we celebrate Thanksgiving, please remember to give thanks to those who have provided the food we will eat. As we open our presents on Christmas Day, remember that there is no gift more valuable than a united family. And as we welcome the new year, remember that many families are still living with the trauma inflicted by our national government. In the next 2 months, we urge you to take action, to provide legal aid to families in need and give them hope. Passing this agenda item does more than fund a service. It demonstrates that our city shows up for its community members when people are hurting. It offers hope that the families who were separated might one day celebrate birthdays, holidays, and everyday moments together again. I strongly ask you to hold these families in your thoughts as you cast your vote on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Yahaira. Fernando Hernandez, if you're here. And then Genevieve Flores Haro, you're after him.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Mayor MacArthur and council members. My name is Fernando Hernandez. I'm a DOJ, accredited legal representative with MyCops Immigration Legal Assistance Team. I have been part of the immigration team for almost 5 years. In many years with Mila, I have seen many community members coming to MyCop for help with immigration issues. Many of their questions with immigration issues being related to representation in court. Sadly, we are really limited with the help that we could offer because we only have one attorney in all of MyCop's 3 offices. MyCop is in the process of hiring a second lawyer, attorney. The number of community members requesting representation in court has increased drastically to the point that even private attorneys are not accepting new cases. Cases in court require significant amount of an attorney's time because of the time that a case needs. MyCop's attorney is currently at capacity with the potential of the city Oxnard contributing to its residents' legal representation. We see hope in representation. Having the approval of the M2 for the public defender for immigration legal services would allow community members to have more support by shortening the time that an attorney needs to give a court case. As you know, public defenders can assist with the criminal aspect of a court case alongside with the immigration case. Thank you.
Could I ask Mr. Fernando, can I ask you a question, please? Since you've got some background on this that I don't have. See, you have an attorney on staff that actually does some of this work. Can you give me an idea of how many cases he or she is able to handle in a year?
Wouldn't be able to give the number right now, but we do have the staff attorney. She actually takes for both counties. As for Ventura County and Santa Barbara County, we have 3 DOJs, which is we're partial, so we're not able to take court cases. We would be able if we do the full accreditation, but we're not at that point right now. I wouldn't be able to give you a number. I could definitely reach out to you again and be specific about the number that we could give you.
Thank you.
Also to add, most of them are indigenous community members. Myself, I speak Mixteco. We are 2 trilinguals, DOJs, and my supervisor who speaks English and some Spanish.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you, Fernando. Thanks, Genevieve. And then right after Genevieve is Naomi Tungi.
I'm here. All right, good morning.
Good morning, Genevieve.
That's like one of my school board meetings. It goes until midnight. Just to answer your question, Councilmember Starr, our staff attorney is one of the few attorneys that does removal proceedings, which is different than affirmative legal services. It's after midnight, so I can't get you the numbers like my colleague Fernando. Say like 30, 40 cases for like one attorney is like ballpark average.
So for in a year, you think about 30 or 40?
In a year, but these cases take years and years.
Right.
Yeah, so just ish, but
so
it's a big
it's
issue.
not like you can have 30 or 40 new cases every year. You have some cases that are going on
They just go on and on.
Okay.
So just
All right.
whatever that's worth. Sorry, let me pull that up. Anywho, says, here we go. So yeah, good morning, council members. I'll keep this quick because I know it's after midnight, and you get more with carrots than sticks. But I'll be frank, it's a little bit of a slap in the face to be asked why this is urgent when we've been here since July, asking this council to do something to support the immigrant community here in Oxnard. And if I'm being honest, we've been in a conversation with some of y'all since January. It's clear that, some folks have not been listening to the hundreds of folks that have been coming month after month, pouring out our tears and our traumas as to why this is important. You're gonna hear several different numbers tonight, and so I'll give you a number from the Immigrant Legal Defense Center, 3,490. 3,490 human beings have been taken from Ventura County since January, and Oxnard's been the epicenter. We know the dates, right? It's June 10th, where 40 workers were taken from 5 different work sites here in Oxnard. July 10th, the infamous glass house that a lot of us were at. Many of those were indigenous language speakers that had almost no access to legal counsel. September, we had LA sheriffs here in our city for God knows what reason. October, we had the situation with Leo just up the street on the boulevard. And then we had the situation on A Street that was previously mentioned during public comment, literally hundreds of yards from one of the MyCop offices. And it's fear. It's psychological warfare that these ICE agents are trying to inflict. And Oxnard PD just released that report, again, with the Leo situation about how what they said was incorrect and counter to what the dash cam footage showed. So this is not hypothetical. This is not exaggerated. This is happening literally every single day. And I said that the last time I was up here. My phone goes off every single morning, 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning, about the vehicles leaving from Cortez Circle. That's the ICE office, Councilmember Starr. That's the ICE office where people are processed when they're taken. The situation with Glass House, they weren't taken to the ICE office in Camarillo. They were taken to Point Mugu. They were taken to Los Angeles because of the scale. And a lot of these folks are not given their right to due process. They are being coerced into signing their deportation, self-deportation papers. And that's why legal representation matters. And so, as I said, we are seeing that people are pressuring, or ICE is pressuring our immigrant community to sign their self-deportation papers. That's why this is urgent. That's why we keep coming back. That's why we're here at 12:30 in the morning with you all, because Oxnard cannot continue to look away. And so I just respectfully and urgently ask for your support for M2. Thank you.
Can I ask a couple questions? I'm sorry, I'm just,
Yeah, of course.
you got some expertise here.
Mm-hmm.
So if somebody is taken to Point Mugu,
yeah,
what happens then, if, assuming that these attorneys that we have are on site in Ventura County?
It's,
I mean, how do they
So-
connect?
I'm gonna look to the city attorney because this is public comment.
Yeah.
I don't
Point
think
of
you can ask
order,
me
it's
questions.
public It's just a public comment section right now, Councilmember.
You can
And
comment
I don't
back.
know if they even
Okay.
have the
Yeah,
expertise to
yeah.
answer that question.
From one Robert rules to another?
Yeah.
Got you.
Yeah. Thank you, Genevieve. We'll go to Noemi, and then right after Noemi, we'll go to Christian Sanchez.
My name's Noemi. Once again, I oversee one of my CUB's domestic violence and mental health prevention and early intervention programs, Living with Love. I myself grew up undocumented most of my life, and it's such a shame that we have to come here over and over to share our traumas. Every day, our MyCop team of experts, we sit with survivors, afraid to report domestic violence and go near Ventura County Superior Courts, where ICE regularly visits. I also sit with families, men and women, young partners who are breaking cycles of violence in their families, who are in search of resources to better themselves as a person, as parents. In our program, we teach breathing exercises, mental health coping skills, communication skills, and the different effects of DV on children. And we provide a culturally and linguistically appropriate safe space for healing. Through our local evaluation research with UCLA Center for Health Equity, we've been able to show that our programs positively impacted community members' lives. Unfortunately, because of the legal status of many community members, they don't get a second chance to try to go through these processes as someone, quote unquote, with legal status, although we know no one's illegal on stolen indigenous land. As deportations increase, we're seeing our community members kidnapped on their way to pick up their children, separated from their family, and tormented by the traumatic experiences from ICE, who are very unqualified for the violent work that they're doing every day. Everyone deserves due process and representation. So we urge you once again, and hope you don't fail us a second time tonight or this morning, to help provide legal aid to families in need and give them hope. Passing this agenda item does more than fund a service. It demonstrates that our city shows up for our community when people are hurting. So I strongly ask you to hold these families in your thoughts as you cast your vote on M2. Thank you.
Thank you, Noemi. Christian Sanchez, and then Christian will be followed by Odette Moran.
Hello, council members. My name is Christian, and I'm asking you to vote yes on item M2 and make sure these funds actually provide legal defense for Oxnard families. Immigration enforcement in Ventura County is tearing families apart, and most people have to face deportation cases alone. Representation can be the difference between a family staying together or being separated forever. If the county delays or refuses to hire the attorney, the city should move forward with a qualified nonprofit legal organization so this help doesn't get stuck in bureaucracy. Our community can't afford delays. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Odette, and then Odette, you'll be followed by Eva Rosette.
Hello, good night or morning. My name is Odette. My pronouns are they, them, theirs, and I'm a youth and young adult community organizer with Cause, and also volunteer with 805 Fondaku Fund whenever there is free time. And I'm here to urge you to vote yes on item M2, and want to say that today from council members, I saw more urgency when Jen On and industry stood here and shared that a decision needed to be made tonight. But when community has come here in front of you since January asking for these funds and for support for community members, why was this decision postponed or decided for 11 months after when community members came to ask? And so here, I urge you to please vote yes on this item because we needed these funds for community, not 5 years from now, not later on the line after this administration is gone. We needed them at the beginning of this year. We needed to make sure that families had legal representation and have legal representation sooner rather than later. And so I hope to see the same urgency from you council members tonight in this decision here today to pass these funds, whether it be for the Public Defender's Office or whether it be for a nonprofit who has been doing this work during this time. Because during this time, I have seen community unite. I have seen folks from different sides and across to be here for the people. And what I haven't seen is this decision posted in a timely manner where when community comes in front of you and shares their concerns, their worries, and the urgency, because this is impacting lives now. Why is it that the movement came faster when an industry came across and not when people had to be vulnerable in front of you, sharing traumatizing events and even pass through very traumatizing events later on and continue to do so in this day. So I'm here to ask you to please make sure pass these funds, whether it be with the legal nonprofit, with the defense, or with a nonprofit here today. And so thank you so much for your time and for your work on this, but we do need to do better as a city and for the people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Odette. We'll take comment from Eva Rosette and then Primitiva Hernandez.
Good evening, City Council members, staff. I'm going to read Eva Rosette's comments, but before I do so, I do want to thank you all for having interpretation available for folks so that they were able to listen throughout the City Council meeting. And I do want to make a request that, when there is interpretation happening, how could we make it so that the voice of the leaders are also heard and the community members who are here who speak another language? Because I feel like it's really important for having their voices heard as well. So with that, I'm going to read her comment. She had to leave earlier today, or yesterday, I guess. Good evening, council members. My name is Eva Rosette. I live in District 5 in Oxnard. I am in agreement that the city should support approve $600,000 for the migrant community. If the county, for some reason, doesn't approve the lawyer or the attorney position, then I ask that the city use these $600,000 to contract a legal service, a nonprofit legal service that does take these cases. The money is needed for the vulnerable community right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Primitiva, she still here?
She has to leave.
Okay. Then we'll go to Claudia G, if she's still here.
She has to leave too.
Okay. Sarah. And then I see Joseph back there. Then Joseph, you're after her. Okay.
Well, good morning, Mayor MacArthur, City Council, and City staff. Once again, I'm Sarah Wolczewski, and I'm here as a volunteer with 805 and DocuFund. I'm also a resident of Oxnard, and I have been here many times, standing in front of you, talking about the impact that ICE raids are having on our community and requesting that you take action. I want to start first by thanking you for putting this on the agenda. It will go a long way towards helping the community if it passes. As of November 13th, 805 and DocuFund is helping 1,000 people who have been kidnapped by ICE across the Central Coast, with 640 of those being in Ventura County. 55 people reached out to us for support already this month. Oxnard is the hardest hit city in the hardest hit county in the U.S. At least 500 of the people taken were farm workers. And without an attorney, many lose their deportation cases simply because they cannot navigate this complex immigration system on their own. The city has a responsibility to protect community stability, and many Oxnard families are living under fear of sudden and inhumane detention or deportation. And this has ripple effects that impact everyone in the community. Legal representation is one of the most humane and effective tools for keeping families together and preventing trauma. It has been almost 10 months since this crisis started, and the help is desperately needed. It was needed months ago when we started asking you. It was needed back in January. It's a small but critical way to support our most vulnerable neighbors, and I urge you to pass M2 and move with urgency. Clarify the county process and ensure that matching funds are secured so that an attorney can be hired without delay. Finally, please amend this proposal. If the county declines these funds, direct the city to contract with a qualified nonprofit legal service so that funding still delivers the needed support to Oxnard residents. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah. Joseph, and then after you, Joseph, is Angela Whitecomb, if she's still here.
My name is Joseph Dubzinski Jr. I'm a resident of Camarillo, and like I mentioned before, I sit outside of 321 Cortez Circle every morning to see the ICE activity going in and out. In addition to the raiders being there, I also see the families that are going in there for routine appointments, some of which don't come back out. The folks who end up going in with legal counsel usually almost always come back out. If they don't have legal counsel, they get bullied on the inside, they're denied their due process, and we hear stories after they've been sent to another country about what they endured in there and the choices they had to make. I cannot express strongly enough how important legal aid is to these immigrants. They are part of this community, and you guys all swore oaths to support everybody in the community, not just people who are citizens. And they need legal aid in the worst possible way. I'd also like you all to consider an amendment, given that time is of the essence, that if we do pass this and it goes to the county and as expected they say no, that this doesn't become just a political hot potato so that you guys don't have to take the blame for going a level up or taking the first step. I would like for there to be an amendment that says if they don't want to deal at the county level, that the money can go to plenty of nonprofit immigrant defense organizations that already exist in Ventura County, have been doing great work, and they can use that money for good. It can even be allocated just to Oxnard residents, I'm sure, or to give it to the Emergency Assistance Fund for 805 and DocuFund. Every dollar, every penny that goes into that fund is returned to a family in need. We don't keep any of the percentage on top of that. Legal aid is the difference between these folks being bullied into being deported or actually being able to come back and be productive members of this community. They deserve all the dignity and respect that all of us deserve. And I am pleading with you to actually do something, especially because Oxnard has been the hardest hit city in the 3 counties that we serve and help out, and because we as a community as community organizations and as a nonprofit organization have already given more to this segment of your population than the city has. And that should be a point of shame for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Joseph. Angela Whitcomb, I don't see her here, so we'll move to Casey Rodriguez. And then after Casey, Marlon Ramirez, if she's here.
Well, hopefully this vote will go better than the last. Not feeling too certain of what to expect. I almost left early, but being committed to our community and a strong voice that has been along with these voices speaking for months, I decided to stay and echo the request for this item to be approved. On the behalf of the many citizens who do not feel protected or thought of due to past choices and situations from this council, this is a crucial moment where council can take a courageous stand for the people of Oxnard and approve the $600,000 for a public defender, if not more. And by doing so, we gain some trust. I say more than $600,000 because I'm a semi-history buff, and being one, I believe there's a great chance that more vulnerable groups of people will soon be highly targeted, and we must also remember those and take them into consideration. If we pay attention, we see old well-known strategies being played out at this moment. This means to help defend all people who may need legal aid, we might need more support. As someone who has been a part of the disability community for decades, including involvement with ARC of Ventura County, who personally knows ARC participants at 8th Street, where thugs had blocked off last month, and as a current paraeducator, I am very concerned for all the people I love in the disability community and their families, especially my students, some who live in the city. As time goes by, we see people with disabilities are being more and more targeted. Just the other day, I saw a nonverbal adult attacked by thugs, and I can't tell you how it breaks my heart. To see that human being treated like a wild animal just because he didn't have the ability to process what was going on was uncalled for, just like all the situations we see live on camera. Nobody deserves to be swept off the streets illegally. As one who truly loves all people, who tries hard to create community, I want to take all steps to make sure that we remember and protect all people, for I believe the illegal kidnappings will grow to other communities. If it gets passed for $6,000, please make sure all people who may need this assistance can get help. Thank you.
Thank you, Casey. Marlon Ramirez, if she's here. If not, we'll move to Valeria Reyes. Goretti Canales. Ivan Vega. One of your students.
Good morning, council members. My name is Ivan Vega, Associate Organizing Director with Future Leaders of America. And I'm here today to ask you to vote yes on item M2. What is happening in our community is both urgent and devastating. Every day, Oxnard residents are being terrorized by immigration enforcement, and families are being torn apart. Community members have been pepper sprayed, intimidated, and silenced simply for demanding safety, dignity, and the right to exist without fear. People are now afraid to go to work, to buy groceries, or even to drop off their children at school. Since the start of the year, 1,000 people have been taken by ICE in the Central Coast, and Ventura County has been hit the hardest, with 640 arrests. Oxnard is the #1 targeted city. Many of the people affected are indigenous language speakers with almost no access to language support and already face extreme barriers to justice. This MOU with the Public Defender's Office provides real legal defense for residents facing deportation, support that can determine whether a family stays together or is permanently separated. And if the county refuses matching funds or blocks the hiring of the new immigration attorney, I urge you to adopt an amendment allowing the city to contract with qualified nonprofit immigrant legal organizations so that families still receive the defense they desperately need. Our residents cannot wait for bureaucracy while ICE raids escalate. When I was 15 years old, both my parents were deported during the Obama administration. That trauma still haunts me today. However, many Oxnard children continue to live through similar experiences, except that now that state-sanctioned violence has intensified. I urge you to vote yes on item M2. Please protect Oxnard, all of Oxnard. Protect the land, the workers, the youth, the families, and the future that we all share.
Thank you, Evan. Jessica Vargas, if she's still here. Thank you, Jessica. Vargas. And then after her is Barbara Macri Ortiz.
Good morning again, Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Jessica Vargas. I'm resident of District 4. I'm a student at Oxnard College. I'm currently follow leadership internship with Future Leaders Future Leaders of America, and also a co-founder of Padres Juntos Promoviendo la Educación. I'm here to urge you to vote yes on item M2 and move this agreement forward without delays. Oxnard families are facing immigration detention and deportation right now. These procedures move quickly, and people often have only days to respond. When a parent is taken, their harms replies to our entire community, children's, classrooms, workplaces, our families, our friends, our entire neighborhoods. We all feel the impact for this. Having legal representation is one of the most humane and effective tools that we can keep the families together. Item M2 is designed to provide exactly that support that the city has already committed to $600,000 over the 3 years for dedicated immigrants. Sorry. Okay. Item M2 is designed to provide exactly the support the city has already committed to $600,000 over the 3 years for dedicated immigration defense attorney. The Ventura County Public Defense Office is perfectly partnered, and I support approving to move to the attorney can be hired as soon as possible. However, urgency matters. If the county declines to accept the funds or delays authorization to hire, I ask to the council to accept an amendment to direct the city to contract with a qualified nonprofit immigration legal services providers. What matters most in the Oxnard residents receive the representation the funding is interested to provide. Not that money sits unused while families face life learning procedures alone. This investment does not duplicate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jessica. I appreciate it. And then Barbara. And then right after Barbara, we'll go to the virtual callers that are waiting.
Yeah, excuse me. Mayor and council members, just real short, I think this is very important. The PD does have expertise in this area, and so what they need to do is expand the number of attorneys that they can have doing this because of the need. You know, just one thing I'm going to say, just in terms of perspective, because I've been out in the community for 50 years, and I have seen rounds of deportations. We have been there before, but we have never seen the level of cruelty and depravity that we're seeing. I mean, there's no excuse for the way people are being treated. And that's what makes it twice as hard on everybody because, you know, everybody's scared and everybody's terrorized. And that's their whole plan, is just to terrorize brown communities. And so we need to stand up. I think providing the money to the Public Defender's Office will get very good service on this. People will be represented, and it's all about due process, representation, and it would bring people a level of dignity. And I think I would have to also add on to those that suggested, well, if the county doesn't go along with it, just let's find somebody else to do it. I think it's time for that. And the county, I don't know, in terms, they've got an excuse for everything in the book. You know, we were dealing with Santa Paula Hospital, and it's, well, you know, the HR1 is messing, everything's messing everything up, and they're pretty hyper right now. So I'm not saying they're gonna, you know, refuse to do it. I love you doing this because you're putting pressure on them, and that's what we need. Just like our community tries to put pressure on you to do the right thing, you're gonna put pressure on the county to hopefully do the right thing, and I think that's great. But in any event, we really need to utilize these funds to protect people as much as we can. And I think the fellow that said if you go in with an attorney, you usually come out, but if you go in without an attorney, the next time you come out, you're in a foreign country. So keep that in mind and understand the vital importance of these funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. We'll go to a virtual caller. Madam Clerk.
Excuse me, virtual speaker ending in 5664. If you can press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now. Claudia G. If you can press *6 to unmute, and you can start now.
Hi, good morning. My name is Claudia, and I'm a volunteer with 805 and DocuFund. I get involved in any way I can because my parents came here with a dream, and I'm grateful for their sacrifices to give us a better life. And this is my way of giving back as much as I can. I'm grateful for where I am and the opportunities that I have today. And one of those opportunities is to use my voice and stand up for families who are here for the same reason. I'm grateful to stand with such an amazing community and organizations who show up for the community day in and day out. And I urge you to vote yes on M2 to approve the MOU with the Ventura County Public Defender's Office for Immigration Legal Defenses, or Legal Defense Services. And do it as quickly because, as mentioned, the community has been here time and time again asking for help. You lead the way in moving for your community by having the stakeholders meeting and adding this to the agenda. I'm grateful because Camarillo has literally done nothing, but it doesn't end here. Don't leave it up to the county. A majority of you went to speak to the Board of Supervisors and saw how that went. If they refuse to accept the fund or refuse to hire an attorney, adopt an amendment that the city contracts with the qualified nonprofit immigration legal service provider. The city has a responsibility to protect the most vulnerable. Legal representation is one of the most humane and effective tools for keeping families together and preventing unnecessary trauma. You hear the stories of your community being effective. Please stand up for them and vote yes on M2. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. We'll go to the next virtual caller.
Virtual caller ending in 8310. Please press star 6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now. Virtual speaker ending in 8310, please press star 6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now. Once again, virtual speaker ending in 8310, please press star 6 to unmute, and you can start speaking now. Mayor, we'll have to come back to this virtual speaker.
Sure. Okay. We'll go to Doug Portello. Doug, and after you is Cynthia Salas and then Stephen O'Clair.
Good morning, everyone. I heard a lot of really great, useful comments from the community that were quite interesting to me. I've been the director of nonprofit organizations that do humanitarian work. I've done it internationally in Nicaragua. I've done it here now with Community Renew Alliance here in my own community. I'm just not sure that we're going to get good bang for our buck on this. I think that this really is just responding in a political way to the community's outcry, because this has really been inhumane. Now, Obama, in 8 years, he deported 3 million people. And I think that we're a country of laws. And my wife came here from Nicaragua on a fiancé visa. She got her green card, which she holds today. Her father waited 10 years to get his green card. So, they went through a process to come here legally. And I think that I understand, working in Nicaragua in extremely impoverished communities, the reason why people are willing to risk their lives, separate themselves from their communities in the countries they come from, and take all the risks they've done to come here to the land of opportunity. I get that. I think the cruelty that this administration is doing is wrong. I think we can all agree on that. But is Oxnard really affecting the problem? Is there going to be a substantial effect from allocating taxpayer dollars to this, worthy cause of, legal representation? Is quite worthy. But we just allocated $45 million. So is this 600,000? What difference? Somebody said they work for a nonprofit, does legal. They do 15 to 20 clients a year, right? So what's the real effect going to be? I work for nonprofits, and that's about maximizing the dollars. Using that status as a nonprofit with people who have altruistic motives. I saw a lot of folks here from our communities, they're community leaders, they're community activists. We have lawyers that are here, help facilitate them, enable them to do good work. Part of the money, hopefully, that Barbara's talking about is to build up other lawyers in our community. How about scholarship funds? How about something where somebody can really be in a position to make a much greater difference? And I just don't think this is it. I don't think this is going to move the needle, so to speak. And now you're giving that money to the county, and I'm just wondering, with a lack of due process, are they really going to have that opportunity to access the lawyer? I mean, it's not going to happen. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Portello. Cynthia Salas, and then Stephen.
Good evening, everyone. I want to address that comment. We actually end up owing in undocumented communities over $2 billion, because that's how much they contribute to the GDP on a regular basis. And in terms of an investment, if we're not going to look at human capital as valuable, they're a big reason our economy is what it is here in the city of Oxnard. We talk about taxes. We have the highest tax capita in the county. And who do you think contributes to that? In regards to what's proposed tonight, of course, I support it, but I also want to be very direct that it be intentional on that we use it for our community members. I don't know what the Board of Supervisors is going to do. Everybody shared the same notes, so I'm not gonna pound on that, but I do hope that the fundings that are put forth to an organization that's here locally supporting our families. I also would like to ask if our city council has also maybe started to speak to other city councils, so when this goes before the board, they too have made contributions, so there's a bit higher weigh-in that it's the entire county supporting this type of initiative. So it's a collaborative, because at the end of the day, the tax dollars that are circulated in cities and at the county are from the constituents of the entire community, independent of status. When we look at also the impact of children, many of these children are mixed status families. Some of their loved ones are taken away. The income average of a field working family, agriculture, I don't want to generalize and say all our agricultural members of our community are undocumented, but there's a large percentage that are. Their income a year is $24,000. Imagine having to live off of that on top of having legal fees. So this is a human right to keep these kids together with their families. This is impacting their well-being. So we can't expect our kids to be in the classroom and learning, worrying about whether or not their parents are going to be safe or let alone come home. Many of you know that I reached out to you in support of a family who had to use their rent money to give a payment to an attorney. Luckily, contributions and donations from other organizations and individuals helped that family come through. But that's not the reality for every individual that needs support. So I urge you to please support this ask. And just like earlier, you rolled the dice for $45 million. I say you make an amendment and make this $1 million, because this is an investment in the people that contribute to your community. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. Stephen?
Mayor MacArthur, Council, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, I want to just start by talking a little bit about Councilmember Starr's questions earlier in the meeting. You know, there were over 12 hours of testimony on this subject that were provided in August at the Board of Supervisors. Nearly all your colleagues were there at one of those meetings. I invite you to watch that. It was very informative. What they did talk about is that the Public Defender's Office, which was your question, is obligated to provide these services, right? So the 2010 Padilla versus Kentucky decision said that they must provide legal advice before accepting basically deals, right, taking pleas. Here in Ventura County, a public defender's office, this is not new work for them. They've been providing this work since 2014. So let's acknowledge that. The public defender's office is charged with this and the California Government Code. So again, they're charged with it, and it said they shall provide these services. They have to provide those services because it's a liberty interest at risk. That's what makes it unique compared to a other civil offense, right? It's a liberty interest because you can be jailed for it. So I invite you to research that. Many of these immigrants are also victims of crime. So not only are they not committing criminal offenses, but they're actually victims of crime, meaning they're entitled to additional immigration relief, say if they're being trafficked, etc. So again, the Public Defender's Office are experts in that. Removal defense, as they mentioned earlier, is a real skill set. It's a rare skill set, and that is equipped in that office. So as I mentioned earlier, they have been doing it for over 10 years, and so well equipped to provide that. I appreciate that in the proposed agreement, there is a time certain by which these funds will expire, urging the Board of Supervisors to take action. Now, it is true that we saw that, as we know at the county, when there's a budget allocation between budget cycles, it triggers the 4/5 requirement vote. But perhaps this can be tied into the regular budgeting cycle, which would make it a 3/5 vote. Even then, it can be a stretch. Although Supervisor Starr, I hope we can count on your support to advocate. Thank you. Not quite Supervisor Starr, but I'll continue speaking because it's my time. But Councilmember Starr, please advocate your supervisor, Supervisor Kelly Long, which would be the needed third vote to place that on the budget for next cycle. So again, that rests in your arms, Council Member, and I hope once you watch that meeting, you're better informed on the topic. Other options that are available, putting this position on payroll with the city and doing an MOU agreement with the county, that would not trigger the forfeits requirement because there's not actually funds being dispersed. So that would be able to sit on consent. So again, be creative with these solutions just like this is. I thank your staff for leading the way on this very creative solution. Thank you, Councilmember Pasua, for recommending it. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Stephen. Thank you very much. We will go to Bev, and then we'll take, I think, one virtual caller that's waiting. Thanks, Bev.
Good morning, everyone. Cynthia and Stephen said some of the things that I wanted to hit on, and I just really wanted to commend Councilmember Basua for presenting this. It is such a wonderful idea. I remember being so excited because, again, looking for these opportunities of ways that we can help, because being in that meeting at the Board of Supervisors, it was devastating to see so much community support come out and to be met with silence. That's one thing that I applaud a lot of you for, is that you are listening to your community. You're at least responding. You're acknowledging that there are people in the room where that wasn't even the case. There wasn't a response. So I continue to uplift this council in that sense. And then I also want to thank City Manager Nguyen about this, because I had a conversation with him at State of the Region where I said, it sucks because so much has fallen on the city of Oxnard. And with that, though, you guys are the hope, the light that is leading the way, because yes, in the sense of these like sacrificial lambs of like, okay, well, we have to take the hit for our budget. And when that happens, you're able to make it easier for other cities. We're able to be the example of like, well, Oxnard did it, you can too. So thank you for being brave, for your courage, for taking on these items head on. And that being said, it's with the Board of Supervisors meeting, I think there were a lot of cities hoping to be able to contribute to make that fund bigger. So when it didn't pass, cities didn't know what to do. They weren't left this opportunity to help support. So the fact that Councilmember Basua was able to pivot and say, okay, we're still gonna find a way, we're still gonna help our community in this sense. Legal defense being one of the most needed, as you hear here tonight. So thank you for your time and for your consideration, and for everyone who's still here. Thank you.
Thank you, Bev. Madam Clerk, we'll go to the virtual caller.
Virtual speaker ending in 6377, please press star 6, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
Hello, this is Manuel Herrera, Citizens for Better Oxnard. Mr. Mayor, I know it's really late, you're probably really tired, but if you could show a little more love to the virtual callers, maybe alternate one virtual caller, one in-person caller, one virtual caller. I've had my hand raised for over an hour and 23 minutes wanting to speak. So anyways, the people of Oxnard have asked the city council to step up to the plate and help our immigrant community. And they have listened to the tune of $600,000. So to me, this is a no-brainer. I'm sure the council will approve this item. Although it may not be unanimous, because we do have a council member who is so out of touch with his community, and based on the history of him voting no to help his community, he will probably vote no. I don't want to mention any names, but his initials are Aaron Starr. But hey, maybe he'll surprise me tonight. And as for the previous vote regarding Ormond Beach, I want to commend the 4 council members who voted yes. That took a lot of courage. And based on the overall information and deadline they had to work with, I think overall they made the right decision. That concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Manuel. Thank you. Madam Clerk, does that conclude our speaker list?
Mayor, we have 2 virtual speakers, so we'll move on to the next one.
Okay.
Virtual caller ended in 8394. If you can press star 6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
Hello, Mayor and council members. My name is Vanessa Valdez, an Oxnard native and Latina lawyer. Today I'm here on behalf of Lead 805. I have been here alongside with my neighbors since the beginning of the year asking for your support and even presented the Jaime Alanis resolution for all of you to consider. Please go to change.org, search for Jaime Alanis, review, and sign the petition. We can also use it as a launching pad to work on a resolution that will better fit the needs of our community. I believe item M2 is okay, but there are better alternatives. And again, what happened with the community input? I think allocating city funds to expand a county office is weird. Are the other cities pitching in? Shouldn't they be helping us? Couldn't or shouldn't the county be giving us money? The community needs to make sure this aid only goes to Oxnard residents. Can you guarantee that? And many in our community, particularly farm worker and immigrant families, are not seeking help from governmental legal institutions. First, we don't trust the police, we don't trust ICE, and we don't trust other governmental offices. Second, immigrant face particular challenges. According to ACLU, 79% of detained people in immigration court lack legal counsel. This is not just about legal aid. It reflects systemic barriers, fear, and distrust. Third, our public defender system is already overstretched. Public defenders reporting clients to legal aid organizations, community centers, and self-help resources because they lack capacity, especially for civil matters like housing and immigration. Finally, the justice gap in California is huge. What's needed is trusted, community-based legal aid that people actually use, not more government positions that may not reach residents in need. If the city wants to help, there are better alternatives. Find community-based legal aid organizations. MABA, the Mexican American Bar Association in Los Angeles, and Libre 805 are ready to provide any support. You can also provide direct assistance through grants, partner with health, human services, and worker advocacy organizations. Rather than funding another public defender position, I urge the council to consider other ideas that create solutions that reach the people who actually need help. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Vanessa. We'll go to the next virtual caller.
Virtual caller ending in 8394. If you can, sorry, that's a different number.
Hello?
Yes, you can start now.
Good morning, council members. Thank you for staying up, right, to hear this important issue. My name is Elma del Aguila. I'm born and raised in Oxnard, and I'm the child of immigrants who have spent their entire lives contributing to what makes Oxnard our home. My family pays taxes. They've worked in the community for decades. They spend their money on local businesses, contributing to the economy. My sisters and I are products of our public education system and are now working here in our community, trying to give back. I'm here because I want to urge you to vote yes on item M2, ensuring the funds are used for legal defense, and to fulfill your responsibility to protect the stability of our community by taking action now. Legal representation is a right afforded to all people who live here. Immigrants are just as important as any other member of the community. The trauma being produced in our community from these illegal kidnappings, detentions, family separations, and violent interactions during peaceful protests can be felt community-wide. I had family and friends who were there at Glass House who feared for their lives and feared they would be taken and have no opportunity to defend themselves in a court of law before being sent away. I remember driving to the hospital that night of the Glass House raids after hearing immigrants and citizens alike were being taken from the hospital for being involved with the protests to stop the illegal kidnappings. I feared the unknown of a loved one being taken, not knowing what we would do next, and remember that feeling of helplessness. No matter a person's immigration status, people are losing trust in our judicial system. And ultimately, legal aid is a first and necessary step to fill that critical gap. Disregarding legal status, children everywhere are traumatized. Classrooms are feeling the impact, employers are losing workers, our economy and neighborhoods are destabilizing. It's time for government to step up and not simply depending on the charity of community members and community organizations to do the city's work for them, no matter what happens at the county level. We can't wait on bureaucracy while these illegal ICE raids are continuing. Families are being pulled apart, and it's especially heartbreaking for all Oxnard families who are getting by and having to choose between basic necessities or affording legal representation to keep their families safe from being torn apart. Again, I urge you to vote yes on item M2, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mayor and council members, that concludes our speakers in person and virtually for this item. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a total of 42, same as M1. We will now go to any comments council members may have of staff on this item. Yep. We'll start with you, Councilwoman, if you have anything, comments.
First, I wanted to take the time to thank all of our speakers that came out tonight. I will be voting to support this item. I really want to express that I understand the sentiment around bureaucracy, and I'm sure many of those that were born and raised and their professions are grounded in community and are now in elected spaces know that that's probably one of the most difficult places to be in when knowing that immediate change is needed, but there are conversations that are had with different stakeholders on the amount of funding, looking at data. Obviously, we hear the stories, but in terms of also creating something for the very first time, I mean, this would be the first magnitude of investment by any local government here in the county. So I hope that others will also take lead if this passes tonight, but really wanted to really hone in on the fact that I understand the notion of bureaucracy and also the lack of trust in governments in general, whether it's local, state, or federal. But also balancing this concept of looking at private and public dollars and the notion of decolonizing wealth and utilizing wealth to be able to invest in and looking at those pockets and pools of funding to be able to support our community. I do want to also share that I would state out loud that this isn't the timeline issue around the item before this was not something that in my plate of work was prioritized over the continuous conversations, and I'm sure many people on the council tonight are also serving outside of the city council's capacity and providing emergency relief, whether they sit in a variety of different nonprofit capacities. So I always like to hone in on the inside-outside strategy of work and setting the tone for that work. But I know that this decision will also come down to the county and definitely want to direct staff to vet and contract a legal representative should this not pass. And those are my comments.
Thank you. I'm in full support of this program, and I want to make a motion to adopt it. I think it comes with all that the PA's office has to offer, including investigators, all the equipment, hardware, et cetera. So that's a big advantage for us to do that. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I offer a couple
Absolutely.
of clarifications?
Sure.
So first of all, let's be very real about this. Whether you want to frame it as the rest of the county or the whole county, we know there's no agreement. We witnessed it. This is here, and we definitely want to do this, but let's not fool ourselves. This doesn't mean anyone else does. There's already a fund that was put out there to be collected, but remember, that fund distinctively could not be used for legal representation. And very few cities were actually gave to that fund anyway. Other cities endorsed it. That's not the same as funding it. Now, to be very fair, they have very small budgets. So that's not a judgment call. I think we should give the public defender a little bit of time, if you do this, to try to work it out on her end. But if you make this item now with this proposed amendment, which I understand, and there's logic behind it, but if you do that with this item, you're basically telegraphing to the county that they don't have to take this seriously. So please consider that. Thank you.
No. And just to clarify, the council member was asking if I made the motion with the amendment, and no. No with the amendment the motion is as recommended. And that's a motion and a second.
I have a question. So I know that there's a certain date of June 30th. Realistically speaking, is June 30th really the reality? I mean, can we evaluate it like in March or something sooner? I just feel like, because time is of the essence and our community is saying it's already taken 11 months and it's only getting worse. Or walk me through why June 30th, I guess that's the question.
Because that's when the county goes on recess in July and they do their budget in June. It doesn't mean it can't happen sooner, but that's on them.
I think what Alex is saying, you can clarify if I'm wrong, Alex, is that, we give this to the public defender's office and allow Claudia then to strategize as to how she's going to push the item forward with the county at that level. And we're hoping that we as a city can be a catalyst for other cities to join potentially, but we will see. Any other comments on this item? Councilmember Stoll, go ahead.
Thank you. So when Councilwoman Basua suggested this idea, I was actually kind of enthusiastic about it.
It's innovative.
My enthusiasm's kind of cooling though at this point. As I'm just looking at this more and more, I'm thinking to myself, well, what defense would they really be able to offer? You're talking about an attorney that might be able to take 20, 30 cases a year. Maybe, probably fewer if it takes longer than a year for most of these. I just don't see a whole lot of benefit that we're going to be able to offer people. I mean, I think just adopting this is just going to give people false hope. I think there's just so few opportunities, I think, to actually succeed. I'm not happy with the law as it is. I mean, you know where I stand on that. I don't think the Constitution grants Congress the authority to limit immigration. They can limit naturalization, but they can't limit immigration. That's my opinion. The courts disagree with me on that. I do think that our community and our country is better off with more immigrants rather than fewer. But given what the law is right now, what defense do you really have? It's not like lawyers are a panacea that are going to ensure that nobody gets taken out of this community. Asylum is very, very limited. I think you have to claim that within like 90 days after you enter the country. Otherwise, it's just not even available to you. There's only like 16 countries where we give people temporary protected status. And you're talking about countries like Sudan. There's Nicaragua, I think, as well. But I just don't think this is going to work. So I just don't think it's worth the money. So I think I'm going to vote no.
Okay. Any of the pros and cons on this item? Councilwoman Basua, go ahead.
I just have a comment, if I may.
Yes, of course.
I definitely understand why Councilman Perez wanted to make the amendment. Totally understand that. But I want to actually take this on. if we pass this today, I would encourage anybody that wants to support this, that we get together with Supervisor Lopez and see when we can take, when she feels, or what is the county feeling, and, you know, how can we push it quicker? And take it that way. And if we're just seeing, you know, if we're seeing no movement, then at some point, we'll be back with further direction. But in the meantime, I think it's important that this body advocates for this through the county, and we allow ourselves an opportunity to get it to the county supervisors as soon as possible.
Go ahead, Alex.
Can I recommend, if you're to pass this tonight, that you first speak to the public defender?
Yeah. We could do that, yes.
And work, and let her and her office finesse how to work this through.
Okay.
Because we've seen what happens when our own supervisor brought this to the board. Now, if I can reiterate, there's actually a sentence in the staff report that I think is important, which is, there's no guarantee here. This is that if the public defender represents you, that you won't be deported. This is about due process. This is just about the Fifth Amendment. So there are no guarantees with this, but there's a fighting chance. You have 0% and hope of fairness and due process if you don't have an attorney at all. So I understand your point about it's rare and you have to be from the Sudan. Well, unless you're a South Afrikaner, I guess then you get a free ride. But this is, at the core of this is about providing access to the Fifth Amendment. And now, there is precedent here. Several years ago, we came to an agreement with the district attorney's office to open a new family justice center here in Oxnard. So we're supporting a county effort, but because we all understood the physical access for our residents to a family justice center that is here within our boundaries would give victims of domestic violence and their families such a better chance at a decent outcome. This is the same. We are hopefully supporting the public defender's office to expand their capacity to do the work that they've been struggling to do for more and more people because the onslaught of the need. So that's all this is. But it doesn't guarantee anything. It just gives people a fighting chance to have due process. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Warren.
I think it gives a few people a fighting chance, but I don't think it gives them very many. I think this is just one attorney. There's not a whole lot that one attorney can do.
Right, but it's a match.
But not only that, but I think.
It's a match, but hold on.
Let me finish. Immigration is so complex. It's years and years and years, and you are right. There is no one magic, attorney that's going to, help everybody, but it's a start. You're giving them a start. And that's all I'm asking for today, is the opportunity to have something. Nothing is certain. Nothing.
I'm sorry, may I just get a point of clarification? Earlier, when we were talking about 20 families, 30 families, we're talking about a nonprofit. Right here, we're talking about the public defender's office that has the infrastructure to hopefully have a greater reach. So it's not a one-size-fits-all where you just, cookie cutter every case. I think there's some cases that are very complicated and take a lot more time, and then there's other cases where we just want to make sure that folks have the opportunity to defend themselves. And coming back to due process, I recognize it's 1:31, so I
No,
won't
no, that's
ramble.
it. And I think
And-
we've heard testimony here before that, to your point, it is about roughly between 25 to 35 individuals that they help annually per attorney, so.
But
that's
it
just-
doesn't
not
include,
annual.
it doesn't include consultations, though.
It's not annually, this is their caseload.
Right, but it's one
Caseload,
drops,
but
yeah.
but if a case goes on for a long time, they can't get a new case.
True.
Until they've spent, it's just seems futile.
Any comments, pros or cons?
Yes, let me be extremely blunt on this. Mr. Starr, how much money would you put into this? I didn't hear you make it a thing, but I remember when the city was being inundated and people wanted us to give $1 million to help the people. And when it was brought to our attention that they were talking 500 families. Well, there's 500 families. And some basic math, and you mentioned earlier in the day, you talked about mathematics, and 500 families into $1 million, that's $2,000. What are you gonna do with $2,000? Make a car payment? Make a month's rent? Get some food? What do you do next month? Come back to the guy that gave you $1 million? So, Mr. Starr, when you're talking about it's not enough, how much do you wanna go?
I'm saying zero, because
You
I
wanna
don't.
say zero? Well,
I
then why don't you
want-
just come up and be that way and say
I
zero?
just,
You don't
I
wanna give
just,
anything.
I said that. I said that I think it's futile. I don't think it's going to help. I think at the end of the day, they're just going, people are going back to us and demand much, much more. And we don't have it, and we're not gonna be able to help that many people. I just don't see it working. It's not, it's unfortunate, but that's just how I'm seeing it.
And the reason I support this, due process is a big deal. I got into a deal where I needed an attorney, and I found out real fast that I didn't need an attorney, where I found out very fast that I thought I didn't need an attorney, but I needed an attorney. And the staff report right there, it says, just because you got an attorney doesn't mean you get a walk in the park. The staff report says, finally, it is important to emphasize that this legal representation would not assure prevention of deportation. It would help assure legal representation and due process for residents in immigration proceedings. Due process is something we're guaranteed in this nation, but it doesn't say that you don't get due process if you're not a citizen. You're entitled to find out if you got due process. And if it separates somebody from being sent to Timbuktu and their families back here, I'm gonna support this. But I'm hoping that the people that need the help get the help. But I also am not such a damn fool, Aaron, that I don't understand the law matters. When you break the law, there's consequences.
Yeah, at the end of the day, we're going to have, I don't know what the defense is going to be. I mean, at the end of the day, they're going to figure out either you're here lawfully or you're not lawfully here. It's not like it's a free pass. At the end of the day, when they establish that you're here and you're not authorized to be here, they're going to deport you no matter what.
Mr. Starr, it's really easy to say that you just don't care, and then we can just move on with this conversation.
No, you know
No,
I,
you don't care.
You know I care.
No, if you cared, you would approve this item.
No,
You
I
don't
don't.
care.
I don't make emotional decisions. I make decisions based on logic. I don't even have an agreement here that we're looking at because nothing's in writing here.
Okay.
There's no contract that everything else we have a contract we're voting on, where I can read it, devil's in the details. There is no agreement here. There's a concept here. And I'm not going to, even if I'm in favor of this, I'm not going to vote for a concept. I'm going to vote for an agreement that's written down, that's clear what the obligations are of both parties. We don't have that here at all. All we're doing is, I think, we want to vote for this because it makes us feel better about ourselves, but it doesn't do anybody any good.
Understood. Okay, any other comments or questions before we stick to vote? Madam Clerk, call for the vote.
Mayor, I actually stepped away, so who was the maker of the motion?
I was a second by Mr. Perrella.
Thank you. Councilmember Starr?
No.
Councilwoman Basua?
Yes.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Councilwoman Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
And this motion carries 5-1. Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
May I make a
Councilmember.
request that we move item M6, the issue about the harbor? The gentlemen have been sitting
I
here.
know, I see.
And if the indulgence of the council, I think,
I have a question about the rest of the agenda. What needs to be done tonight versus what can be done at the next meeting?
Well, that's, Mr. Nguyen, is there anything that we can postpone for the next meeting, or
Well,
I know we're
if
gonna
we
move
can- if we
6.
can- If we can let the water harbor
Yes.
item go, and while they're doing that, we'll confer about the rest of the agenda.
We don't need to make a motion, Fisher, to move item
Yes.
6 up?
Suspend the order of the agenda. I move to suspend the order of the agenda.
Or the presiding officer can just make it so, and if people
Okay.
want to protest that, they can protest that, but.
Okay, is there any protest, any objection to moving?
I don't object to us hearing this item next.
Okay, sounds good. Then we will hear, thank you for the suggestion, Councilmember. We will now hear item M6. This is from the Public Works Department. The subject entails Channel Islands Harbor water quality update from the Channel Islands Neighborhood Council Marine Advisory Committee. The recommendation that the City Council receive and file an update regarding the Channel Islands Harbor water quality from the Channel Islands Neighborhood Council Marine Advisory Committee. And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for coming back. Yeah. No, absolutely.
Mayor,
Yes, go
I
ahead.
apologize. I know this
Yeah.
is a receive and file and it's a 10-minute presentation, but after this, I do have to excuse myself. I actually have to be at Oxnard College in 2 hours because I'm traveling with students to DC. So I have 12 students who are going to be at Oxnard College in about 2 hours. So
Yeah.
I will leave right
Yeah,
after this.
Yep, thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman. Go ahead, Ms. Miller.
Good evening. Good evening, council. Hopefully only have 28 seconds to speak here. Anthony Miller, a Special Districts Manager with the City of Oxnard Public Works Department. I'm just here to introduce Chuck Carter. He's going to be the voice on the presentation that you're hearing and is a member of the MAC group in the Channel Islands Neighborhood Council. And they've just been absolutely instrumental in working on harbor water quality issues. And I wanted to take a moment to introduce him. This presentation of theirs is really well done and essentially seeks to bring focus in on Channel Islands harbor water quality issues. And I'll leave that with that.
Thank you. And Chuck, thank you so much for your patience here with us.
Good morning, Mayor
Good morning.
MacArthur, council members. Thank you for this opportunity to review the water quality issues. There was a pre-recorded message that was presented to the Public Works Transportation Department a couple of weeks ago. They suggested bringing it up to the City Council. I believe each of you have received a copy of that. We could watch it again, but if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. So the Marine Advisory Committee has done a lot of outreach. We've talked to city council, local government, federal government, environmental groups, the Farm Bureau. You know, there's a lot of people involved in this, and there's a chart in there that shows all the stakeholders. And we've talked to most of them. We've talked to the Coastal Commission, and the city hired Craft Water Engineering to put together a feasibility study and implementation plan. So the feasibility study is out on the city website. It's very comprehensive. We sent out an email blast to our neighbors and encouraged everybody to look at this, look at the reason for the water quality problem, look at the potential solutions, and then support those. We found that the grassroots support is really important. We were fortunate to have 100 people show up at the Water Board meeting in 2018 and object to the closure of the power plant. They said, well, they couldn't do anything about that, but they would pay for water quality testing. So the State Water Board paid over $125,000 for the laboratory processing costs, and the volunteers picked up the samples, and that's where we kind of documented that there's a problem. We're not meeting the water quality standards in the harbor. And it's due to ag runoff, it's due to storm drains, it's due to a lack of source control, a lack of circulation. Circulation is kind of a big deal. So, we got the ball rolling. We tested a year in 2021. The State Water Board recognized that we weren't meeting the standards. They added Edison Canal and Mandalay Bay to the impaired waterway list. So that allows us to get funding, because if it's not impaired, nobody's going to give you funding. We, I think, contributed a lot to the city and county in raising funds by our outreach programs. We got $500,000 from the state, Assembly members Bennett and Monique Lamone and Senator I had it done. Anyway, we got their support, and they paid attention to us, and we are constantly, Steve Bennett is really an environmentalist, and he believes that. So he can help us get funding for the rest of the solutions. So Craft Water is planning to do a presentation to the City Council, to the Water Board, and to the general public. And when they come up with the final proposals for the implementation plan, they've got 100 different ideas, and they're going to narrow it down to the ones that are appropriate to each of what they call the responsible parties. So the Water Board issues a TMDL. That assigns a responsible party. There's TMDLs for bacteria in the harbor at Kitty Beach and Hobie Beach. There's water quality testing they have to do. The next cycle, they will add pesticides and metals for Edison Canal and Mandalay Bay. That's going to take a while. But when they get there, then we can get funding. We the MAC team, will go out and solicit funding from different environmental groups, Surfrider, Heal the Bay. They're real strong advocates for cleaning up the water. So your support, from the City Council to go to the Water Board and ask them to move up their cycle. They're not due until 2028. And we've tried to get them to do an off cycle for us, but it's a triation. Every 3 years, it changes, what region. There's 9 different regions. What region is evaluated. So if we could get that moved up, that's great. If not, it's going to be 2030 before we get TMDLs and need the funding. But we want to continue our outreach to the Water Board. Right now, there's only 2 people on the Water Board that has ever listened to our funding requests. So we have to go back out and do some more outreach. And we will appreciate your support on that too. Any questions?
Any questions? I know some of us heard this on the Transportation Committee, but go ahead, Mr. Fowler.
Have you been able to get very many of these council members to go out and take a look at the water?
We have, yeah. Aaron Starr, MacArthur, and Gabe.
The rest of them would be invited if they wanted to?
Yes, oh yeah.
Okay. I'd like to make a comment. My neighborhood's the South Bank. At one time, the South Bank was the neighborhood council that really kicked ass and took names because it was real serious health issues. People were sick, and it was covered up. This neighborhood has done a tremendous amount. I would say this is the most active, aggressive, positive, accomplishing neighborhood going. And they have done a tremendous amount of volunteer work that's assisted the city of Oxnard. There's 3 of them that have stayed here till 1:49 in the morning, and there's a heck of a lot of them when you go to the meetings. If any of their neighborhood councils want to see how to run a meeting or to learn something, Channel Islands Neighborhood Council is something to see. But the individual standing before the podium right now, I know he has been out in extremely foul weather, putting himself at risk to get samples to accomplish what they're going. And he's a modest man. He doesn't do it by himself. He's got a wife that stands by him, but he's got a crew. 2 of them are sitting back in the audience. And if you could identify them, please.
We have a team of a dozen volunteers that have helped with the water sampling, the outreach programs, the communications. Tom McNally is our chair for the Channel Islands Neighborhood Council, and George Bergante is our boat driver.
So, just, I gotta tell you, this is something, when I first got involved, it was an issue that, holy crap, we did districts and all of a sudden on this one, and the water's going south, the water was going sour, and I'm gonna get, eaten alive because I'm the District 1, and this is my area. But I've also come across the other side. Why do we care about the harbor? That's where all the rich guys live. Why do we care about that? Ladies and gentlemen of the council, it's part of the city of Oxnard. They have a real problem in the harbor. It's going to affect everybody here. Everybody, no matter where you represent or where you live. The color of your skin, your socioeconomic standard, whether you're immigrant or not immigrant, it's going to affect you. This is a big deal. And it's not going to be cheap or easy.
So it's important that we have a clean harbor and clean beaches to attract tourists and more businesses. Has been the crown jewel of Oxnard is the harbor. And the ocean, Patagonia is one of our supporters, and they really believe in environmental care for the ocean. So we're on board with that.
And it was mentioned a little earlier by me, when that power plant was shut down, there were things and unintended consequences. They bit us in the foot. The unintended consequences of the water quality was not expected. There were things that should have been done, they weren't, but we're dealing with it now. And unintended consequences, ladies and gentlemen, can be extremely expensive, embarrassing, and disastrous.
Well, that's another important concept is we want the responsible parties to pay their fair share of the mitigation. Citizens, you and I can do certain things. We can stop overwatering our lawn, stop using weed killer, pick up after your pets, don't wash your car in the street. There's some things that can be done. The cities and counties have the ability to do structural things like a trash collector or street sweeping. When it gets to the power plant owner in the Edison Canal, that's a big deal. I think you call that receiving water strategy. So I think if you take a look at the report that Craft Water puts out, it's really impressive. It looks at environmental justice, looks at disadvantaged communities, public benefit. So they've done a great job. Now we just need to narrow it down to what can we do? What few things can we do in the time frame with the money that we can put together?
Mayor.
Yes, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I do want to correct one thing. I don't think it was an unintended consequence. I think it was perfectly foreseeable. Because what ended up happening is, I've read the environmental impact report for the Seabridge community when that was, I looked at a copy, and it was warning in there that if the pumps ever stop operating for this plant, you will have a water problem. We've known about this for decades. I blame the state of California for our problem because they're the ones that forced the closure of that plant and the elimination of the circulation that kept the water relatively clean. So,
yeah, it was the state water board that required once-through cooling plants to be shut down by 2020 without an environmental review. I don't know how that slipped through the cracks, but there was no environmental review. Now, Los Alamitos is going through the same thing. They've done the environmental review down there, and they've created fish-friendly pumps, and they've figured out how to maintain the circulation that the once-through cooling pumps were working. We were kind of the canary in the coal mine that was, oops, don't shut it off without taking some precautions.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions, comments? Again, I thank you for your patience and, I'm sorry, we do have I'm sorry. Madam Clerk, can we go to the virtual caller?
Debbie Mitchell, if you can press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes starting now.
Hi, thank you. I'll make it fast. Thank you for staying this late. I just wanted to really thank the MAC team because of the amount of work that they've done. And the documents provided by Craft Water are really impressive, deep, and take a lot of, well, for me, it took a long time to try and muddle through them. And the MAC team conversations about what was contained there and their thoughts on it, their feedback during this process has just been so impressive. These people hold a wealth of information and they have studied this so incredibly that I really thank them, and they all deserve just a standing ovation for the amount of work and dedication they've put into this project. And there are some quick wins, easy things for all of Oxnard to be aware of. You know, it sounds simple, but picking up after dogs, people seem to think that that's like fertilizer or something if it's left on the lawn. Everything that gets washed into the street drains goes out to the ocean. And even if we were to open up, people always say, well, open up the other end of the canal and let it wash out to the ocean. That's still all of those pollutants going into the ocean, which I don't feel good about without pre-filtering. So the planning department has been very good about looking at that and making environmental decisions on planning for putting filters in new developments. That's really appreciated. But keeping this top of mind and looking at the things that could be done and can be implemented is really important. There's a wealth of information available in those documents, and thanks so much to the MAC Water team. And thank you all for staying so late. And I apologize for not getting a letter in today. Things got complicated, and that's why I'm online. Thank you very much, and have a good morning.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you so much for calling in. Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much again, Chuck. Thank you for that presentation. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor,
Okay.
we've conferred. I understand, Councilwoman, you need to leave. We've conferred, and we have 3 items left. We believe these don't need to take the whole morning. All the staff are here. We'd really like, we're really asking you to grind through it. And we'll cancel 2 committees next week and the Christmas night meeting.
Okay.
If we just grind through the next 3 items, please.
Good trade. All right. We'll move to, let's see. Is it 3? I think it's 3.
Mayor and council members, item 3 was removed from the agenda, so we're on M4.
Thank you. Yeah, 4, 5, and 7. So we'll go to the next item, M4, from the Finance Department. 6th Amendment to the existing agreement with Tyler Technologies, Inc. for software as a services agreement. The recommended actions that the City Council approve and authorize the mayor to execute a 6th Amendment to the software as a service agreement with Tyler Technologies, Inc. for the implementation of My Civic software and the ongoing My Civic annual fees, as well as 37 licenses to optimally operate the enterprise permitting and licensing module of the Tyler software, increasing the contract amount to $308,524 for a new total agreement amount not to exceed $11,808,524. This item did not originate in committee, and I see Mr. Chigoyan Lassiter, Chief Financial Officer, is here to answer any questions we may have of him. Any questions, any comments before we go to public comment? Madam Clerk, are there any speakers by chance for this item?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any public speakers in person or virtually for this item. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll open up for.
I just have a request. I know this project goes back many, many, many years before a lot of people even started here. And I just know it keeps getting, the dollar amounts keep getting bigger and bigger, and that's just maybe just what life is here. But at some point, I'd love to see a report that shows what did we originally project this was going to cost? And what do we now think it's going to forecast to be? I think we should adopt this motion, this proposal today for $300,000 and change. But I definitely want to have a better idea of what this whole thing's going to cost, because it's just drip, 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 drip.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, how you doing? Eric Sonstegard, Assistant City Manager. To Councilmember Starr's comments, I think Council received an email about an item that was pulled from the agenda. Part of that item is our annual ERP update. And so when we bring that item back to Council, we will, it's very expansive and comprehensive staff report, and it should address the concerns raised by Councilmember Starr.
Thank you, Mr. Sansegarda, thank you. Any other questions? Vertigo and or Ruben?
I move the recommended action.
Wonderful. Is there a second?
A second.
Madam Clerk, call for the vote.
Councilwoman Basua? Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes.
Councilmember Starr?
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes.
And this motion carries 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rubin. We'll go to item M5 from HR, resolution approving the ratified tentative agreement with SCIU, Local 721. Recommendation that the City Council adopt the resolution approving the tentative agreement with Services Employees International Association, Local 721. This item did not originate in committee, and HR Director Steve Navu is here to answer any questions we may have. Any public speakers on this item?
Mayor and council members, we do not have any public speakers in person or virtually for this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any comments or questions?
Yeah, just a request on future reports. I know you're showing this as $5.8 million is the total cost, but really the total cost is the 3 years cumulative there. So if you can just add a total column in the future where you show the $11 million cost, or 11.6 million, whatever it winds up being, I think I'd appreciate that.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
Yes, Mayor. Mr. Starr, can you repeat your question, please?
Right. So when you're looking at the budgeting methodology versus labor methodology, the budget methodology basically has a cumulative effect of the change for each year. But what's missing still is a grand total of those 3 years that we have. So it gives people the impression right now that it's only costing us $5.8 million over these next 3 years, when it's really about double that. And we've had this conversation before at a previous meeting where we discussed budget methodology versus labor methodology. And this piece of information, I think, is vital for us to really understand what our real costs are.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You just requesting a line item, right? Correct?
So basically, right on the, where it says budget methodology and on page 547, where you got the 1.9 million and the 3.8 million and the 5.8 million, one more column over total, put the 11.6 or whatever it winds up being. Maybe it's not exactly 11.6 because some of these are one-time amounts that don't accumulate year after year. But
Yeah,
whatever,
it's that amount if you compare it back to the base year.
absolutely, and that's,
So it's-
that's
it's-
exactly
it's-
what I want to do.
Yeah, whereas if you did 1-year contracts, it would be essentially like the labor methodology because it would be the year-over-year increase. So it's just.
But we don't.
It's two different ways of looking at it.
Yep.
So.
Thank you. Yes, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, and then we'll go to you, Councilwoman. Go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you. Just a quick question. Just following the news in the region, I was hoping we'd have some members of SEIU still here, maybe to speak to, but do we have any sense for where the county or Simi Valley or any other jurisdictions that are currently in negotiations are with SEIU?
Well,
not where they are. Has any of them come to the point we're at? That's my question. Where we are about to ratify this if the council agrees.
Yeah, I know at the county, there's still, I think they had a meeting, I think maybe it was today or last week, but I saw that there were, they had unfair labor practice signs up and kind of like what they were doing here before they ratified. So I know they're still working through the process. I have not talked to Simi Valley recently, so I'm not exactly sure where they're at in their contract. I haven't seen anything, but I haven't touched base with them recently. So,
okay.
Sorry.
I was just wondering because I know that there were a number of local jurisdictions and the county that were in negotiations, and I'm happy to see that this is in front of us and that of all of our bargaining units, I think we just have one that's still outstanding in negotiations, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilwoman?
Thank you for expressing that this obviously was ratified by SCIU 721. And just wanting to get a sense of the consensus on the items, any kind of conversations that we should be aware of. Was there any negative pushback on this? Any positive feedback? Just curious overall.
Did you? Sorry, real quick, I'm just checking with Lauren Bueling, because I was on vacation while they were going through the ratification vote, so I didn't get any updates as far as that goes. So I don't know if they gave you an actual vote total or anything.
Mayor, council members, Lauren Bueling with Human Resources. SCIU did not give us a count of what it did pass at. We were just informed that it passed and that they were ready to move forward with the signing of the tentative agreement to move forward to bring to you.
Okay. Any other questions, Councilwoman? That's it. I really appreciate your and your staff's hard work on this. I know that it was challenging, but thank you for keeping us informed so regularly. Councilmember?
Yeah, I would like to also say that I think, you know, given the hand you're dealt with, I think you did good work. I know it wasn't something that I advocated for when it came time for negotiations, but I think there are definitely some provisions in the agreement that I do like. And I like how you've kind of reset the expectations that, no, we're not having automatic increases to, you know, eternity. So I think in that respect, you did really good work. That doesn't mean I'm voting for this.
Sure.
But I thought you did good work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did we go to speakers yet, Mayor? If not, I'm
Yeah, we
willing to
did.
make the motion
Yeah, we
for the
did.
recommended action.
Is there a second? Okay, Councilwoman Basile.
So I guess,
Yeah, we have a second with Councilwoman
so I
Basile.
guess we'll debate it at this point.
Yeah,
So basically, I don't think I can vote for this for the same reason that I couldn't vote for the last MOU. I just don't believe we can afford a 20% increase in compensation over the next 3 years. It's not there. We saw a big presentation this morning. We saw a big presentation at the beginning of this meeting where we're talking about all of the deferred maintenance that we can't pay for. Well, money can't be spent twice. You spend it on one thing, you can't spend it on another. So I know we keep talking about sunsetting Measure O and all that, but I believe with these increases that city management's going to come back to us and ask us to make Measure O permanent. And I don't think that's acceptable. So I'm voting no because I don't think we can afford this.
thank you, Councilmember. Any other comments? No, we'll go to the vote, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Perallo?
Yes.
Councilwoman Bettis?
Yes.
Councilmember Starr?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran?
Yes, and thank you to the members of 721. I know they were here earlier as well.
Councilwoman Basua?
Yes.
Mayor MacArthur?
Yes,
And this motion carries 5-1. Thank you.
thank you. We will go to our last item. This is item M7 from Public Works. Oh, we already did 6. 6 was the receipt and file from the Channels Harbor. Yeah, that's good. Public Works, subject amendment of the solid waste rates, fees, ordinance to change single-family residential rates. Recommendations that City Council review and approve the first reading by title only and waive further reading of an ordinance titled, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Oxnard amending sections 19-203A1 of Chapter 19, Article 2, Division 7 of the Oxnard City Code pertaining to the single-family residential solid waste rates. This item did not originate in committee, as it is a continuation of an item previously approved by City Council back on April 16th, 2024. And Mr. Wolf, Public Works Director, is here to answer any questions we may have. Madam Clerk, are there any public speakers on this item before we go to comment?
Mayor, we did receive a speaker card from John Barrick, but I don't believe that he is in the audience. Oh.
Guess what? It's Freaky Friday, and John Barrick and I have swapped bodies. So he left his comments with me, so these are his words, and I will read them as written. Good evening. My name is John Barrick, and I'm one of the board members for the Ventura County Taxpayers Association. I was also raised in Oxnard, and I'm a resident. In January of this year, the city of Oxnard included an infrastructure use fee and residents' solid waste fees. It was VCTA's belief, as well as others, that this fee violated Vehicle Code Section 9400.8, which prohibited cities from charging its residents for the privilege of using its streets, which was what the infrastructure use fee in effect did. By its own admission, as a result of this extra fee, the city of Oxnard collected an extra $1.7 million from its residents that it should not have been entitled to collect in the first place. On June 30th, in Rogers v. City of Redlands, the Court of Appeals agreed. The city council's action tonight in removing that fee is in line with the holding from that case. But this leads to two questions. First, if the city knew as of June 30th that this infrastructure use fee violated the law, then why did they keep charging residents for an additional 3 months? Second, when should residents expect a refund? The approximately $1.7 million collected as of October of this year can only be described as ill-gotten gains because that money was the result of an unnecessary and illegal tax on its residents. Oxnard residents are mostly blue-collar workers who work hard to provide for their families and trust that their city officials aren't charging them fees and taxes unauthorized by law. The city of Oxnard has betrayed that trust. The mission for the VCTA has always been to inform taxpayers, promote the wise use of public funds, oppose waste, and advise public officials regarding issues of concern to taxpayers and recommended positions that will best serve the taxpayers' interests. It is a role we have been performing for over 70 years. And we will be watching in coming weeks to see if the city does right by its residents and refunds the $1.7 million the city never should have charged in the first place. Thank you. And I think at Freaky Friday, it was a fortune cookie that swapped their bodies. So fortune cookie wears off, I'm back to me. Even if the city does not think that a court will make them issue the refunds, it does not stop you from issuing the refunds because it's the right thing to do. So I want to drive that point home in addition to what John wrote. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. Thank you. That was the only public comment, Madam Clerk? Yeah.
Mayor and council members, correct. That's the only public speaker in person and virtually. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilmember. Did you want to go first? I'm sorry, did I miss somebody? Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Wolf. So just a quick thing here. I'm wondering if you wouldn't mind just briefly giving an overview, considering that Measure M will prohibit us from showing or reenacting the Measure M video tonight. And yeah, I mean, we could present it again if you'd like.
Or we can switch
so
bodies.
I'm going to ask for just a summary of this so we have the context on here.
Yeah, sorry. Good morning, council members, Mayor Pro Tem Michael Wolf, Director of Public Works. I was thinking about switching bodies with the city manager for a second. So the summary here is back in 2017, there was a lawsuit against the city for the infrastructure use fee as calculated in a report. And in 2021, there was a ruling from the court that said that the city can reasonably charge an infrastructure use fee with a reasonable evaluation of that fee. In fact, in that judgment, it said that that fee would not be in violation of Vehicle Code 9400.8. So we were following the judge's order when we implemented the IUF in the most recent ER rate case. And so the question that came up earlier is, why would you have done that? Well, we were actually just following the judge's order from the 2021 judgment that says that we actually could do that. It's not going to be in violation of 9400.8. So we put together a new IUF study. We brought that to City Council. We also had a solid waste cost of service study done that Council also approved. And so those two things were included, or sorry, the IUF was included in the cost of service. The council approved the rates. Inside those rates was for the single-family residential was the IUF component. And so subsequent to the 2021 ruling, the City of Redlands ruling came out. And so that is in conflict with what our ruling said. And so we are here tonight suggesting that we follow the rule of the land, or the land of the, what is that called? Rule of the law. Yeah, that's attorney's fee, or attorney's language. Law of the land, thank you. Because that's what the Redlands case is a published case, and so we're recommending to follow that.
Okay, thank you very much. That's my questions, Mayor.
Okay.
Just one, start going.
Yeah, so, back in late January, when I first saw the study that justified the IUF, I did state back then that I thought that the IUF was not legal. And at the March 4th meeting, Ms. Purcell mentioned that it was unlawful because it violated the vehicle code. Now, staff responded that the court, in moving Oxnard Forward's lawsuit against the IUF, had rejected the vehicle code argument, which is true. But because we were able to get the IUF invalidated for other reasons, we saw no reason to appeal that piece of the decision. I was aware of the Rogers versus City of Redlands case at that March 4th meeting, knowing that the trial court had invalidated Redlands IUF based on the vehicle code on September 11th, 2023. And I was expecting that this would ultimately result in a published decision in favor of ratepayers. I'll remind people that when the city came back to try and reimpose the IUF, that was in 2024, so it was after the trial court decision, not a published case yet, though. I appreciate the fact that we have now reduced the rates by the unlawful charge, but what I don't see proposed here is any refund to those customers who were unlawfully charged $1.7 million. So since the Ventura County Taxpayers Association is suing the city to get this IUF overturned and obtain refunds for customers, I wonder why staff has not proposed today that we also issue refunds. And that's my
So
question.
right now we're addressing the rates.
Is it the intention of staff to issue refunds?
I have not contemplated that with the city attorney's office or the city manager's office. I would also say that I don't think any time when costs increase, I don't think the Taxpayers Association asks us to increase our rates. So I don't think it goes both ways in that conversation, so.
Well, the issue on the table is that we have an unlawful charge. It's $1.7 million. We need to do the right thing. We don't say we're going to keep the money because we think we can get away with it. You wouldn't treat your neighbor that way. You wouldn't treat your friends that way. When you charge people something that you're not allowed to charge them for, you need to return the money back. That's at least where
When cost increases, we don't come back to the council and say,
I'm talking about
hey,
the
please
unlawful
increase the
charge.
rates. I mean,
I'm
that
just
would be
talking about.
that would be the opposite of that conversation, right?
You're conflating this. We're talking about an unlawful $1.7 million charge. That is not debatable. It was unlawful. We know it's unlawful. The question is, what do you want to do about it? What does the council want to do about a $1.7 million unlawful charge that we collected that we were never entitled to?
Is that part of this
It's not,
report?
yeah, it's not part of what's in here. I think that,
Yeah, we just need to move on from this question
It's a
and
separate-
deal
it's-
with the report
yeah.
itself.
Do you want a 30-second spiel? Okay.
yeah, please.
Okay. Under the Health and Safety Code and Proposition 218 for solid waste rates, if there happens to be an overage, you don't get a refund. You're not entitled to a refund. It is something that is fixed through the next Prop 218 process. And that was the outcome in Rogers as well. There was no refund in that case. So there may not be one warranted here either, because our actual cost to serve may be lower than what we're charging even with the IUF.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? No? What's the pleasure of council?
I'll move the recommended action. Jinx.
Okay, we got a first, Mayor Pro Tem made the motion, second by Councilwoman Basua.
Councilwoman Bettis,
Yes.
Councilmember Starr,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Teran,
Yes.
Councilwoman Basua. Yes. Councilmember Perallo, Mayor MacArthur,
Yes,
and this motion carries 6-0. Thank you.
thank you. Seeing that there's no further business on the agenda, and without objection, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.